In a cafe next to the Jinhai high-speed railway station, Suja sat opposite Li Wan. Suja, let's break up. Li Wan spoke. She looked at Suja without any warmth in her eyes. We are not from the same world. Suja didn't say anything, he just picked up the coffee cup in front of him. Li Wan frowned when he saw Suja's actions. She continued, when filling out your college entrance exam application, you only dared to apply to Gimhe University because it was cheaper and closer to home. My classmates were all planning to travel abroad during their summer vacation, but you were working on a construction site just to earn a few thousand yuan for tuition. Do you remember the gift you gave me on my birthday? A little thing you carved out of wood yourself. Suja, take a look at my circle of friends, what did others receive? Bags, jewelry, things they wanted. Suja put down the cup. He still didn't look at Li Wan, but instead looked out the window. My mom is right. A poor couple has many worries. I don't want my future to be spent living in a rented apartment of just over 10 square meters, arguing over whether to have vegetables or meat for dinner. I don't want to have to calculate this month's expenses over and over again before buying a piece of clothing. I've received an admission letter from Gangchun University. It's an international metropolis, and my life will have a new beginning. Our future life trajectories are destined to be different. Li Wan finished speaking. She looked at Suja, waiting for his reaction. In her expectation, Suja would be shocked, in pain, and would try to keep her. He would ask her why and would assure her that he would work hard in the future and give her a better life. All of these will satisfy her psychological expectations after breaking up. But Suja didn't. He didn't even show a hint of emotion. He just sat there calmly, as if what she had just said had nothing to do with him. This kind of calmness made Li Wan feel uncomfortable. She felt that all the speeches she had prepared had fallen through. Do you understand what I'm saying? Suja, I want to break up with you. Li Wan's voice rose a little. Suja finally withdrew his gaze from the window. His eyes fell on Li Wan's face. He once felt that this face was very familiar. But now, he just felt strange. Deep in his mind, another memory was surging. It was the same day, the same place, and the same conversation in the previous life. He remembered his reaction. He stood up, his hands on the table, his body shaking with excitement. He questioned Li Wan, is it because of Zhao Feng? Is it because he drove a BMW to pick you up? He remembered the expression on Li Wan's face at that time, a mixture of contempt and impatience. She said at the time, so what? He can give me the life I want, can you? Suja, face the reality, love is worthless in the face of money. Those words hurt him deeply and accompanied him throughout his troubled life. He has endured all kinds of hardships in order to make money. He gave up his studies, worked in a factory, on a construction site, and in sales. He tried his best, but was still struggling to make ends meet. He watched housing prices soar and saw the people around him live the life he had always dreamed of. And he still had nothing until he was in his 40s. Finally, he died suddenly in front of his computer due to long-term overwork. At the last moment before he lost consciousness, he had only one thought in his mind. If he could live his life over again, he would never waste even a second on a woman like Li Wan. Then, he really came back. He returned to the day after the college entrance examination. Back to the moment when Li Wan asked him out to break up. Pain, unwillingness and humiliation all disappear with death. What is left behind is the peace and relief of the soul of a man in his 40s. In his eyes, Li Wan was just a childish and ridiculous girl. Okay, I agree. Suja spoke, his voice was steady and no emotion could be heard. Li Wan was stunned. She never expected that these 3 words would be what she was waiting for. Just as Suja said I agree, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! A major turning point in the host's life has been detected. Cut off the shackles of inferior emotions, and the super rich sign-in system is officially activated. Suja's pupils shrank slightly. A translucent panel appeared in front of his eyes that only he could see. System name, Godly Rich Sign-in System. System function, the host can obtain system rewards by signing in at designated special locations. Rewards include but are not limited to cash, physical objects, skills, industries, etc. System purpose, please enjoy life to the fullest and make up for all regrets. Suja's heart skipped a beat at this moment. He was not dreaming. Rebirth, system. The plots that only appear in these novels actually happened to him. Ding! The system has been activated for the first time. A newbie gift pack is being distributed. Do you want to open it immediately? Open. Suja muttered to himself. Newbie gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Physical Strengthening Fluid Primary 1. Item description: can comprehensively improve the host's physical condition and eliminate all sub-health conditions. Automatically used by the host. A warm current instantly spread throughout Suja's limbs and bones. He could feel that all the hidden ailments in his body caused by years of hard work in his previous life disappeared under the influence of this warm current. His body had never felt so relaxed and powerful. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Reward description: the reward has been automatically deposited into the host's bank savings card with the last number XXXX through legal channels. Suja put his hand under the table, took out his cell phone and turned on the screen. A text message from the bank was lying quietly in the notification bar. He clicked on the text message. Jinhai Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100,000 yuan at 1432 on XX. The current account balance is 100,352.50 yuan. Every number in the text message is crystal clear. His original savings were only 352.5 yuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Special Sign in Location Refresh Card 1. Item description: this item can be used to refresh a special sign in location immediately. Suja looked at the system panel and then glanced at the bank balance on his mobile phone. His breathing became a little deeper. His life is really going to be different. Li Wan, who was sitting opposite, kept looking down at her phone and even smiled after seeing Suja agreed to break up. Her dissatisfaction and feeling of being looked down upon reached a peak. She felt that Suja was pretending to be calm and using this method to hide his inner pain and reluctance. As you wish. Li Wan stood up and picked up her bag. She looked down at Suja condescendingly. I hope you won't regret your decision today. After saying that, she turned around and left, ready to meet Zhao Feng, who was waiting for her outside. After taking 2 steps, Suja's voice came from behind. Wait a moment. Li Wan stopped in his tracks. The corners of her mouth rose involuntarily. She knew that Suja was just holding on. In the end, he couldn't bear to let her go and tried to persuade her to stay. She didn't turn around, but said in a condescending tone, anything else? Suja's voice sounded again, still calm. No. Oh, and this coffee is 35 yuan, split between you two. Li Wan's body stiffened. She turned around suddenly, unable to believe her ears. She saw Suja raise his head and look at her as if he were a stranger, then pointed at the almost untouched cup of coffee in front of her. A huge sense of humiliation surged into Li Wan's heart. She thought he was trying to keep her, but what she got was the other party asking her to split the bill for a cup of coffee. Her face flushed instantly. Suja, what do you mean? It's nothing. We've already broken up, so it's better to settle the accounts. Suja leaned back in his chair and answered calmly. Li Wan was so angry that his body was shaking. She pulled a 100 yuan note from her wallet and slammed it hard on the table. Keep the change, please. After she finished speaking, she quickly walked out of the cafe without looking back. Suja looked at the banknote on the table but didn't take it. He stood up, took out $35 in change from his pocket and put it on the table, then turned and left his seat. He said to the waiter, that 100 is the lady's tip. After saying that, he walked out of the cafe without even looking at the table again. The sunlight outside is a bit dazzling. Suja took a deep breath and felt unprecedented relief. From this moment on, his life was under his own control. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. On the panel, the first sign-in task has been refreshed. Sign-in task has been released. Check-in location, Gimhe High-Speed Railway Station Departure Hall. Suja glanced at the high-speed rail station building not far away and took a step forward. Chapter 2 Sorry, my parking space is over there. Suja walked out of the cafe. He didn't look back, nor did he stop. His destination was Jinhai High-Speed Railway Station. The system panel still existed in his mind. As he walked, he was studying this thing called Super Rich Sign-in System in his mind. The construction of the panel is simple. At the top is his personal information. Host, Suja. Physical condition, healthy. Below is the mission area. Current check-in task, complete check-in at the departure hall of Gimhe High-Speed Railway Station. Task description: stay at the designated location for 1 minute to complete the sign in and receive the reward. There's also an icon of a backpack with a card inside. Item: special sign in location refresh card 1. That's all there is to this system. Simple and direct. Suja likes this way. He doesn't need to do any complicated tasks or please anyone. He just needs to go to the designated place and stand there for 1 minute. His life will be changed. He quickened his pace and walked towards the entrance of the high-speed rail station. In front of the glass door of the entrance, he saw 2 familiar figures. Li Wan, there is another man. Suja knew that man. Zhao Feng, their high school classmate. Zhao Feng's father owned several factories in Jinhai City and his family was very wealthy. In his previous life, it took Suja a long time to find out that Li Wan and Zhao Feng got together after the college entrance examination. At this moment, Li Wan was holding Zhao Feng's arm. There was a smile on her face, a smile that Suja had never seen before. Zhao Feng also saw Suja. He was stunned for a moment, then an expression appeared on his face. He hugged Li Wan tightly and said loudly, "Hey, isn't this Suja? Why, you're still not giving up after being dumped, and you've chased me all the way here?" The smile on Li Wan's face froze for a moment. She saw Suja and a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. But that hint of embarrassment quickly disappeared, replaced by indifference and contempt. "Zhao Feng, ignore him," she said to Zhao Feng. "Let's go in quickly. Tickets to Hong Kong City are not cheap. Don't waste time." Zhao Feng didn't move. He looked Suja up and down with interest. Suja was wearing a t-shirt that he bought for a few $dozen, a pair of jeans that were washed a little pale, and a pair of ordinary sneakers. Zhao Feng took out a pair of car keys from his pocket. The key has a 4-circle logo on it. He tossed the keys in his hand and they made a clinking sound. Yeah, some people may never have flown first class in their entire lives. Zhao Feng looked at Suja and continued. "Suja, if you're not moving bricks on the construction site during the summer vacation, why are you here? To experience life?" There was no expression on Suja's face. He didn't even spare them a second glance. He ignored Zhao Feng's words and didn't look at the two of them. He walked straight past them, pushed open the glass door of the high-speed rail station, and walked into the departure hall. Zhao Feng's smiling face froze. All the sarcastic remarks he had prepared were stuck in his throat. Suja's disregard made him feel more uncomfortable than any angry response. What's his attitude?" Zhao Feng said to Li Wan. "A poor boy, what's so proud of him?" Li Wan's face didn't look good either. Suja's calmness made her feel a little uneasy. She said to Zhao Feng, "Forget it. Let's not bother with this guy. He's just like that. He's so obsessed with face that he suffers in vain. Let's go in." Zhao Feng snorted coldly. "Okay, let him go today." He also pulled his luggage and walked into the departure hall with Li Wan. Suja did not queue up for security check, nor did he go to the ticket window. He walked to a corner of the hall. He stood still. In his heart, he began to issue instructions to the system. "System, I have arrived at the check-in location. Ding. Check-in location confirmed, countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. In my mind, numbers are jumping second by second." Suja looked at the people coming and going in the hall, and his heart was calm. Zhao Feng and Li Wan were pulling their suitcases and heading towards the security checkpoint. They were just about to pass by the corner where Suja was standing. Zhao Feng saw Suja again. He saw Suja standing there, motionless. The unhappiness in his heart surfaced again. He pulled the suitcase and deliberately walked towards Suja. When passing by Suja, his shoulder bumped into Suja heavily. Suja's body didn't even shake. Zhao Feng himself felt a little pain in his shoulder from being hit. He turned around and glared at Suja, only to find that Suja wasn't even looking at him. He felt even more annoyed, but the queue at the security checkpoint was pushing him forward, so he had no choice but to give up. At this moment, the countdown in Suja's mind returned to 0. Ding! Sign-in successful. A line of golden font appeared on the system panel. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse. Suja's heart beat vigorously. Bugatti Veyron. Even though he knew little about cars in his previous life, he had heard of this name. This is the world's top sports car. Reward description: the vehicle is a global limited edition, valued at approximately 40 million. The vehicle is parked in parking space 01, Area A, at the high-speed rail station VIP parking lot. The car keys and relevant legal documents have been automatically stored in the host's pocket. Vehicle ownership has been legalized through the system, and the information has been entered into the global vehicle management system. The source is clear and can handle any verification. A series of prompts from the system made Suja completely relieved. He felt a sinking sensation in his right trouser pocket. He reached into his pocket. His fingers touched a heavy object. He took the object out. That's a car key. The key has a very special shape, with an EB letter logo on it. Suja clenched the key in his hand. He didn't stay any longer. He turned and headed towards the elevator that led to the parking garage. Zhao Feng, who was queuing at the security check, noticed Suja's actions out of the corner of his eye. "Hey, poor boy." Zhao Feng's voice was very loud. "You've come to the wrong place. The shared bikes are parked in the square outside, not in the parking lot." Li Wan, who was beside him, also said something. "Suja, stop trying to be so arrogant. You'll only make me look down on you even more." Suja stopped walking. He turned around and glanced at them. His eyes were calm as he looked at two strangers who had nothing to do with him. Then he spoke. "Excuse me, my parking space is over there." After saying this, he didn't give them any time to react. He turned around and walked into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, blocking Zhao Feng and Li Wan's sight. Zhao Feng and Li Wan were both stunned. They looked at each other. What did he say just now?" Zhao Feng asked. "He said his parking space is over there." Li Wan replied. "Is he crazy?" Zhao Feng had an expression on his face that looked like he was looking at a fool. He's a broke guy who even has to work part-time to pay for his tuition at Jinhai University. How could he have a car? And why is he parking it in the VIP parking lot? The VIP parking lot is for VIPs sitting in business class or people with special status. The cost of parking the car once is enough for Suja to eat for several days. Okay, I want to see what kind of car he can drive out of it. Zhao Feng's anger was completely ignited. He felt that he was being fooled by Suja. He said to Li Wan, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go over and take a look. Today I'm going to expose his lies and see how he steps down." Li Wan hesitated for a moment and nodded. She also wanted to know what Suja was up to. Zhao Feng left the security check line and walked quickly towards the parking lot elevator. He pressed the down button and soon entered the elevator. Suja took the elevator to the underground parking lot. He followed the sign and walked towards Area A. He saw the sign for parking space 01 in Area A. Then he saw a car. The car was parked quietly in the parking space. The car body is a combination of black and red, with smooth lines and full of power. Even though Suja didn't know much about cars, he could still feel the extraordinary aura emanating from this car. He pressed the unlock button on the key in his hand. The car's headlights came on. A low sound came from the car body. Just then, the door of another elevator opened. Zhao Feng walked out quickly. He saw Suja standing in front of parking space number 01 in Area A at a glance. Then he saw the car too. His footsteps stopped instantly. His eyes suddenly widened. His mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. As a rich second generation, he knows a bit about luxury cars. He recognized the logo of this car at a glance, the world's top supercar brand. Bugatti. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely not. How did this car appear here? Why is Suja standing in front of this car? He must have seen it wrong. Or maybe Suja just happened to be standing there watching the fun. Yes, that must be it. Zhao Feng said this to himself. He was just about to mock Suja, telling him to stop drooling over other people's cars. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Suja, the poor boy in his eyes, calmly reached out and opened the door of the Bugatti Veyron. Then he sat in. Zhao Feng's mind went blank at this moment. He felt like his mind had stopped functioning. The Audi keys in his hand slipped from his fingers. The key fell to the ground with a crisp sound. At this time, Li Wan also walked out of the elevator because he was impatient waiting. She also saw this scene. She saw Zhao Feng standing there in a daze. She saw the top of the line sports car not far away that she had only seen in pictures and videos on her mobile phone. She also saw the familiar figure sitting in the driver's seat of the sports car. Her face turned pale in an instant. The blood color drained from her face. She stared at the car and Su Zhao in it. She felt like her heart was being tightly gripped. Can't breathe. Su Zhao got into the car and closed the door. He found the start button and pressed it. Boom! The roar of the engine instantly filled the entire underground parking lot. Zhao Feng's body trembled at the roar. When he came to his senses, there was only disbelief and endless fear on his face. Su Zhao didn't look at them again. Not even a glance. He put the car in gear and stepped on the accelerator lightly. The black and red Bugatti Veyron drove out of the parking space smoothly and quickly. The car passed by Zhao Feng and Li Wan. Su Zhao's profile was cold and calm. He drove the car and disappeared at the exit of the parking lot. Only Zhao Feng and Li Wan were left dumbfounded, and the shock was beyond control. Li Wan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with a huge thought. That thought is called regret. Chapter 3 This car, my parents can't know yet. The Bugatti Veyron drove out of the underground parking lot and entered the streets of Jinhai City. Su Zhao held the steering wheel, his heartbeat was very stable. He drove the car and merged into the traffic. Drivers of surrounding vehicles slowed down, and some took out their cell phones and pointed them at his car. Pedestrians on the roadside also stopped and raised their mobile phones. Su Zhao ignored the gazes. He was thinking about a very realistic problem. What should he do with this car? He couldn't drive the car home. His home is in an old residential complex with no underground garage, so all cars are parked on the roadside. If the car showed up there, the whole neighborhood would know, and then his parents would know. Su Zhao knew his parents' personalities very well. They were ordinary working-class people who had lived honest and hard-working lives. When they see this car, their first reaction will not be joy, but horror. They would ask about the origin of the car, suspect whether he had done anything illegal, and would be unable to sleep all night because of it. Su Zhao didn't want them to worry about him. So, the car had to be put somewhere, a safe and private place. Just as he was thinking, the system panel in his mind lit up again. Ding! The host's current needs have been detected, and the system supporting services have been enabled. Service content, exclusive garage for the super rich. Service description, the system has matched the host with a private underground garage in Xinghuan Mansion, a top-tier residential complex in the center of Jinhai City. This garage has an independent security system, and the host can enter and exit at any time using a virtual certificate generated by the system. The navigation route has been automatically planned. Do you want to go now? Su Zhao's eyebrows moved. He answered in his heart, go. A navigation arrow appeared in the air before his eyes. He turned the steering wheel and the vehicle moved into another lane. He followed the navigation instructions and traveled through the city. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the gate of the Xinghuan Mansion community. Su Zhao knew that this place was one of the communities with the highest housing prices in Jinhai City. The security guards at the door stood straight, and when the Bugatti Veyron approached, one of them walked over. Ding! The virtual certificate has been sent to the community access control system. Before Su Zhao rolled down the car window, the automatic barriers in the community rose up. The security guard saluted his car. Su Zhao drove the car smoothly into the community. He continued to follow the navigation and entered the underground garage of the community. He quickly found the garage the system had prepared for him. It was a separate enclosed garage with a metal roller door closed. He parked the car in front of the door. Ding! Identity confirmed, garage door opens. The rolling door rose silently. Su Zhao drove the car in. He parked the car, turned off the engine, and the garage door closed automatically. Su Zhao got out of the car, took out his cell phone to call a ride-hailing car, and then walked out of the garage. After he left, all security systems in the garage were automatically activated. He walked out of the gate of Xinghuan Mansion and the online taxi arrived just in time. He opened the car door and got in. The driver asked him, "Where are you going, handsome?" Su Zhao gave his home address, the name of an old community located on the other side of the city. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and started the car. Finally, the taxi drove into a narrow street and stopped at the gate of a residential complex. Suja paid the money and got out of the car. He walked into the community and went up to the apartment building where his home was. He took out his key and opened the door of his house. I'm back. From the kitchen came the sound of the range hood and his mother's voice. Xiaozhe is back, go wash your hands quickly, dinner will be served soon. His father was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper. He looked up and pushed up his glasses. I'm back. Suja changed his shoes and walked into the living room. Mom, what delicious food are you making today? His mother came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food. I went to the market today and saw some fresh fish, so I bought some. She looked at Suja with concern in her eyes. How's it going? How was the conversation with Xiaowan? The air in the living room became quiet for a moment. The father, who was folding newspapers, also stopped. Suja pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. He took a sip of water before speaking. We broke up. His tone was calm. The mother was stunned. Break up? Why? Is there some misunderstanding? His father also put down the newspaper and looked at him. Suja shook his head. There's no misunderstanding. We pursued different things, and we broke up peacefully. He didn't say what Li Wan said, nor did he want to let these things bother his parents. A look of heartache appeared on the mother's face. She walked over and sat down next to Suja. Did Mom say something wrong? Did I not treat Xiaowan well enough when she came home last time? Mom, it's none of your business. It's my problem. Suja said. It's my son's incompetence that can't give her the life she wants. Father stood up, walked to Suja and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, son. My father's hands are very strong. There are plenty of women out there. A true man should build a career before starting a family. Your most important task right now is to study hard at university and acquire skills. Nothing else matters. Yes, your father is right. The mother also echoed. Let's just break up. She's just unlucky. My son is so outstanding, he will definitely find someone better in the future. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. Mom made you your favorite braised fish. She stood up and went back into the kitchen. Suja looked at his parents' backs and felt a warmth in his heart. This is his family, who will support him unconditionally no matter what happens to him. In his previous life, he owed them too much. In this life, he vowed to give them the best life. After dinner, Suja returned to his room. He was lying in bed when his cell phone rang. The caller ID shows Chen Hao. Chen Hao is his high school classmate and best friend. Suja answered the phone. Chen Hao's loud voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Juzi. Holy shit, I just heard Fatty Wang say that you broke up with that gold digger Li Wan? Is that true? Really? Suja replied. Fuck. Good breakup. I've been annoyed with her for a long time. She's always looking over her shoulder, thinking she's so great. It's the right thing to do to break up. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Chen Hao seemed even more excited than Suju on the phone. By the way, have our acceptance letters arrived? Jinhai University, from now on, we can dominate a school again. Yeah, we're here. Suja said. Hey, let me tell you something. Chen Hao lowered his voice a little. Do you still remember Qin Yuma from our class? A figure reading quietly emerged in Suja's mind. She's the class belle who's the top student. She's also a nice person and never loses her temper with anyone. Remember. Suja said. Of course he remembers. Qin Yuma, always ranked first in her grade during her 3 years of high school. She and Li Wan are completely different types of people. Her family is well off, but she never shows off and dresses very casually. Suja remembered that before a mock exam in his senior year of high school, he couldn't figure out a math problem. I asked several people, but no one could explain it clearly. Finally, Qin Yuma took the initiative to come over, picked up his paper, turned to the corresponding knowledge point, and helped him analyze it step by step. Her voice was soft, but her logic was clear. I'm telling you, I heard she also applied to Jinhai University. And it seems she's in the same college as us. Chen Hao's voice brought Suja back to his senses again. Hey, Jizi, your new opportunity has arrived. Qin Yuma is 100 times stronger than Li Wan. This time, you have to take the initiative and seize the opportunity. Don't talk nonsense. Suja said something. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm doing this for your own good. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. My mom is calling me. See you at the start of school. Chen Hao hung up the phone. Suja was lying on the bed, holding his cell phone and looking at the ceiling. He was in a very calm mood. However, he does have a little more anticipation for his upcoming college life. The name Qin Yuma touched him. He closed his eyes and opened the system panel in his mind. On the panel, the new sign-in task is clearly displayed. The location check-in task has been refreshed. Check in at the first cafeteria of Jinhai University. Quest reward? Suja smiled. Li Wan and Zhao Feng were just a small episode he encountered after his rebirth. What they thought was the end was just an insignificant starting point for him. A new life has just begun. University life, business empire, and the girl I once only looked up to. He wants them all in this life. Chapter 4 Hello roommates, my name is Suja, I am a little poor. Crowds of people gathered in front of the gate of Gimhe University. Suja got off the bus and crossed the road. He was carrying a black backpack and had nothing in his hands. Some cars were parked on the roadside, and people got out of the cars and took out boxes and bags from the trunks. The parents talked to their children and the children nodded. Suja walked past them and headed towards the new student registration area. He joined the line and the people in front of him were talking to their families. When it was his turn, he handed over his admission letter and ID card. The senior student in charge of registration took the document and checked the information. Suja, right? Right. School of Economics. The dormitory is in Building 3, Room 402. Here are your campus card and key. The senior student handed him a card and a key. Thanks. Suja took the things and turned to leave. He followed the sign and headed towards dormitory building number 3. He walked up the stairs to the 4th floor. The door of room 402 was open and there were voices talking inside. Suja walked to the door and paused. A boy in a basketball vest sat on a chair and talked to another boy who was making his bed. Zhang Wei, you're too slow. I've already finished. I'm not very good at this. My mom does it at home. The boy named Zhang Wei answered, his voice sounded very honest. There was also a boy sitting by the window with his back to the door. He was wearing headphones, his hands moving on the keyboard, and the game screen was on the screen. Suja walked in. The two people who were talking looked at him. Hello. Suja spoke. Zhang Wei, who was making the bed, stopped what he was doing and smiled. Hello, hello. Are you from this dormitory too? My name is Zhang Wei. My name is Suja. Hello, Suja, please come in. There are 2 beds left, one upper and one lower. Which one do you want? Zhang Wei pointed to the empty bed. Suja took a look and saw that the boy playing computer was sleeping on the lower bunk, and Zhang Wei was sleeping on the upper bunk. The empty beds are the upper bunk opposite Zhang Wei and the lower bunk opposite the boy playing on the computer. I'll sleep on the top bunk. Suja said. He put his backpack under the empty upper bunk. The boy sitting on the chair stood up. He looked Suja up and down. He saw Suja's t-shirt, sneakers, and the backpack on the ground. That's all you brought? He asked. Well, the rest of the stuff will be sent over from home. Suja answered. My name is Lu Kai, and I'm from Jinhai. Lu Kai stretched out his hand. Suja shook his hand. From now on, we are brothers. If you have any problems, especially those on the ground in Jinhai, just come to me directly. I can handle it. Lu Kai patted his chest. Thanks. Suja said. He unzipped his backpack and pulled out a towel and toiletries. Hey man, what's in your bag? It doesn't seem heavy. Lu Kai asked again. Just a few changes of clothes and daily necessities. Suja answered. Lu Kai pointed to the 3 large suitcases neatly placed under his bed. My mom insisted I bring so many things. She said the military training at the university would be tough, so she told me to bring more food and drinks. This box has clothes, this box has shoes, and this box has snacks. By the way, do you want to eat anything? As he spoke, he opened one of the boxes. The boxes were filled with various imported brands of chips, chocolates and biscuits. No, thank you. Zhang Wei waved his hands quickly. I just had a meal, so I'm not hungry now. Suja also said, thank you, I'm not thirsty yet. Lu Kai took out a bag of potato chips and tore it open. You're welcome. We'll be living in the same dormitory from now on. I'm a generous person. He handed the potato chips to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had no choice but to take one. Thank you, Kai. Lu Kai handed the potato chips to Suju again. Suja shook his head. Really? Lu Kai withdrew his hand and started eating himself. He glanced at what Suja was sorting. Suja, are you also from the School of Economics? Me too. We can go to class together later. By the way, what was your score on the college entrance exam? 652. Suja said. Lu Kai paused in eating potato chips. So high? Wouldn't that mean you can go to a better school? I like Jinhai City. Suja's answer was simple. Oh, you have good vision. Jinhai City is a good place, full of opportunities. My dad told me to join his company after graduation. Lu Kai said again. He picked up a watch from the table and put it on his wrist. It's getting late. I have to pick up my girlfriend, who also goes to our school. We've got plans to have dinner together tonight. Zhang Wei looked at the watch. Brother Kai, your watch is really nice. Hey, it's just average. My dad gave it to me to celebrate my admission to university. It's not expensive, just a few tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Kai waved his hand casually. He picked up another cell phone. I'm leaving now. Oh, that. He pointed at his roommate who had been sitting in front of the computer. His name is Zhao Lin, he's a computer geek. He hasn't said a word since we came in. Don't mind me. After saying that, Lu Kai walked out of the dormitory. The dormitory became quiet. The only sound left was the sound of Zhao Lin tapping the keyboard and mouse. Zhang Wei smiled at Suja. Brother Kai is quite enthusiastic. Suja nodded without saying anything. He took out his sheets and prepared to make the bed. Let me help you. Zhang Wei walked over and said. No, I can do it myself. It's okay, both of you hurry up. Zhang Wei is very persistent. He picked up a corner of the bedsheet and together with Suja spread the sheet on the mattress. Suja, where are you from? Zhang Wei asked. It's in Anyang City, not far from here. Oh, I know. It only takes a little over an hour to get there by high-speed rail. My hometown is in the north, and it takes a whole day and a night to get there by train. Zhang Wei said as he helped to arrange the pillows. Didn't your family send you here? No, I came here on my own. Suja answered. You're so independent. My parents sent me to the school gate and insisted on helping me carry my things upstairs. I had to persuade them to go back. Zhang Wei had a look of embarrassment on his face. The two of them quickly made the bed. Suja's bed was very tidy, with nothing extra except bedding and pillows. Zhang Wei looked at his own bed, then at Suju's, and felt that it seemed a little messy. Thank you. Suja said to Zhang Wei. You're welcome. Zhang Wei waved his hand. I'll go clean up again. As he spoke, he picked up the broom in the corner of the dormitory and started sweeping the floor. Suja took out a water cup from his bag and prepared to get some water. He passed by Zhao Lin's seat. Zhao Lin's full attention was on the screen, and intense game sounds came from his headphones. Suja stopped. He saw an empty instant noodle bucket next to Zhao Lin's computer screen. He walked out of the dormitory and went to the bathroom to get some water. When he came back, he saw Zhang Wei still sweeping the floor. The dust on the ground was swept together. Suja took out the few clothes he brought with him and put them in the closet. His wardrobe consisted of only a few t-shirts and 2 pairs of trousers. Lu Kai's wardrobe next door was open, filled with all kinds of clothes with trademarks. Suja closed his cabinet door. He sat in his chair and took a sip of water. He looked at the small space. This will be where he will live for the next 4 years. In his previous life, he also lived in this dormitory. Lu Kai's show-off, Zhang Wei's simplicity, Zhao Lin's calmness, everything is the same as in my memory. However, at that time, facing Lu Kai's show-off, he felt inferior and envious. But now, he felt only peace in his heart. He took out his cell phone and took a look at it. There is no new message above. Shenhao should have arrived at school as well, but I don't know which dormitory he is in. He opened the banking app and took a look at his balance. A long string of numbers. Then he closed the software. This money cannot be made known to anyone now. He stood up and walked to Zhao Lin's side. Zhao Lin's game just ended after one round. He took off his headphones, rubbed his eyes, and prepared to get some water. He turned around and saw Suja standing behind him. "What's up?" Zhao Lin asked, his voice a little hoarse. "Hello, my name is Suja, your new roommate," Suja said. Zhao Lin glanced at him and nodded. Zhao Lin. His self-introduction was brief. "Since you didn't drink any water, I brought you a cup." Suja placed the water he had just collected in a disposable cup on Zhao Lin's desk. Zhao Lin was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the water cup on the table, then at Suja. "Thank you," he said. Then he picked up the cup and took a sip. Suja returned to his seat. He knew that dealing with someone like Zhao Lin didn't require too many words. A simple action is more effective than 100 words. The dormitory door was pushed open and Lu Kai came back. He was carrying 2 bags in his hands. "My girlfriend insisted on buying milk tea, so she brought some for you too. Zhang Wei, Suja, come and get it." He put the bag on the table. "Zhao Lin, yours." Lu Kai put a cup of milk tea on Zhao Lin's table. Zhao Lin said thank you without even raising his head. Zhang Wei walked over happily. "Thank you, Brother Kai, you are so kind." "You're welcome," I said. Lu Kai handed the other cup to Suja. Suja took it. "Thanks. By the way, the class group has been set up. I'll add you all in. The counselor will have a class meeting tonight, so don't forget," Lu Kai said while operating his mobile phone. Soon, Suja's phone vibrated and he was pulled into a WeChat group. The group name is A Family of Class 2, School of Economics. Suja looked at the group name and felt it was somewhat strange and yet somewhat familiar. Chapter 5 Encounter in the Cafeteria, Reward of 100 million? The class meeting ended and the counselor left the classroom. The students stood up in 2s and 3s and talked to each other. Lu Kai walked to Suja and Zhang Wei. "Let's go eat. I know a restaurant outside the school that's delicious." Zhang Wei touched his belly. "I'm a little hungry. But isn't it expensive to eat out?" "Hey, what are you afraid of? It's my treat on the first day," Lu Kai said, patting his chest. He looked at Suja. "Suja, let's go together?" Suja shook his head. "You guys go ahead, I want to go to the cafeteria." Lu Kai glanced at him. "What's so good about the cafeteria?" "It's all big pot meals." "Okay, let's go first." Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and a few other classmates they just met walked out of the classroom together. Suja didn't move. In his mind, the system's task panel was very clear. Location sign in task, sign in at the first cafeteria of Gimhe University. He has to go to the first cafeteria. He sat in the classroom for a while, and only stood up when most people had left. He walked out of the teaching building. It was getting dark and the street lights on campus were on. He followed the signs and walked towards the first cafeteria. There were many students on the road like him, who had just finished class and were going to eat. Some were talking on the phone, others were chatting and laughing with their companions. Suja walked through them. He walked into the door of the first cafeteria. There was a smell of mixed food. The cafeteria was brightly lit. The space is huge, with hundreds of dining tables and chairs. Most of the seats were occupied. Students carried their food trays and looked for empty seats. There was a queue in front of the food window. Suja walked to the back of the team. He looked at the dishes in the window in front of him. There are braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and mapo tofu. He waited in line for a while, and the line slowly moved forward. When it was his turn, he pointed at 2 dishes. One this, one that. The auntie who served the food used a spoon to scoop the food for him and put it on the plate. "Cook the rice yourself over there." "Good." Suja carried the plate and walked to the place where rice was served. He picked up the rice spoon and served himself some rice. Then he walked towards the area where he could pay by card. Just then, a figure appeared in his sight. In the window next door, a girl was standing there. Suja recognized her. Shin Yuma. She was wearing a white t-shirt and had her hair tied back. She is the same as she was in high school. She also seemed to be in trouble. She placed a campus card on the sensor area. The machine made a beep. Ding. Insufficient balance. An electronically synthesized voice came from the machine. The aunt in the cafeteria looked at her. Classmate, there's not enough money. Shin Yuma took out the card and put it back in to try again. Ding. Insufficient balance. The sound is still the same. There were 3 or 4 people lined up behind her. The people at the back stretched their heads to look forward. Shin Yuma's cheek twitched. She held her campus card in her hand. She began to search her trouser pockets. She took out a few banknotes and coins from her pocket. She counted. She said to the cafeteria aunt, "Auntie, I don't seem to have enough cash. Can I?" She didn't finish her words. Suja walked out of his teen with his own plate. He walked to Shin Yuma's side. He handed over his campus card. "Classmate, use mine first." His voice was calm. Shin Yuma turned her head. She saw Suja. There was surprise in her eyes. "Suja?" Suja nodded. Shin Yuma looked at the campus card in his hand, then looked at him again. This is so embarrassing." "It's okay, hurry up and swipe, there are people queuing behind you," Suja said. The students queuing behind urged. "Hurry up, are you going to buy it or not?" Shin Yuma no longer hesitated. She took Suja's card and said to the cafeteria aunt, "Auntie, please." She placed Suja's card in the sensing area. Drop. The machine made a sound indicating successful payment. "Thanks." Shin Yuma returned the card to Suja. "Mine too." Suja handed the card to his aunt and paid for his plate. Shin Yuma was standing by with a tray of food, waiting for him. After paying, Suja took his card back. "Let's go," he said to Shin Yuma. The two of them carried their plates and began to look for a seat. There are a lot of people in the cafeteria and few empty seats. They walked past the rows of dining tables. "There's a spot over here." Shin Yuma found an empty seat first. It was a table for 4, with 2 empty seats. They walked over and put the plates on the table. The two sat down facing each other. "Thank you so much today." Shin Yuma spoke, her voice was very soft. "It's just a piece of cake." Suja picked up the chopsticks and started eating. "I didn't expect to see you here. Are you from the School of Economics as well?" Shin Yuma asked. "Yes, economics class 2. What a coincidence, I'm also in class 2. A slight smile appeared on Shin Yuma's face. "I didn't seem to see you during the class meeting just now." "I'll sit in the back," Suja answered. "My name is Shin Yuma," she said. "I know, we were high school classmates," Suja said. "Do you remember me?" Shin Yuma was a little surprised. "You have excellent grades and always rank first in the grade." What Suja said was true. Shin Yuma smiled and didn't respond. She lowered her head and started eating. There was silence between the two of them for a moment. There was only the sound of chopsticks hitting the plate. I'll transfer the meal money to you later." "What's your phone number?" "I'll add you on WeChat." Shin Yuma broke the silence. "No, it's not much," Suja said. "No, you must give it to me." Shin Yuma was very persistent. "Otherwise I'd feel bad." Suja looked at her. He took out his mobile phone and clicked on the WeChat QR code. Shin Yuma also took out his cell phone and scanned it. The Add Friend interface popped up on the phone. Her WeChat name is UMO. Suja clicked yes. "All right," he said. Shin Yuma immediately used his mobile phone to transfer money to him. "It's turned over, please collect it." Suja's phone vibrated. He took a look and clicked to collect the payment. "Thanks," he said. "I should be the one thanking you," Shin Yuma said. She ate quickly and quietly. It didn't take long for her to finish eating. "I'm done eating, take your time," She stood up and picked up her plate. Suja responded. Shin Yuma carried the plate and walked towards the tableware recycling area. Suja looked at her back. He continued to eat his meal. His appetite is a little bigger than before, which should be the effect of the physical strengthening fluid. He finished all the food on his plate. He looked around and saw that there were fewer people in the cafeteria than before. He picked up the plate and walked towards the recycling area. He put down his plate and walked to the center of the cafeteria. This is the intersection of several rows of dining tables, with people coming and going. He stopped. He said to the system in his heart, "Sign in." In his mind, the system panel lit up. Ding! The host has been detected to have arrived at the designated location, Jinhai University First Canteen. The sign-in conditions have been met. Do you want to sign in immediately? Yes. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, 100 million in cash. Reward description: funds have been remitted in batches to the host's designated bank account under the name of a global legal investment company under the system. All fund sources are clear, and tax issues have been perfectly handled by the system. The host can use it with confidence. Suja's cell phone vibrated several times in his pocket. He took out his cell phone. A series of bank text message notifications appeared on the screen. Each one of them represents a huge amount of income. He opened the bank's mobile app. He entered the password and logged in. In the balance column, the number has changed. The original 10 million has now become 110 million. He looked at the number. He looked at it for a while. Then he locked his phone and put it back in his pocket. There was no expression on his face. He turned and walked out of the cafeteria. For him, this 100 million is not a number to be squandered. This was the first and most important startup capital for him to build his own business empire. With this money, he can start to make up for the many regrets of his previous life. He walked out of the cafeteria, the evening breeze blowing on his face. He took a deep breath. College life has officially begun. Chapter 6 Li Wan, how could he not be sad at all? On the campus path under the night sky, Li Wan held Zhao Feng's arm. Often, where are we going to eat? I'm a little hungry. Li Wan's voice had a hint of coquettishness. Zhao Feng glanced at his phone. I've booked a table at Yuting Xian, the restaurant outside the school. Their food is pretty good. That one is very expensive, right? It's okay, it's just a meal, it doesn't cost much. My dad just gave me living expenses this month. Zhao Feng patted Li Wan's waist lightly. Unlike some people, a single meal might cost him half a month's living expenses. Li Wan knew he was talking about Suja. The corners of her mouth moved, but she didn't say anything. Come to think of it, that Suja is also from our school. But with his score, he can only be admitted to the worst major. Zhao Feng continued. Don't mention him. Li Wan's tone was a little impatient. Okay, let's not mention him. He'll spoil the fun. Zhao Feng immediately changed his tone. Our Xiao Wan is now my Zhao Feng's girlfriend. She has a bright future ahead of her. She is no longer from the same world as him. As they talked, they walked towards the school gate. When passing the entrance of the first cafeteria, Li Wan paused. She subconsciously glanced into the cafeteria. There were shadows moving around in the cafeteria and the lights were bright. What are you looking at? Zhao Feng asked. Nothing, just looking around. Li Wan withdrew his gaze. She didn't know why she looked subconsciously. Perhaps, she wanted to see if Suja was inside. She imagined Suja sitting alone in the corner of the cafeteria, eating the cheapest meal. His face should be lonely and painful. The breakup must have been a huge blow to him. Thinking of this, Li Wan felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. This proved that her choice was right and that it was wise for her to leave him. Let's go. Stop looking. What's so good about the food in the cafeteria? Zhao Feng pulled her forward. They walked to the school gate and entered the restaurant called Yuetingxuan. The decoration in the restaurant is very elegant. The waiter led them to a seat by the window. Zhao Feng ordered a few dishes skillfully. Another bottle of red wine, he said to the waiter. The food came out quickly. Zhao Feng poured Li Wan a glass of red wine. Come on, Xiao Wan, congratulations on getting into our ideal universities. Li Wan raised his glass and clinked it with his. Offing, you are so nice. I'm good to you, that's what I should do. Zhao Feng took a sip of wine. By the way, I heard from my dad that he recently met a big boss in investment, he's very powerful. After we graduate, maybe we can go to his company for an internship. Really? Li Wan's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Zhao Feng said. Follow me, and I promise you'll be able to live the life you want in the future. Li Wan's heart is full of longing for the future. She felt that breaking up with Suja was the best decision she had ever made in her life. As she was thinking, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. Several people walked in. It's Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and others. Lu Kai saw Zhao Feng and Li Wan sitting by the window at a glance. Zhao Feng also saw them. Hey, isn't this Lu Kai? Zhao Feng stood up. He and Lu Kai were high school classmates, but their relationship was average. Zhao Feng? What a coincidence, you're eating here too. Lu Kai walked over. He glanced at Li Wan. Is this my sister-in-law? My girlfriend, Li Wan. Zhao Feng introduced. Li Wan also stood up and smiled at Lu Kai and the others. Hello. Hello, hello. Lu Kai's gaze stayed on Li Wan for a few seconds. Great, Zhao Feng, you found such a beautiful girlfriend. That's it. Zhao Feng looked very proud. Zhang Wei and several other classmates stood by without saying a word. You guys are coming to eat too? How about sharing a table? Zhao Feng invited politely. No, there are many of us, so we won't disturb your world of two. Lu Kai waved his hand. Waiter, please give us a bigger private room. He said to the waiter. Just then, Lu Kai's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Suja. Where are you eating? I'll come find you. Lu Kai was stunned for a moment. He just posted the dining location in the class group. He didn't expect Suja to come over on his own initiative. Suja is coming over. Lu Kai said to Zhang Wei and others. Really? That's great. Zhang Wei seemed very happy. Zhao Feng heard the name Suja. His eyebrows raised. Which Suja? Who else could it be? The guy in our dorm. Lu Kai replied. He glanced at Li Wan. Li Wan's expression was a little unnatural. Zhao Feng understood immediately. It turned out to be that poor boy. He sneered in his heart. It just so happens that he's here. I'll introduce you to him. Zhao Feng said to Lu Kai. Let him see what life is all about. Lu Kai understood the meaning of Zhao Feng's words. He smiled and said nothing. Not long after, Suja walked into the restaurant. He was wearing the same clothes as in the afternoon, a t-shirt and jeans. As soon as he came in, he saw Lu Kai and others standing there. He also saw Zhao Feng sitting at the table, and Li Wan beside Zhao Feng. He walked straight ahead without stopping. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Suja. The distraught look she expected did not appear. Suja's expression was calm, and his eyes were also calm. It was like he was seeing a stranger. This kind of calmness made Li Wan feel very uncomfortable. She felt that he shouldn't be like this. He should be sad, should be in pain, and should even come up and question her. But he didn't. He just walked over calmly. Suja, you're here. Lu Kai greeted him. Suja nodded. Zhao Feng stood up and stood in front of Suja. He stretched out his hand. Suja, right? My name is Zhao Feng, Li Wan's boyfriend. He deliberately emphasized the word boyfriend. Suja glanced at him and didn't shake hands with him. We know each other, he said. They met at the door of the cafe in the afternoon. Zhao Feng's hand stopped in mid-air, feeling a little embarrassed. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Oh, yes, I forgot. Look at my memory. He pretended to pat his head. Since you're here, let's sit down and eat. It's my treat. Zhao Feng pointed to his and Li Wan's table. No, I'm with my roommate. Suja refused. He looked at Lu Kai. Have you reserved a seat? It's booked, a private room. Lu Kai said. Then let's go. Suja said to them. From beginning to end, he never looked at Li Wan again. It's like she is a transparent person. Li Wan sat there, his fingers tightly gripping the cup. She doesn't understand. Why can Suja be so calm? Didn't the breakup have any effect on him at all? Doesn't the relationship between them for several years mean nothing to him? An indescribable feeling of irritation and loss surged into her heart. Zhao Feng's expression also looked very ugly. Suja's disregard made him feel like a clown. He couldn't utter a single word of the boasting and sarcasm he had prepared. He felt like he had punched cotton. Suja! He couldn't help but call out to him. Suja stopped and turned around. What's up? His tone was as if he was asking an irrelevant person. Nothing. Zhao Feng looked into Suja's calm eyes and finally swallowed his words. He couldn't find any point to attack. Suja turned around and walked into the private room with Lu Kai and the others. The door to the private room closed. Silence returned to the restaurant. Zhao Feng sat back in his seat, picked up the wineglass, and drank the wine in it. A poor boy, why should he pretend? He cursed under his breath. Li Wan sat opposite without saying a word. She looked at the exquisite dishes in front of her and suddenly lost her appetite. All she could think of was Suja's calm look just now. That look made her feel more uncomfortable than any accusation or abuse. For the first time, she began to doubt. Is it really the right decision to give up Suja and choose Zhao Feng? In the private room, Lu Kai is ordering food. Suja, what would you like to eat? You guys order whatever you want, I can handle anything. Suja sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Zhang Wei sat next to him. Suja, you just saw Li Wan, are you okay? He asked in a low voice. He knew about Suja and Li Wan. What can I do? Suja took a sip of tea and asked him back. Oh, that's good. Zhang Wei felt relieved when he saw that Suja did not look like he was in trouble. After Lu Kai ordered the dishes, he handed the menu to the waiter. He said to Suja, I didn't expect you knew Zhao Feng and Li Wan. It's a small world. High school classmate. Suja answered simply. Let me tell you, Zhao Feng is just a pretentious guy. His family is a little wealthy, but not as wealthy as he boasts. Lu Kai obviously knew something about Zhao Feng. His girlfriend, Li Wan, looks pretty, but she feels a little. Lu Kai thought about it and didn't know what words to use. A bit arrogant. A classmate next to him took over. Yes, that's the word. Lu Kai agreed. Suja did not participate in their discussion. He just drank his tea quietly. To him, Li Wan and Zhao Feng were already a thing of the past. What he has to consider now is the future. He looked out the window. The night view of Gimhe City is brightly lit. A new world is unfolding before him. His life will no longer be controlled by anyone. Chapter 7 Military Training. Who is that physical monster? The next morning, the assembly whistle sounded throughout the dormitory area. Suja opened his eyes. In the dormitory, Lu Kai and Zhang Wei were still asleep. Zhao Lin was no longer in bed. Suja glanced at the time and saw that there were still 20 minutes before the gathering. He quickly got up and put on the camouflage uniform issued to him. He went to the bathroom to wash up, moving very quietly. By the time he had packed everything and walked out of the dormitory building, it was still dark. There were already some people standing on the playground. Suja found his class's seat and stood in line. Not long after, Lu Kai and Zhang Wei came running over with sleepy eyes. Damn, I'm almost late. Lu Kai complained while adjusting his hat. It's all my fault for playing games too late last night. Zhang Wei was also gasping for breath beside him. The counselor and instructor came over. The instructor was a dark-skinned man, not tall but very strong. His eyes were serious. Everyone, stand at attention. His voice is loud. Everyone stood up straight immediately. My name is Zhou Qiang, and I'll be your instructor for the next 2 weeks. In my training, there are no excuses, no special treatment, just obey orders. Zhou Chang's eyes swept over everyone. Do you understand? Understood. The responses were scattered. Haven't you eaten yet? Speak louder. Zhou Qiang roared. Understood. This time, the sound was much more orderly. Very good. Now, start by standing at attention. Zhou Qiang issued the first order. Everyone followed the instructions, holding their heads and chests high, and keeping their hands close to their trouser seams. Time passes by every second. The sun rose from behind the clouds. The sun began to shine on the playground. Some students' bodies began to sway. Someone was secretly moving his fingers or adjusting the position of his feet. Zhou Qiang walked back and forth in the team. Who's moving? Stand still. His voice rang out from time to time. Suja stood very steadily. His body was like a pine tree nailed to the ground. The effect of the physical strengthening fluid was revealed at this moment. He didn't feel tired, and even felt that there was endless energy in his body. His breathing was steady and his heart rate remained constant. He could clearly hear the heavy breathing of his classmates around him. Zhang Wei was standing next to him. Sweat had soaked Zhang Wei's back. His legs were trembling slightly. Lu Kai stood on the other side, his face a little pale. An hour passed. Rest here for 10 minutes. Zhou Qiang finally gave the order. As soon as the order came out, most people collapsed to the ground. Oh my god, my legs don't even belong to me anymore. Lu Kai rubbed his calf and groaned. Zhang Wei also sat down next to Suja, breathing heavily. Suja, aren't you tired? I see you're standing very steadily. Zhang Wei asked. Good. Suja answered. He certainly didn't feel tired. He just felt a little bored. The break was over soon. The next training item is cue practice. March in step, goose step, and jog. Zhou Qiang has very strict requirements on movements. Arms up. Legs out. Keep up with the people in front. Throughout the morning, the playground was echoed with the instructor's slogans and the students' heavy footsteps. In the afternoon, the sun became even hotter. The training program became a 5-kilometer long distance run. Everyone, run around the playground 12 times. If you don't finish, you won't be allowed to eat. Zhou Qiang gave the order. The team began to move on the runway. At the beginning, everyone was able to maintain formation. After running 2 laps, the team began to lengthen. Some students who were not physically strong slowed down significantly. Lu Kai ran in front of Suja. He looked back as he ran. Suja, can you do it? You don't seem to exercise much. Fine. Suja's answer was still very simple. His breathing was even and his steps were steady. He didn't feel any discomfort. He was just running to the rhythm of the team. When he reached the 5th lap, Lu Kai slowed down. His breathing became heavy and sweat ran down his cheeks. Suja ran past him. Hey, you, slow down. Lu Kai spoke intermittently. Suju ignored him and continued to maintain his speed. He surpassed several classmates again. By the 8th lap, the team had completely dispersed. Running in the front were a few athletes. Suja followed behind them, neither hurried nor slow. At the edge of the playground, several girls stopped because they were exhausted. The staff in the infirmary helped them to the side to rest. Li Wan was among them. She sat in the shade of a tree and watched the people on the track. Her eyes searched the crowd. She soon saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was running very hard and was already far behind the main group. Then, she saw Suja. Suja's figure is very conspicuous. Because when everyone looked in pain, only his expression was calm. There was no trace of confusion in his steps, like a precise machine. He easily surpassed Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng seemed to want to catch up with him, but gave up after running 2 steps. That strange feeling surged in Li Wan's heart again. This Suja was completely different from the Suja she had in mind. In the past, Suja's sports performance was very average. I would be out of breath after running 1,000 meters. Now, how did he become so powerful? The last lap. The athletes running in the front began to sprint. Suja also began to speed up. He increased his speed very quickly. His legs burst out with powerful strength. He surpassed those athletes one by one. He crossed the finish line first. He paused, his breathing only slightly faster. There is even little sweat on the face. Everyone looked at him in shock, including instructor Zhou Qiang. There was admiration in Zhou Chang's eyes. Good boy, you have good stamina. He walked up to Suja and patted his shoulder. Have you practiced before? No. Suja answered. Zhou Qiang didn't ask any more questions. He knew that some people were born with better physical abilities. Some people finished the whole course one after another. Lu Kai was one of the last few to arrive. As soon as he crossed the finish line, he lay down on the ground. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die, he said breathlessly. Zhang Wei also finished running. He held his knees and his face was pale. He walked over to Suja. Suja, are you a monster? He asked intermittently. Suja smiled and handed him a bottle of water. Have some water. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the team. A boy swayed a few times on the track and then fell straight down. He is a classmate of Zhang Wei. He had heat stroke. Medical staff rushed over immediately. Is anyone else feeling unwell? Zhou Qiang asked loudly. A few more people raised their hands. Lu Kai is one of them. He lay on the ground, his face pale and his lips chapped. Instructor, I feel dizzy. Help him get to the infirmary. Zhou Qiang said to the classmate next to him. The intensity of today's training is obviously beyond the tolerance of many people. Suja watched the scene without saying anything. He remembered his military training in his previous life. At that time, he was no different from Lu Kai and Zhang Wei now. Every day's training was a torture for him. And now, these are like warm-up exercises for him. Everyone, dismiss. Go back and get some rest. We'll reconvene after dinner. Zhou Qiang gave the order. The crowd dispersed immediately. Suja and Zhang Wei walked towards the dormitory together. Suja, you are so amazing. Zhang Wei's strength had recovered a little, and he exclaimed sincerely. I've never seen anyone run a 5K like it was a piece of cake. Maybe I have better endurance. Suja made up a random excuse. They returned to the dormitory. Zhao Lin was still facing the computer. The dormitory was filled with the smell of instant noodles. Zhao Lin, aren't you going to training? Zhang Wei asked. Zhao Lin didn't even turn his head. I'm on leave. His voice came from the headphones. Zhang Wei wanted to say something but was stopped by Suja. Suja shook his head at him. He knew that Zhao Lin had forged a sick leave note for himself through some technical means. There's no need to talk about this kind of thing. Suja went to take a shower. When I came out, Zhang Wei was packing his things. Suja saw that there was a very old wallet on Zhang Wei's desk. The wallet's zipper was open, and there were only a few coins and a bank card inside. There was a trace of worry on Zhang Wei's face. Suja knew that Zhang Wei's family conditions were not good. He knew about this in his previous life. In his previous life, Zhang Wei almost dropped out of school because of tuition issues. It was his classmates who pooled money to help him through the difficult times. Suja's heart moved. He remembered the balance of more than 100 million in his bank card. He felt that he should do something. He is not a saint and will not help everyone. But he is willing to lend a helping hand to those around him, especially kind and simple friends like Zhang Wei. After dinner, everyone gathered in the playground again. The evening training consisted of some simple drills and military song exercises. After the training, Suja returned to the dormitory. He lay on the bed and took out his cell phone. He sent a WeChat message to Chen Hao. What are you doing? Chen Hao replied quickly. What else can I do? I'm exhausted. Jizi, is your instructor a pervert? Our instructor is simply not human. Suja smiled. Almost. He asked again. Qin Yuma, is she in your class? Yes. What, have you figured it out and are ready to take action? Chen Hao sent a smirking expression. Just asking. Don't pretend. I'm telling you, the chances are great. During training today, several boys tried to show her their affection, offering her water and such, but she ignored them all. I feel like she's indifferent to everyone. Suja looked at the message and did not reply. He closed his eyes. He knew that Qin Yuma was not aloof. She just hasn't met the person who can make her open her heart. Chapter 8 Classmate, I will help you pay the tuition first. The days of military training passed one by one. Every day we repeat the same routine of standing at attention, marching in formation, and running. For most students, this is torture. This was easy for Suja. He is full of energy every day and the training programs are not difficult for him. His performance made instructor Zhou Qiang appreciate him more and more. It also made his classmates admire him more and more. Lu Kai had heatstroke and rested for 2 days. He became much more obedient after he came back. He no longer showed off, nor did he look down on Suja. After witnessing Suja's inhuman physical strength, his attitude towards Suja changed 180 degrees. He began to talk to Suja actively, and sometimes even offered Suja water. Suja's attitude towards him was the same as before, neither close nor distant. During the break that day, Suja saw Zhang Wei sitting alone on the steps beside the playground. His head was buried in his knees and his shoulders were twitching slightly. Suja walked over and sat down beside him. He didn't speak. After a while, Zhang Wei raised his head. His eyes are red. Suja. His voice was a little hoarse. Suja responded. I might drop out of school. Zhang Wei's voice was low, with a hint of despair. Why? Suja asked. My dad was working on a construction site a few days ago and fell off a scaffold. His leg was broken. Zhang Wei's voice choked. All the money in the family was used for his surgery. My mom just called and said she might not be able to raise enough money for the tuition and living expenses for the second half of the semester. As he spoke, tears began to flow again. Man, don't cry. Suja handed him a tissue. Doesn't the school have student loans and scholarships? I've asked my counselor. The application period for student loans has passed, so I have to wait until next year. Scholarships depend on grades, and I have no idea right now. Zhang Wei wiped away his tears. I don't want my parents to worry about me anymore. They're already working hard enough. Suja looked at him. He saw the helplessness and struggle on Zhang Wei's face. He also saw himself in his previous life. In his previous life, his father was ill and his family was in the same predicament. At that time, he felt just as helpless and desperate as Zhang Wei does now. He patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Don't think too much, there will always be a way to solve the problem. He said. What can I do? Zhang Wei shook his head. Finish your military training first. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Suja's voice was calm, but carried a convincing power. Zhang Wei looked at him and nodded. For the next few days, Zhang Wei was in a very low mood. During training, he was always distracted and almost made mistakes several times. Suja saw it but didn't say much. The last day of military training is the military parade. All freshman teams must walk past the rostrum and receive inspection from school leaders. Because of his outstanding performance, Suja was appointed as the leader of the Economics Class 2 team by instructor Zhou Qiang. He walked at the front of the team. As their team walked past the rostrum, Suja heard their class being called out on the radio. His steps are powerful and his movements are standard. The team behind him also marched in an orderly manner. After the military parade, the 2-week military training officially came to an end. Before disbanding the team, Zhou Qiang gathered everyone together. Half a month is a short time, but it's nice to meet you guys. For the first time, a smile appeared on Zhou Qiang's face. Suja, step out. He shouted. Suja walked out of the team. You, boy, are the most physically fit recruit I've ever led. You're a good candidate for the military. Are you interested in considering it? Little Tiger BOT document anti-piracy, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. Zhou Qiang looked at Suja with admiration in his eyes. Thank you, instructor. I don't have that idea yet. Suja answered. Okay, everyone has their own aspirations. If you have any troubles at school in the future, you can come to me. Zhou Qiang patted his shoulder. Yes, instructor. The team disbanded. Many people gathered around to take photos with the instructor. Suja didn't go. He found Zhang Wei. Let's have dinner together tonight. He said to Zhang Wei. I don't have much appetite. Zhang Wei's mood was still low. Let's invite Lu Kai and Zhao Lin. This is the first official dinner for the 4 of us in the dormitory. Suja insisted. Zhang Wei had no choice but to nod. In the evening, Suja found an ordinary home-style restaurant near the school. He called Lu Kai and Zhao Lin out as well. This was the first time the four of them in the dormitory sat together to eat. Lu Kai seemed very happy. I'm finally through. Damn, I feel like I've shed a layer of skin in the past half month. He picked up the cup. Come on, let's celebrate the end of our military training. Cheers. The four of them clinked their glasses. It was rare for Zhao Lin not to play with his cell phone. He took a sip of his drink. Zhang Wei was still in a very low mood and he just ate his meal in silence. Zhang Wei, what's wrong with you? You seem depressed these days. Lu Kai noticed Zhang Wei's abnormality. Zhang Wei shook his head. Nothing. Suja glanced at Zhang Wei, then said to Lu Kai and Zhao Lin. I have something to ask for your help. What is it? Tell me. Lu Kai said immediately. Zhao Lin also looked at him. Something happened at Zhang Wei's home, so he might have trouble paying for the second half of the semester. Suja said it directly. Zhang Wei was stunned. He didn't expect Suja to say it in public. Suja, you. He wanted to stop him, but Suja shook his head at him. Lu Kai and Zhao Lin both looked at Zhang Wei. The smile on Lu Kai's face disappeared. Is it true? How much difference? He asked. I. Zhang Wei was speechless. About 10,000 yuan. Suja answered for him. 10,000 yuan is not even a drop in the bucket for Suja now. But he couldn't give it to Zhang Wei directly. He had to use a method that Zhang Wei could accept. Lu Kai was silent for a moment. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount of money for him. It's probably his living expenses for 2 months. Let's do this. Lu Kai spoke. I have some private money here, I can give you 3,000. Consider it a loan from me, no need to rush to pay it back. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone. Zhao Lin remained silent. He also took out his cell phone and operated it a few times. Then he said to Zhang Wei. I have 5,000 in my card, I'll lend it to you too. Zhang Wei was completely stunned. He looked at Lu Kai and then at Zhao Lin. He didn't expect that Lu Kai, who usually seemed to be a bit of a show-off, and Zhao Lin, who was addicted to games, would be willing to help him. I can't take your money. His voice was trembling. Take it. We're just roommates. Why are you saying this? Lu Kai transferred the money. Zhao Lin also transferred the money. The password is your birthday. Zhao Lin said to him. Zhang Wei's eyes turned red again. He still had a shortfall of 2,000. Suja took out his cell phone. I have a little here too, that should be enough. He said. He transferred 2,000 yuan to Zhang Wei. He knew that Zhang Wei would be more receptive this way. This was help from roommates, not charity from one person. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Wei stood up and bowed deeply to the three of them. Okay, sit down and eat. Lu Kai pulled him back to his seat. The atmosphere became very harmonious after the meal. Zhang Wei's heart knot was untied, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. After dinner, they walked back to the dormitory together. On the way, Lu Kai said to Suja. Suja, I was wrong before. I looked down on you. I apologize to you. It's okay, it's all over. Suja said. From now on you are my big brother. If you have any questions, just tell me. Lu Kai said, patting his chest. Suja smiled. Back in the dormitory, Suja waited until they were all asleep. He took out his cell phone and transferred another 10,000 yuan to Zhang Wei's bank card. He checked the school system and found out the bank card number associated with Zhang Wei's meal card. Then he sent a text message to Zhang Wei using an anonymous number. Hello, Zhang Wei. Given your excellent academic performance and financial difficulties, the university's Financial Aid Foundation has approved your scholarship of 10,000 yuan. We hope you will study hard and contribute to society. Jinhai University Financial Aid Office. After doing all this, he deleted all the records. He lay in bed, feeling very calm. He knew that this 10,000 yuan was more than just money to Zhang Wei. This is hope and dignity. The next morning, when Suja woke up, he saw Zhang Wei sitting on the bed, looking at his phone and crying silently. But this time, they were tears of joy. When he saw Suja wake up, he immediately wiped away his tears. Suja, look. He handed the phone to Suja. Suja took a look at the text message. Congratulations, he said. That's great, that's great. I have to return the money to you right away. As Zhang Wei spoke, he was about to operate his mobile phone. No rush. Suja held his hand. This is the money the school gave you, so just use it with confidence. It's not too late to pay us back when you get a job and have the ability to pay us back. Lu Kai also woke up. That's right. The most important thing now is to study hard and not let the school down. Zhang Wei looked at them and nodded heavily. I will. A small problem was solved just like that. Suja knew that he had changed Zhang Wei's fate. At least, that is the fate of the 4 years of college. And this is just the beginning for him. He still has a lot to change. Chapter 9 Qin Yuma's active invitation. The day after the military training ended, university courses officially began. Suja's life became regular. Get up in the morning, go to the cafeteria to eat, and then go to the classroom for class. When he has no classes in the afternoon, he goes to the library to read. He did not read books related to his major, but rather books about business management, financial investment, and marketing. This knowledge prepared him to build his own business empire. That afternoon, he was sitting by the window in the library reading a book. The sunlight shines through the glass onto the side of his face. He watched intently. A figure sat down opposite him. Suja didn't look up. He thought it was a classmate looking for a seat. Suja. A soft voice sounded. Suja raised his head. He saw Qin Yuma. She was wearing a light blue dress and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She wore no makeup, but had fair skin. What's up? Suja asked. Nothing, just saw you here and came over to say hello. Qin Yuma had a faint smile on her face. Can I sit here? Can. Suja nodded and turned his gaze back to the book. Qin Yuma took out a book and a notebook from her bag. She also began to read quietly. The library was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of turning pages. The two of them just looked at their own books and didn't talk anymore. After about an hour, Suja closed the book. He is ready to leave. Are you leaving? Qin Yuma asked. Yeah, something. That. Qin Yuma seemed a little hesitant. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened in the cafeteria last time. And during military training, I saw you helping classmates several times. She said. It's just a small matter. Suja said. It's not a small thing for me. To express my gratitude, I'd like to buy you a cup of milk tea, is that okay? Qin Yuma looked at him with sincere eyes. Suja thought about it. Good. He agreed. The two walked out of the library together. The milk tea shop on campus is not far from the library. They walked in. There were not many people in the store, and a few students were chatting. What would you like to drink? Qin Yuma asked. Same as you. Suja said. Qin Yuma ordered 2 cups of signature pearl milk tea. They found a seat by the window. I heard from Chen how that you went to work during the summer after you graduated from high school. Qin Yuma spoke first. Well, experience life. Suja answered. Chen Hao is his good friend and Qin Yuma's high school classmate. He knew that Chen Hao would definitely tell Qin Yuma about his own affairs. You seem different from when you were in high school. Qin Yuma looked at him. What's the difference? I can't really put it into words. I feel more mature and more calm. Qin Yuma pondered over his words. People change all the time. Suja said. The milk tea is ready and the waiter brings it over. They each picked up a straw and inserted it into the cup. By the way, you and Li Wan. Qin Yuma asked halfway, then felt that the question was a bit abrupt, so he stopped. We broke up. Suja said it calmly. He knew what Qin Yuma wanted to ask. Qin Yuma was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Suja to answer so directly. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. It's okay, it's all over. Suja took a sip of milk tea. It tastes very sweet. I heard from others that it's because she thinks your family is not well off? Qin Yuma still asked. She felt a little regretful after asking. That's one of the reasons. Suja did not deny it, nor did he explain in detail. She'll regret it. Shin Yuma suddenly said something. Suja looked at her. Why do you say that? Because you're excellent. Shin Yuma's tone was very affirmative. Whether it's studying or other aspects. She was referring to Suja's performance in military training. Suja smiled. Thanks. I'm not trying to comfort you. Shin Yuma said seriously. I'm just stating a fact. The two were silent for a while. The atmosphere was not awkward, but rather one of inexplicable harmony. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Suja asked her proactively. Me? Shin Yuma thought about it. I will probably continue studying, take the postgraduate entrance exam, and get a doctorate. My parents hope that I can become a university teacher in the future. It's good. It suits you very well. Suja said. He remembered that in his previous life, Shin Yuma had indeed taken this path. She later became a very good professor of economics. What about you? Shin Yuma asked him back. Maybe I'll start a business. Suja expressed his thoughts. Start a business? Shin Yuma was a little surprised. In her opinion, starting a business is a very risky and difficult thing. Yeah. I want to do something I enjoy. What industry do you want to work in? I haven't decided yet. I'm still in the learning stage. Suja said. Shin Yuma looked at Suja. She found that although Suja was wearing ordinary clothes, he was also using a very old mobile phone. But there was a confidence and composure in his eyes that she had never seen in anyone her age. That kind of confidence is not the kind of show-off based on material things that Lu Kai has. It is a sense of control over the future that comes from the heart. This made her even more curious about Suja. She felt that Suja had many secrets. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Shin Yuma said. Especially when it comes to studying. Good. Suja nodded. A cup of milk tea was finished quickly. It's getting late. I should go back. Shin Yuma stood up. Let me take you there. Suja also stood up. No, I can do it myself. It's okay, on the way. The two walked out of the milk tea shop together. They walked along the path in the campus. The streetlights made their shadows very long. They didn't speak anymore, just walked quietly. When Shin Yuma was almost at the girls' dormitory, she stopped. That's all. Thank you for the milk tea today. Suja said. I should be the one thanking you. Shin Yuma smiled. Then I'll go up. Shin Yuma turned around and walked into the dormitory building. Suja watched her back disappear at the door before turning around and leaving. He could feel that Shin Yuma seemed to have some different feelings towards him. It feels good. He's not in a hurry. Matters of the heart need to be taken slowly. He has plenty of time and patience. He returned to his dormitory. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei are playing games online. Zhao Lin was wearing headphones as usual, and no one knew what he was doing. Hey, big brother is back. Lu Kai saw him and greeted him. Who did you go out with? You came back so late. A classmate. Suja answered. Male or female? Lu Kai asked. Female. Wow. Lu Kai made an exaggerated sound. Are you from our class? Shin Yuma? I seem to see you two coming out of the library together this afternoon. Suja did not answer, which was considered as his agreement. Awesome, big brother. Lu Kai's tone was full of admiration. Shin Yuma is the most beautiful girl in our department. So many people are eyeing her. I didn't expect that you would win her over right after the school started. Don't talk nonsense, he's just an ordinary classmate. Suja said. He didn't want these words to get out and cause trouble to Shin Yuma. Yes, we all understand. Lu Kai said with a wink. Suja ignored him. He sat down in his seat and turned on his computer. He began browsing the latest financial news. He needs to find a suitable entry point to launch his business plan. He now has more than 100 million in funds. This money must be used where it is needed most. As he was watching, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Suja? There was a respectful male voice on the other end of the phone. It's me, and you are? Hello, Mr. Suja. I'm the property manager of Galaxy Mansion. My last name is Wang. The system has detected that the exclusive garage under your name has not been used for a long time. I'm calling to inquire if everything is working properly and if there's anything we can do for you. Suja remembered. It was the system that gave him the garage to park the Bugatti Veyron. Everything is fine, thank you. Suja answered. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. If you have any needs, you can call this number at any time. I wish you a happy life. The housekeeper hung up the phone. Suja looked at his phone and fell into deep thought. He had almost forgotten about that Bugatti Veyron. The first weekend after military training is coming soon. Maybe he should go check out the car. By the way, let us go and take a look at the most upscale residential area in Jinhai City. He needs to adapt to the life of a rich person in advance. In this way, he can better integrate into that circle and achieve his goals. A plan slowly formed in his mind. Chapter 10 The guy driving the Bugatti seems to be my roommate. The last class ended on Friday afternoon. Lu Kai stuffed the book into his bag and stood up. Guys, what are your plans for the weekend? He asked. Zhang Wei shook his head. I'm going to the library to study. Zhao Lin didn't say anything. He had already packed up his things and was ready to go back to the dormitory to continue his computer work. Lu Kai looked at Su Jie. Brother, what about you? I have something to do and need to leave the school. Su Jie answered. Just right. Lu Kai was very happy. My girlfriend is going shopping with her bestie today. The location is at the Vientiane Center. I want to go too. How about I give you a ride? Vientiane Center is the most upscale comprehensive shopping mall in Gimhe City. It is full of luxury brands and high-end restaurants. No, it's more convenient for me to go there myself. Su Jie refused. No, big brother, why are you being so polite to me? My dad just happened to drive this car over to me today and parked it downstairs in the dormitory. It's so convenient to take my car. Lu Kai is very enthusiastic. He wanted to show off in front of Su Jie. That's really not necessary. I might be going in a different direction than you guys. Su Jie refused again. The place he was going to was Xingawan Mansion, which was indeed not on the way to Vientiane Center. All right then. Lu Kai was a little disappointed. Then we'll meet downstairs in the dormitory. He didn't forget to add one more sentence. Su Jie smiled and said nothing. He returned to the dormitory and changed his clothes. He didn't wear those t-shirts that cost dozens of dollars, but took out a set of casual clothes rewarded by the system from the back of the closet. This suit doesn't have any branding, but the fabric and cut are great. After he put it on, his whole temperament changed. Before, he was just an ordinary student. Now he has become more calm and noble. He walked out of the dormitory building. Downstairs, next to a black BMW 5 Series, Lu Kai was leaning against the car door, talking on the phone with his girlfriend. His girlfriend hasn't arrived yet. When Lu Kai saw Su Jie coming down, his eyes widened. Holy crap! Bro, where did you buy this outfit? It's so handsome. He looked Su Jie up and down. Just bought it. Su Jie answered. You kid, you're really good at hiding your true abilities. Lu Kai hit Su Jie's shoulder. You really don't want to take my car? No more sitting. After Su Jie finished speaking, he walked towards the school gate. Then how are you going? Lu Kai shouted behind him. Su Jie didn't look back, just waved his hand. He used his mobile phone to call an online taxi at the school gate. The car arrived soon. He got in the car and announced the name of Xingawan Mansion. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, said nothing, and started the car. At the same time, underground parking lot in Vientiane Center. Zhao Feng parked his Audi A6. Li Wan got out of the passenger seat. She dressed up specially today, wearing a newly bought skirt and carrying a brand name bag. Feng, which store should we go to first? Li Wan asked. Let's go eat at the newly opened Western restaurant upstairs first. My friends said it's delicious. Zhao Feng locked the car and put his arm around Li Wan's waist. They took the elevator to the first floor of the mall. This is the luxury goods area. Li Wan looked at the bags and clothes in the window, her eyes full of longing. When I make money in the future, I will move all the stores here back home for you, Zhao Feng said in her ear. Li Wan smiled sweetly. It's so kind of you. Just then, they saw a group of people coming towards them. It was Lu Kai and his girlfriend, as well as several of his girlfriend's close friends. Hey, Zhao Feng, what a coincidence. Lu Kai also saw them. Yeah, what a coincidence. Zhao Feng smiled. Bringing your girlfriend shopping? Yeah. You guys too? The two boys chatted politely. Li Wan and Lu Kai's girlfriend looked at each other. They were comparing each other's clothes and makeup. This store has just received a limited edition bag. Let's go in and take a look, Lu Kai's girlfriend suggested. The group walked into a luxury store next door. The store guide saw them and immediately came over. Lu Kai's girlfriend and her best friends started looking at the bags. Zhao Feng and Li Wan also pretended to watch casually. How much is this? Lu Kai's girlfriend pointed at a bag and asked. Hello, Mississippi. This is our latest limited edition, and the price is 88,000. The shopping guide answered with a smile. Lu Kai's girlfriend stuck out her tongue. It's so expensive. She was just looking at it and had no real intention of buying it. Lu Kai stood nearby, feeling a little embarrassed. Although he comes from a well-off family, his monthly living expenses are only over 10,000 yuan. He can't spend more than 80,000 yuan to buy a bag. Zhao Feng watched from the side, feeling somewhat smug. He felt that Lu Kai was nothing special. Here, take it out and let me see it. Zhao Feng pointed to the bags in another counter and said to the shopping guide. He wanted to save some face in front of Lu Kai. The shopping guide took out the bag. Li Wan took it and gestured in front of the mirror. Does it look good? She asked Zhao Feng. It looks good. Do you like it? If you like it, buy it. Zhao Feng said this in a pretentious manner. He glanced at the price tag. 56,000. He has to grit his teeth to afford this price. Li Wan was a little moved. But she also knew Zhao Feng's financial situation. Forget it, it's too expensive, she said sensibly. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of the mall. Many people looked towards the door. A blue supercar drove into the VIP exclusive parking space at the entrance of the shopping mall. Holy crap! Bugatti Veyron. Lu Kai was the first to shout out. He is very knowledgeable about cars and recognized the model of this car at a glance. Zhao Feng was also stunned. Bugatti Veyron, this is the legendary top luxury car. There may not be many of them in the entire Jinhai city. The price starts at least tens of millions. Many people in the mall took out their phones and took pictures of the car. The door opens upwards. Everyone craned their necks to see what kind of person the car owner was. A young man in casual clothes got out of the driver's seat. He closed the door and locked the car. Then he walked towards the entrance of the mall. As he walked into the mall and the lights illuminated his face, Lu Kai, Zhao Feng, and Li Wan were all stunned. Their mouths were open and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The young man who got out of the Bugatti Veyron. It's Suja. Suja didn't look at them. His eyes were calm, ignoring everything around him. He walked straight towards the elevator. He came here today to go to a private tailor-made shop to have a few formal suits made for himself. Prepare for future business occasions. Lu Kai's mind went blank. The person driving a luxury car worth 40 million is his roommate? Is he the Suja who wears a t-shirt worth dozens of dollars and goes to the cafeteria to eat every day? He felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Zhao Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. He was just feeling smug about being able to afford a bag worth 50,000 yuan. But now, in front of Suja's 40 million car, he felt extremely ridiculous. All his sense of superiority was shattered at this moment. And Li Wan, her body was trembling slightly. She looked at Suja's back. The man she once despised and thought would never be able to give her the life she wanted. He appeared in front of her in a luxury car that she could not even dream of. Huge shock and unspeakable regret instantly overwhelmed her. She remembered what she said to Suja in the cafe. I can see the end of your future. We are not from the same world. It seems so ridiculous now. It turns out that we are not from the same world, it is true. It's just that she was left far away in that poor world. And Suja had already reached a height that she could never reach. How could he? Li Wan muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Her mind was in a mess. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Feng also whispered beside him. How could a poor boy like him afford a car like this? He must have rented it. Yes, he must have rented it and installed it. Zhao Feng found a reason to convince himself. Lu Kai didn't say anything. He watched Suja walk into the elevator and the elevator door slowly closed. He knew it couldn't be rented. The license plate of that car is one of the top serial numbers in Jinhai City. That kind of license plate can't be obtained just by having money. Moreover, from the moment Suja got off the car to the moment he walked into the mall, he exuded calmness and indifference from the inside out. It's definitely not something someone who rents a car to show off can pretend. His roommate, who usually looks the most ordinary and low-key. It turns out that he is a real, hidden rich man. Chapter 11. There was a commotion in the mall, but he was having his suit tailored. The elevator door closed, blocking all sight. The air in the luxury store seemed to have stopped flowing. Lu Kai's girlfriend and her best friends looked at Lu Kai, then at Zhao Feng and Li Wan. The bag in the shopping guide's hand was also hanging in the air. No one spoke. Lu Kai's mouth was still open as he stared at the metal door of the elevator, where his own shadow was reflected. He raised his hand, as if to rub his eyes. Zhao Feng's facial muscles were twitching. He stared at the direction of the elevator and clenched his fists. Li Wan's body began to tremble. The bag in her hand fell to the ground with a dull thud. The sound broke the silence here. The salesperson bent down and tried to pick up the bag. Don't touch! Zhao Feng suddenly shouted. His voice was distorted. Everyone looked at him. His breathing was rapid and his chest heaved. It's rented. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, his voice coming out from between his teeth. That car must have been rented. He repeated it, as if trying to convince himself. He's a poor boy, how could he possibly afford a Bugatti? He just rented it to save face. Lu Kai's girlfriend looked at Lu Kai. Your roommate's name is Suja? She asked. Lu Kai didn't answer, he just shook his head slowly. He knew it wasn't rented. The VIP parking spaces at Vientiane Center are not for rented cars. That license plate is not something that the car rental company can get. Zhao Feng didn't look at anyone. He walked over and grabbed Li Wan's arm. Let's go. He was very strong and pinched Li Wan's arm so hard that it hurt. Ah Feng. Li Wan spoke, his voice trembling. She was still looking in the direction of the elevator, her eyes full of confusion. Walk. Zhao Feng didn't give her a chance to speak and pulled her out of the store. His steps were fast, as if he was running away from something. Li Wan was dragged by him and staggered. The two walked out of the luxury store and into the crowd in the mall. Let me go. Li Wan struggled to break free from Zhao Feng's hand. There were several fingerprints on her arm. What's wrong with you? Li Wan asked. I'm crazy? Zhao Feng turned around and looked at her. You ask me why I'm crazy? Li Wan, tell me, what's going on? I don't know. Li Wan took a step back. You don't know? He's your ex-boyfriend. He drives a 40 million car, and you tell me you don't know? Zhao Feng's voice rose slightly. Some people around looked at them. I really don't know. When we broke up, he was still. Li Wan couldn't continue. All she could think of was Suja's calm face in the cafe. It turns out that it was not acceptance of fate, but disdain. Did you know this a long time ago? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhao Feng took a step closer. I don't. Li Wan retorted. If I knew, why would I be with you? The words came out of his mouth. Li Wan regretted it the moment he finished speaking. Zhao Feng's face instantly turned pale. He pointed at Li Wan. Okay. You regret it, don't you? You regret it when you see he's rich? I did not mean that. Li Wan tried to explain. So what do you mean? Do you want to run back to him right now? Beg him to get back together with you? Zhao Feng's words were like knives. Stop talking. Li Wan covered his ears. Why didn't you say it? I was right, wasn't I? You're just a materialistic woman. You came up to me when you saw me driving an Audi, and now you want to dump me when you see him driving a Bugatti? Their quarrel attracted more people's attention. Liwan felt his face burning. She didn't want to stay here any longer. She turned and ran. Zhao Feng did not chase after him. He stood there, looking at the looks from the people around him, feeling like a joke. All his pride was crushed today by the man named Suja. In a luxury store. Lu Kai's girlfriend is still asking. Lu Kai, what's going on? Is that person really your roommate? Lu Kai took a deep breath. He walked over, picked up the bag on the ground and handed it to the salesperson. Sorry, we won't watch it for now, he said to the shopping guide. Then he said to his girlfriend and her besties. Let's go. We won't go shopping today. He had completely lost interest. The group walked out of the mall. Lu Kai's girlfriend continued to ask questions. You haven't told me yet, who is he? I told you, he's my roommate. Lu Kai's tone was a little weak. But how could he drive a car like that? Aren't there just ordinary students living in your dorm? I have no idea. Lu Kai started his BMW 5 Series. I thought I knew him well. I thought he was just a brother who was a little poor but a nice person. Now I realize I didn't know him at all. Lu Kai held the steering wheel and looked at the traffic ahead. He felt that there was an invisible wall between him and Su Zhe. On this side of the wall is the life he is familiar with. On the other side of the wall is Su Zhe's world. A world he could never imagine. Su Zhe walked out of the elevator. He reached the top floor of the mall. It's very quiet here, without the hustle and bustle of downstairs. He walked into a store. There is no sign at the door of the store, only a line of small words, personal customization. A man in a well-fitting suit came forward. Good afternoon, sir. Do you have an appointment? The man's attitude was very respectful. No. Su Zhe answered. I'd like to order some suits. The man looked at Su Zhe. He did not show any disdain for Su Zhe's casual attire. Yes, sir, please follow me. The man led Su Zhe to a separate room. In the room, there are samples of various fabrics. Another old man in a white coat and with gray hair walked in. He is the head tailor here. Hello, sir. The old man bowed slightly. Hello. Su Zhe nodded. Excuse me, do you have any specific requirements for the suit? The old man asked. For daily business and some formal occasions. Su Zhe said. Understood. The old man picked up a tape measure. Then let's take your measurements first. Su Zhe stood up straight and opened his arms. The old man started working. His movements were very professional and meticulous. Shoulder width, 48. Chest, 102. Waistline, 80. He measured and reported the numbers. Next to him, another assistant was writing quickly on paper. During the whole process, Su Zhe said nothing and his expression was calm. The measurement is completed. Sir, please look at the fabric. The tailor brought in several thick booklets. It's filled with fabric samples from all over the world. Su Zhe sat on the sofa. He flipped open the book and ran his fingers over the fabric. He stopped at a dark gray fabric. This piece, make a business suit. He pointed to another black one. This piece, make a dress. Next, he selected several pieces of fabric of different materials and colors. 3 suits and 2 single suits in total. Su Zhe said. Yes, sir. The tailor took note. Do you have any other requests? For example, collar, buttons, or lining? Just follow the most professional standards. Su Zhe said. Understood. The tailor nodded. He knew that the young man in front of him was a knowledgeable customer. Sir, you need to pay a 50% deposit. The assistant handed over a card machine. Su Zhe took out a card from his pocket. The card is solid black with no extraneous patterns on it. The assistant took the card and his hand paused. He recognized the card. Swipe the card, enter the password, and sign. Everything is done quietly and quickly. Sir, your suit will take about a month to be completed. We will then notify you to come in for a fitting. said the tailor. Good. Suja stood up. He left the shop as calmly as he had entered. Chapter 12. Let us be honest, I do have more than 100 million in wealth. Lu Kai was driving the car. His hands gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles tightening. The scene outside the car window was receding. He didn't look. In his mind, there was only a blue car and a person. The car is a Bugatti Veyron. The person is Suja. These two things repeatedly overlapped and separated in his mind. He stepped on the brakes and stopped at a red light. He looked at the taillights ahead. He remembered the t-shirts Suja wore in the dormitory. He thought of the meal Suja had eaten in the cafeteria. He remembered the stack of cash Suja took out when he helped Zhang Wei pay his tuition. At that time, he thought that was all there was to Suja. Now he knows. That might just be the change in Suja's pocket. The green light is on. The car behind honked its horn. Lu Kai came to his senses and stepped on the accelerator. The car passed through the school gate and stopped downstairs of the dormitory building. He turned off the engine and sat in the car. He didn't get out of the car immediately. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. Then he opened the car door. He walked up the stairs, his steps heavy. He came to the dormitory door and took out his key. The door opened. In the dormitory, Zhang Wei was sitting at the desk reading a book. Zhao Lin was wearing headphones and facing the computer screen. The keyboard tapping continued. Hearing the door open, Zhang Wei raised his head. Lu Kai, you're back? Where's your girlfriend? Zhang Wei asked. Lu Kai did not answer. He walked to his seat and sat down. He picked up the water glass and took a sip. The water is cold. Zhang Wei looked at him. What's wrong? You look so bad? Were you having a fight? Lu Kai put down the water glass. He shook his head. Zhao Lin stopped moving his hands. He took off his headphones and turned his chair. He also looked at Lu Kai. In the dormitory, the only sound was the computer fan turning. I met Suja. Lu Kai spoke, his voice a little dry. Brother? Didn't he say he had something to do? Zhang Wei asked. Yes, something happened. Lu Kai said. In the heart of Vientiane. Did he go shopping too? Zhang Wei felt a little strange. Lu Kai shook his head again. He is organizing his words. I saw a car. He said. A blue sports car. Bugatti Veyron. Confusion appeared on Zhang Wei's face. He didn't know what the name meant. Zhao Lin narrowed his eyes. Then what? Zhao Lin asked. The car was parked in the VIP parking space at the entrance of the mall. Lu Kai continued. A lot of people were watching and taking pictures. The car door opened and a man got out. Lu Kai paused. He looked at Zhang Wei and then at Zhao Lin. That person is Suja. The confusion on Zhang Wei's face turned into shock. He opened his mouth. What did you say? I said, the person who got off the Bugatti Veyron was Suja. Lu Kai repeated it word for word. Impossible. Zhang Wei immediately retorted. How could you be mistaken? How could Suja drive a car like that? I'm not mistaken. Lu Kai said. Zhao Feng and Li Wan were also there, they saw it too. Everyone saw it. Zhang Wei stood up. He walked back and forth in the dormitory. How is this possible? Is that car expensive? He asked. Expensive? Lu Kai smiled. That car costs at least 40 million. 10 million? Zhang Wei's voice was shaking. This number was beyond his comprehension. His family could never earn that much money in a lifetime, no, even in 10 lifetimes. He stopped and looked at Lu Kai. Are you sure you didn't say an extra one? I'm sure. Lu Kai's expression was serious. Zhang Wei stopped talking. He sat back in his chair and looked at his book. He couldn't read a single word in the book. The dormitory fell into silence again. Zhao Lin didn't say anything. He simply turned his chair back around to face the computer. But he didn't put on his headphones. His hands were not on the keyboard. No one knew what to say. This news had a huge impact on this small dormitory. They thought he was an ordinary, even poor roommate. He is a man who owns luxury cars worth 40 million. This contrast makes everyone feel unreal. Why did he hide it from us? Zhang Wei suddenly spoke. I have no idea. Lu Kai replied. He goes to the cafeteria with us every day and wears clothes worth dozens of dollars. What's his goal? Zhang Wei couldn't understand. Maybe he just doesn't want to make too much trouble. Zhao Lin's voice rang out. He didn't look back. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei both looked at his back. What's the meaning? Lu Kai asked. If you knew from the beginning that he was rich, what would you do to him? Zhao Lin asked back. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei were both stunned. They imagined the scene. They may be reserved. Might try to curry favor. There may be alienation. But I will never treat him as a brother who can joke around casually like I do now. I see. Lu Kai said. He wants to be real friends with us. Zhang Wei also understood. He recalled the time when Suja helped him pay for his tuition. Suja did not show any attitude of charity. He just handed the money to him calmly and said, "Pay me back when you have money later." Zhang Wei's eyes felt a little hot. The atmosphere in the dormitory gradually changed from shock to a complex feeling. I felt touched, emotional, and a little bit overwhelmed. They are all waiting. The dormitory door was pushed open again. I don't know how long it took. The doorknob turned. Suja walked in. He changed his clothes, still simple casual wear. He was not holding anything in his hands. As soon as he entered the room, he felt that the atmosphere in the dormitory was not right. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lin. All three of them looked at him. There was something in his eyes that he couldn't understand. What's wrong? Suja asked. He put the key on the table. No one answered. Lu Kai stood up. He walked up to Suja. He is a little shorter than Suja. He needed to tilt his head back slightly to look into Suja's eyes. Big brother. Lu Kai spoke. Suja responded. Tell the truth. Lu Kai took a deep breath. Does your family own a mine? His tone was half serious, half joking. He was trying to make the atmosphere less tense. Suja looked at him. He looked at Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin behind him. He understood everything from their expressions. He knew it, they knew it. Suja didn't laugh. He didn't deny it either. He walked to his chair and sat down. This action put him on an equal footing with the other three people. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Suja spoke. His voice was calm. I just feel that my previous life was a bit troublesome. So I wanted to try a different approach. All three of them listened attentively. My family does have some money. Suja confessed. He just used the simplest statement. A little money? Lu Kai repeated. A Bugatti Veyron worth 40 million is considered wealthy? To me, it's just a car. Suja said. This sentence made Lu Kai not know how to respond. The dormitory became quiet again. Suja looked at them. This incident won't change anything. He said. I'm still your roommate. You guys are still my roommates. It's my brother. His tone was sincere. He looked at Lu Kai. Lu Kai, you are still the lively local expert. He looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, you are still the hard-working and honest man. He looked at Zhao Lin again. Zhao Lin, you are still that computer genius. We are no different from yesterday or the day before yesterday. Suja had finished speaking. The tense atmosphere eased. That invisible barrier disappeared. Lu Kai suddenly laughed. He walked over and punched Suja on the shoulder. The force is not strong. Good boy. You're pretending quite well. I was almost scared to death today. He also sat down on Suja's bed. Okay, big brother, I'll follow you from now on. Wherever you point, I'll hit you. Zhang Wei also showed a relaxed smile. He walked up to Suja. Suja, thank you. He said. He didn't say thank you. But Suja understood. He also understood why Suja wanted to help him in that way. Zhao Lin turned his chair. He looked at Suja. In the future, if you have any questions about computers, the internet, or programs, please come to me. He said. Come find me anytime. This was the first time he took the initiative to speak such a long sentence to someone. Suja looked at the three people in front of him. He laughed too. He knew that this little showdown was successful. It didn't ruin their friendship. Instead, it makes their relationship stronger. From today on, they are no longer just ordinary roommates. They are brothers. It's a real group. Chapter 13 Lee Won's late night text message, can we still chat? Night falls. In the girls' dormitory building of Gimhee University. Lee Won sat at the desk. She wasn't reading, her eyes were on the phone on the table. The phone screen is dark. The chatter of my roommates was muffled. Her mind is in a mess. The quarrel with Zhao Feng in the afternoon is still vivid in my mind. The words Zhao Feng said pierced her heart. She ran back to the dormitory, but Zhao Feng did not chase her. He just sent a few messages, full of accusations and anger. Li Wan didn't reply, she didn't know what to reply. She turned off the sound of her phone. Two images appeared alternately in her mind. One is Suja, wearing a t-shirt worth dozens of dollars, sitting opposite the cafe. The other was Suja, wearing a well-tailored casual outfit, getting out of a blue sports car. These two contradictory images both point to the same person. She began to recall every detail of her time with Suja. She wanted to find some clues that could prove that Suja had been pretending. She remembered that Suja never talked about his family on his own initiative. When she asked, he always said that it was just an ordinary family. She remembered that Suja never pursued brand names and the clothes he wore were all the most ordinary styles. She remembered that Suja's living expenses were always just right. He would take her to the snack street and buy her gifts worth dozens of dollars, but he never took her to high-end restaurants. All this, to her at the time, was proof of poverty. It was the reason why she looked down on him and finally chose to leave him. Thinking about it now, it's so ridiculous. That wasn't poverty, it was a kind of lowliness that she couldn't understand. He had a world that she couldn't even imagine, but he never showed her anything. Why? Does he not trust her? Or, does he not care about her at all? Li Wan's heart ached. She picked up her phone and unlocked the screen. She opened the address book and her finger stopped on Suja's name. She wanted to call him and ask him what was going on. But she didn't have the courage to press the dial button. She was afraid of hearing Suja's cold voice, or even more afraid that he would not answer the phone. She exited the address book and opened the chat interface with Zhao Feng. On the screen was the last message sent by Zhao Feng. Li Wan, think clearly about what you want. She stared at the words. What do I want? She once thought that what she wanted was the life that Zhao Feng could give her. Designer bags, high-end restaurants, and a visible future. But when she saw Suja's Bugatti Veyron today, she realized how insignificant what Zhao Feng could give her was. This is the difference between glass beads and diamonds. A huge sense of resentment gripped her heart. She exited the chat with Zhao Feng. She clicked on Suja's avatar again and started typing. Delete and modify with your fingers on the screen. She was torn between her conscience and her desires. Reason told her that she should not look for Suja again. They had already broken up, and she was the one who initiated it. She has no right to look back. But regret and unwillingness gnawed at her. She was unwilling to miss out on such a truly wealthy man. Unwilling to accept the fact that he had opened the door to the top world with his own hands. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason. She composed a message. Suja, are you asleep? She looked at these words and felt they were too abrupt. She deleted it and rewrote it. Suja, I'm Li Wan. She felt it was too abrupt and deleted it again. She took a deep breath and tapped her fingers rapidly on the screen. Suja, are you asleep? Regarding the breakup, I think there may be some misunderstandings between us. Can we talk about it? After writing, she pressed the send button without hesitation. Message sent successfully. A green dialog box appears on the screen. Li Wan's heart was in his throat. She stared at the phone screen and waited. She imagined Suja's reaction after seeing the message. Will he be surprised? Would he laugh at her? Or will he relent and give her a chance to explain? She doesn't know. Time passes by second by second. The phone screen never turned on. There is no prompt, the other party is typing in the dialog box. Nothing. No response to the information. Li Wan's body slowly grew colder, from his fingertips all the way down to his heart. She knew that Suja saw it, but he chose to ignore it. This kind of disregard is more hurtful than any word of rejection. It meant that she no longer had any place in his heart and didn't even deserve a reply. Li Wan put his phone on the table. She lay down and buried her face in her arms. The shoulders began to shrug slightly. In the dormitory, the roommates' chatting continued and no one noticed her in the corner. In the boys' dormitory, Suja's cell phone was placed on the table and the screen lit up. A new message is displayed. He saw the familiar name and the text. There was no expression on his face. There was no surprise, no ridicule, and no fluctuation at all. He didn't pick up his phone, didn't even bother to unlock the screen. Lu Kai leaned over from behind him. "Hey, brother, who is this? Why are you texting me so late?" He saw the name on the screen. Li Wan? Lu Kai frowned. Why did she look for you? Did she want to get back together? Suja didn't say anything. He took the phone and swiped it aside to clear the notification. Then he placed the phone screen down on the table. This action has already shown his attitude. Ox. Lu Kai gave Suja a thumbs up. That's how it should be. Women like this shouldn't be spoiled. Don't worry, big brother. I'll keep an eye on her for you in school. I'll make sure she doesn't get the chance to harass you. Suja smiled. That's not necessary. He said. She is just a stranger to me. His tone was calm, as if he was stating a fact. Lu Kai looked at him with only admiration in his heart. He knew that Suja had really let it go. Unlike some people who keep in touch with each other after breaking up. Suja's decisiveness and calmness made him feel that this was someone who could truly accomplish great things. Come on, stop talking about her. It's a killjoy. Lu Kai clapped his hands. Brother, to celebrate your confession, I'm treating you today. Let's go have a meal. Now. Zhang Wei glanced at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock. What's wrong with 10 o'clock? The nightlife has just begun. Lu Kai was in high spirits. Let's go, I know there's a barbecue stall outside the school, it's delicious. As he said this, he went to pull Suju and Zhang Wei. Zhao Lin, are you going to leave? He shouted again at Zhao Lin in front of the computer. Zhao Lin pushed his glasses. Go. He only said one word. Suja smiled. Okay, let's go. He stood up. The phone was pinned to the table and he never looked at it again. The four boys walked out of the dormitory arm in arm. Their laughter echoed in the quiet corridor. The four of them came to the barbecue stall outside the school. Brother, I toast you. Lu Kai raised his glass. Before, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. From now on, you are my real brother. Suja picked up the cup and clinked it with his. We are all brothers, don't say that. Zhang Wei also raised his glass, his face slightly red. Suja, I toast to you too. Thank you for what you did before. He finished the beer in his glass in one gulp. Zhao Lin didn't say anything, but he also raised his glass. He nodded at Suja, then drank it all in one gulp. Suja looked at them and felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous life, he had no such experience. His college life was filled with inferiority and loneliness. In this life, he has a real brother. He picked up a skewer of barbecue and took a bite. It tastes great. This may be one of the meanings of rebirth. Make up for regrets and enjoy life. As for Li Wan, he had already forgotten that name and that message. Chapter 14 Why is this thank you banquet a little sweet? On Monday. The morning classes are over. Suja packed up his books and walked out of the classroom. Lu Kai and his friends were going to the cafeteria and asked Suja if he wanted to join them. Suja shook his head. I have an appointment. He said. Ha? A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Kai's face. Who did you meet? The campus beauty Chin? Suja did not answer. He just smiled and walked off in the other direction. Of course. Lu Kai looked at Suja's back and said to Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin beside him. I told you there's a chance between Big Brother and School Beauty Chin. Zhang Wei smiled innocently. Fine. Zhao Lin pushed his glasses and didn't comment. Suja walked on the campus. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the message. It was sent by Qin Yuma. I'll wait for you at the library entrance. Suja quickened his pace. He came to the door of the library. I saw the figure from a distance. Qin Yuma stood under a ginkgo tree. She wore a light-colored dress today. She stood quietly with a book in her hands. Suja walked over. Sorry for the wait, he said. Qin Yuma raised her head and smiled when she saw it was him. No, I just arrived too. She put the book into the cloth bag she carried with her. Let's go. Suja walked side by side with her. There was half a person's distance between the two of them. Have you decided where to eat? Qin Yuma asked. Well, the place is booked. Suja answered. It's near the school, not far away. Good. Qin Yuma nodded. The two of them didn't say a word along the way, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. They walked out of the school gate. Suja took Qin Yuma and turned into a quiet alley. At the end of the alley is a private restaurant. The plaque reads Jing Yuan. Is this the place? Qin Yuma was a little curious. Suja pushed open the wooden door. A woman in a cheongsam came up to them. Mr. Su, the table you reserved is ready, the woman said with a smile. She led them to a window seat. Qin Yuma sat down. She looked at her surroundings with some surprise in her eyes. This place is really nice. I didn't know there was such a place near the school, she said. I discovered it by accident. Suja handed her the menu. See what you want to eat. Qin Yuma took the menu. She ordered 2 dishes. Suja added 2 more and a pot of tea. The waiter took the order. Thank you. Qin Yuma spoke. Last time in the cafeteria, and during military training, it was all thanks to you. It's just a small matter. Suja poured her a cup of tea. For me, it's not a small matter. Qin Yuma looked at him. So, I should be the one treating you to this meal. Next time, Suja said. You treat next time. His words made Qin Yuma stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. Okay, I'll treat you next time. The food came out quickly. The two of them ate slowly. The atmosphere is very relaxed. They started chatting. We talked about everything from school courses to our respective interests and hobbies. Suja discovered that Qin Yuma was not aloof at all. She is very talkative and has her own ideas. She likes reading and drawing. She has a strong interest in art and design. Qin Yuma also discovered that Suja was different from what she had imagined. She originally thought that Suja would be very arrogant and would like to talk about his wealth. But he didn't. He speaks modestly and has a wide range of knowledge. He has knowledge and insights into finance and business that go beyond his peers. There was light in his eyes when he talked about his future plans. That kind of confidence and calmness is very attractive. Do you plan to start your own business in the future? Qin Yuma asked. Yeah, I have this idea. Suja nodded. It's still in the preparation stage. Then your business administration degree can be put to good use. Yes. Suja looked at her. What about you? What do you want to do in the future? Be a painter? Qin Yuma laughed. I don't have that much talent, she said. I would rather be a designer, either interior design or fashion design. Fine. Suja said. I believe you can do it. His eyes were sincere. Qin Yuma's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. The meal took more than an hour. The two of them had a very pleasant chat. After dinner, Suja went to pay the bill. The two walked out of the private restaurant. Let me take you back to the dormitory, Suja said. Good. Qin Yuma did not refuse. They were walking on the campus road. The two walked very slowly. No one spoke. When we were almost downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Qin Yuma stopped. She turned around and looked at Suja. Suja. She called his name. Suja also stopped. About you and your ex-girlfriend. Shin Yuma spoke, seeming a little hesitant. I heard some of what Lu Kai and the others said. Suja's expression did not change. It's all over. He just said it lightly. Shin Yuma looked at him. She didn't see any sadness or resentment in his eyes. Just peace. She suddenly felt that it was a pity for the girl named Li Wan. She missed a very good man. You. Shin Yuma wanted to say something else. Suja spoke first. Don't worry. He said. I can distinguish between the past and the present. His eyes were clear. Shin Yuma looked into his eyes and nodded. She knew she was worrying too much. That. Shin Yuma's face turned slightly red. It seems that I have to work harder. She said half-jokingly. Otherwise, I might not be worthy of you in the future. Suja looked at her. Look at her slightly red cheeks and the hint of cunning in her eyes. He laughed too. It's me who should work hard. He said. I have to work hard to catch up with you. His voice was gentle. But the meaning of the words is very direct. Shin Yuma's heart skipped a beat again. She felt her face getting hotter. She didn't dare look into Suja's eyes again. I went up. She turned around and ran towards the dormitory building. Suja stood where he was, watching her back disappear at the door of the dormitory building. The smile on his face never faded. He knows. Something is quietly sprouting. He took out his cell phone. No messages, no missed calls. He put his phone back in his pocket. He turned around and walked towards his dormitory. His steps were brisk. Back to the dormitory. Lu Kai and his friends are playing games. Seeing Suja coming back, Lu Kai immediately paused the game. How's it going? He came closer. Brother, did the date go well? Just had a meal. Suja said. Just eating? Lu Kai looked unconvinced. I'm sure you talked a lot, didn't you? Did you hold hands? Suja ignored him. He walked to his seat and sat down. He took a book from the shelf. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Lu Kai stopped asking. He returned to his computer and continued playing the game. The dormitory became lively again. Suja opened the book. But he didn't look into it. In his mind, Shin Yuma was still the image. The corners of Suja's mouth unconsciously rose again. He felt that this kind of university life was really great. Chapter 15 on the basketball court, let strength speak for itself. The bell rang for the afternoon physical education class. All the boys in the class gathered on the basketball court. The physical education teacher blew a whistle and let everyone move freely. Lu Kai picked up a basketball and greeted Suju and the others. Come on, play halftime. Zhang Wei waved his hand. I don't know how you guys play. As he said that, he found a place to sit down. Zhao Lin was not interested in this either and leaned against a tree playing with his mobile phone. Brother, are you coming? Lu Kai passed the ball to Suja. Suja caught the ball. Okay. He replied. So, Lu Kai, Suja and 3 other boys formed a team and started playing a halftime game. Suja hasn't touched a basketball for a long time. In his previous life, he seldom participated in such group activities due to his low self-esteem. In this life, his mentality is completely different. He dribbled the ball, his movements were a little clumsy, but still standard. He passed the ball to Lu Kai. Lu Kai made a 3-step layup and the ball went in. Nice shot! Several people high-fived in celebration. They had a relaxing time playing. Just then, another group of people walked into the basketball court. The leader was Zhao Feng. He was wearing a set of branded basketball equipment and was followed by several tall boys who seemed to be students from the physical education department. They walked straight to the half where Suja and his team were. Zhao Feng locked his gaze on Suja with a provocative look. Several people who were playing ball stopped. Lu Kai frowned when he saw Zhao Feng. What are you doing? He asked. Zhao Feng ignored him and looked at Suja. Suja. He spoke. Do you dare to fight? His voice was so loud that students from other classes around him looked over here. Suja held the ball with a calm expression. He looked at Zhao Feng. How do you want to fight? he asked. Full court, 5 on 5. Zhao Feng said. What about the loser? The loser, when you see the other person next time, take a detour. Zhao Feng just wanted to get back at his lord. He wanted to regain all the face he lost in the Ventian Center on the basketball court. He believes that he lost in wealth, but he has absolute confidence in basketball. Not interested. Suja threw the ball to Lu Kai and turned around to leave. He found the provocation childish. What? Are you scared? Zhao Feng shouted behind him. Aren't you quite good at pretending? Driving a Bugatti, isn't that impressive? Why do you become a coward when you're on the court? What he said was very unpleasant. Suja stopped and turned around. Lu Kai couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Feng, are you fucking sick? He pointed at Zhao Feng. If you want to play ball, play ball. Don't cause trouble here. I'm just looking for trouble, what's wrong? Zhao Feng took a step forward, and the athlete behind him followed suit. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fight if you want, who's afraid of who? A boy on Lu Kai's side shouted. So, do you think we're easy to bully? Suja raised his hand and signaled them to be quiet. He looked at Zhao Feng. Good. He said. I'll fight you. But the stakes have to be changed. How do you want to change it? Zhao Feng asked. It's too much trouble to take a detour. Suja said. The loser must bow and apologize to the other party in front of everyone. How about it? Zhao Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Suja to make such a bet. This bet is even more ruthless, as it aims to completely destroy the other party's dignity. Good. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. It's a deal. He felt that he could not lose. 3 of his players are members of the school team, while on Suja's side, only Lu Kai plays well. He didn't take Suja himself seriously at all. That's how it was settled. The news that the 2 classes were going to have a basketball game quickly spread throughout the playground. More and more people gathered around. Have you heard? Suja from the Business Administration Department is going to play basketball against Zhao Feng from the Finance Department. Is that Suja who drives the Bugatti? Yes, that's him. It seems Zhao Feng has even asked the school team to help. Then Suju and the others are doomed to lose, right? Who knows, there's going to be something interesting to watch. Shin Yuma and her roommates also heard the news and came to the basketball court. Shin Yuma looked at Suju in the field with some worry in her eyes. On the field, players from both teams have already taken their positions. On Suju's side, except for him and Lu Kai, the other 3 were just temporary additions. On Zhao Feng's side, everyone was tall and strong. The referee will be the physical education teacher. He blew the whistle and the game began. Zhao Feng's team took the lead in getting the ball. They cooperated well with each other. Zhao Feng received the ball, made a beautiful change of direction to dodge the defense, rushed to the basket and scored an easy layup. 2 o'clock. Nice shot. Zhao Feng's teammates cheered for him. Zhao Feng glanced at Suja with pride. Suja had no expression on his face. The game continues. Suja's offense was very difficult as the opponent's defense was very strong. Lu Kai tried to break through several times, but was blocked every time. The ball was passed to Suja, and Zhao Feng immediately came up to him. Come on, let me see what you can do. Zhao Feng defended while using trash talk to disturb him. Suja ignored it and tried to break through but found no opportunity. In the end, there was a 24-second offensive violation and the ball was transferred. The first half became Zhao Feng's personal performance. He kept scoring, while Suja's side was completely suppressed and the score was quickly widened. 25:8. The first half is over. Suja and the others left the stage, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Damn, these guys are so shameless. Lu Kai picked up a bottle of water and took a big gulp. I can't win at all. Suja, how about we just forget it? Another boy said. There's no need to get angry with him. Suja didn't say anything and drank water calmly. He didn't consume much physical energy, as he was constantly observing the opponent's playing style and adapting to the rhythm of the game. The transformed body is slowly waking up. On the other side, Zhao Feng and his teammates looked relaxed. Brother Feng, that guy over there isn't that great either. A sports student said with a smile. He's just a show-off. What's the point of having money? When he gets on the court, he still gets beaten by us. Zhao Feng wiped the sweat off his face. In the second half, keep defending him, he said. Don't let him score a point. Don't worry, brother Feng. After a short break, the second half begins. Su Jia and his team serve the ball. Everyone thought the outcome of the game was already decided. However, when Su Jia got the ball again, everything changed. The one defending him was still Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng opened his arms to try to stop him. Su Jia started dribbling the ball, and his speed was more than twice as fast as in the first half. The basketball becomes lively in his hands. With a quick cross step, Zhao Feng's center of gravity was shaken. At this moment, Su Jia rushed past him. The speed was too fast and Zhao Feng had no time to react. Su Jia rushed into the inside, and the opponent's center came up to defend and jumped up to try to block the shot. Su Jia also jumped up, and his jumping height was beyond imagination. He confronted the opposing center in the air and then dunked the ball into the basket. Bang! The basket made a loud noise. The entire basketball court fell silent in an instant, and everyone stared at him in amazement. Including his teammates, Lu Kai was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Su Jia landed, looked at the basket calmly, and turned back to defend. Oh my god! Lu Kai was the first to react. Awesome! He rushed forward and bumped shoulders with Su Jia. The audience on the sidelines also burst into loud exclamations. Who is that guy? He's so fierce. Isn't he Su Jia from the business administration department? He is so good at playing basketball? Zhao Feng's expression turned ugly. He felt that what happened just now was just an accident. He serves the ball and asks for one in return. However, when he dribbled the ball to the front court, he found that Su Jia was defending him. Su Jia's defense is impenetrable. No matter how he changed direction or moved, Su Jia could keep up. Zhao Feng got anxious and took action forcefully. As soon as the ball left his hand, a hand appeared in front of it. Bang! With a crisp sound, the ball was directly hit by Su Jia. Steal! Su Jia got the ball and started a fast break. His speed was unmatched. He rushed to the opponent's half alone and made an easy layup. The score became 25-12. Zhao Feng was completely stunned. The following game completely turned into Su Jia's personal show. He is unstoppable on the court. Steals, blocks, everything. He scores in a variety of ways: dunks, pull-up jump shots, and long-range three-pointers. In his hands, the basketball always passes through the net accurately. The score was being narrowed little by little. 25:20. 30:30. 40:35. Su Jia reversed the game on his own. Zhao Feng had completely lost his fighting spirit. His strength was declining, and his confidence was completely shattered. He looked at Su Jia, his eyes full of fear. The audience on the sidelines were already boiling with excitement, all cheering for Su Jia. Xin Yuma stood in the crowd, with a gleam in her eyes. There are only 10 seconds left in the game. The score is 48-48. The ball is in Su Jia's hands. Everyone stood up and looked at the man on the field with bated breath. Zhao Feng and his last teammate double-teamed him. Time is counting down. 3, 2, 1. At the last second, Su Jia jumped. He shot from 2 steps away from the three-point line. The basketball flies through the air towards the basket. Everyone's eyes followed the ball. Swish! The ball went into the net. Buzzer beater. The final whistle sounded at the same time. After a second of silence, the entire basketball court erupted into thunderous cheers. Su Jia's teammates rushed up and lifted him high. Zhao Feng slumped on the ground, his face pale. He lost, and lost miserably. Su Jia got off his teammate and walked in front of Zhao Feng. He didn't say anything, just looked at him. Zhao Feng raised his head, his eyes evasive. He remembered their bet. He struggled to his feet. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, he bowed deeply to Su Jia. Su Jia looked at him, then turned and left. He walked to the sidelines. Xin Yuma handed over a bottle of water and a towel. For you. She had a bright smile on her face. Su Jia took the water. Thanks, he said. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. He used his absolute strength to tell everyone that no matter in which field, he had left Zhao Feng far behind. Chapter 16 The campus forum exploded. Who is that man? The cheers from the basketball court gradually faded away, and the crowd left with excitement and discussions. After a brief celebration, Suja and his teammates also walked towards the locker room. Zhao Feng and his team left the court under everyone's gaze, their backs looking extremely embarrassed. In less than 10 minutes, Jinhai University's campus forum server was under the heaviest traffic pressure since the start of the school year. A post was pinned by the administrator and the title was marked in red font. Title: Live coverage. Business Administration freshman Suja defeats finance freshman in basketball game. Video reveals the truth. The content of the post was simple, consisting of a few videos shot with a mobile phone. The first video shows the entire process of Suja dribbling the ball past Zhao Feng at the start of the second half, then jumping up for a slam dunk. The second video is a collection of Suja's consecutive steals and blocks. The third video shows the last 10 seconds of the game. Suja was 2 steps outside the three-point line, shooting against a double team. The basketball crossed the court and went into the net. The video has no soundtrack, only the exclamations of the students on the scene, which went from quiet to explosive. After the post was published, the number of replies below scrolled up at a rate of dozens per second. Holy crap! Is this a freshman? With that bounce and speed, are you sure he's not from the national team here to experience life? I was on the sidelines at the time. The rim was shaking during that dunk. I was completely stunned. The highlight was the buzzer beater. That super long three-pointer, I thought he was going to pass it, but he just shot it, and it went in. My heart was about to burst. Who is this person? Suja from the Business Administration Department? I've never heard of him before. Did the village upstairs just get internet? That guy was the one who drove a Bugatti Veyron to school a few days ago. What? It's him? That super rich guy? He can play basketball and he's rich. Is he going to give ordinary people like us a chance to survive? He's handsome too. My friend took a picture of him from the front and will post it here soon. Soon, a photo of Suja accepting the water handed to him by Qin Yuma was posted in the reply area. In the photo, Suja's face was tilted to the side, with sweat on his forehead, and his fingers were very long when he took the water bottle. This profile. I declare that from today on, Suja is the new campus idol of our Jinhai University. School idol, basketball star, and super rich guy. What kind of novel character configuration is this? Stop talking. I want to transfer to the Department of Business Administration. The discussion became increasingly heated, and soon the topic shifted from Suja's football skills and wealth to another protagonist of the game. So, did Zhao Feng bow and apologize in the end? That's the stakes, right? Of course I did. I took pictures. A low-resolution photo was uploaded. In the photo, Zhao Feng was bending over, forming a 90-degree angle facing the standing Suja. This photo instantly sparked discussion in another direction. Ha 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 ha. This is what a talented finance major is like? Wasn't he quite arrogant before? Serves him right. I heard he was the one who started the fight, trying to save face on the court, but ended up losing everything. I've collected this picture. If anyone tries to act pretentiously in front of me in the future, I'll send this picture to him. Zhao Feng Yamada Pack +1. Plus 10,086. That night, Suja's name spread to every corner of Jinhai University. The name Sushin also appeared in the forum for the first time and was quickly recognized by everyone. Suja was completely unaware of all this. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked with Qin Yuma on the tree-lined path of the playground. The evening breeze blew, taking away the heat of the day. The two walked side by side with a distance of one person between them. Qin Yuma spoke first. You were amazing today. Her voice was clear on the quiet road. Suja looked at her. I haven't exercised for a long time, just playing around. He said. You don't look like you're just playing around. Qin Yuma stopped and turned to look at him. Especially the last ball, how dare you shoot from that position? She asked. When the feeling comes, just invest. Suja's answer was simple. What if it doesn't go in? If we don't score, we'll go into overtime. It makes no difference. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Shin Yuma looked into his eyes. She found that this boy had a very special temperament. Whether he was helping her swipe her card in the cafeteria or handling pressure on the court, he displayed a composure beyond his years. "Thank you for the water and towel," Suja said. "You're welcome, I didn't do anything," Shin Yuma replied. The two continued walking forward. After a moment of silence, Suja asked, "It's almost vacation time, do you have any plans?" Shin Yuma paused. "I plan to visit Yunshui town in the neighboring city." Yunshui town? Yes, an ancient town. I want to go there to collect folk songs and find some design inspiration," she said. "Going alone?" Suja asked. Shin Yuma nodded. "I wanted to ask my roommates out, but they all had plans." The atmosphere became quiet again. Suja could feel that the girl next to him seemed a little nervous. He didn't say anything else, just walked with her quietly. When they were almost at the girls' dormitory, Shin Yuma suddenly spoke. "So, what about you? What are your plans for the holidays?" she asked. "I haven't decided yet," Suja answered. "Oh." Shin Yuma responded, but there was no emotion in her voice. The two walked to the entrance of the dormitory building. "Then I'll go up," Shin Yuma said. "Good." Suja nodded. "Be careful on the road." Shin Yuma turned around and took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at him. "Suja." She called his name. Goodbye." After she finished speaking, she turned and ran into the dormitory building. Suja watched her back disappear at the door, then turned and left. Girls' dormitory, room 306. Liwan sat at her desk, the light from her cell phone screen illuminating her face. Her roommates were discussing the basketball game this afternoon, and their words were full of praise for Suja and ridicule for Zhao Feng. "You didn't see it." Zhao Feng's face turned green when he bowed. "What a relief. He's always been so arrogant in the department, but now he's hit a wall. That Suja is so omnipotent, he's simply perfect." Li Wan did not participate in their discussion. Her fingers slid across the screen, refreshing the campus forum page over and over again. She clicked on every post about Suja. She watched the videos and watched Suja running, jumping, and scoring on the court. Every movement he made was full of strength and confidence. This was completely different from the boy in her memory who always kept his head down and dressed simply. She clicked on the photo of Suja and Shin Yuma together. Shin Yuma in the photo has a smile on her face. That smile stunned Li Wan's eyes. She exited the post and clicked on Zhao Feng's WeChat profile picture. The chat history still stopped before the afternoon game. "Zhao Feng, just wait and see, I will make Suja embarrassed in front of the whole school today." Li Wan's finger hovered over the input box, not knowing what to type. Comfort him? She's not in the mood right now. Question him? What qualifications does she have? The phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, where are you?" Li Wan replied. "Li Wan, in the dormitory." "Zhao Feng, I'll come find you." "Li Wan, don't come, I'm a little tired today and want to rest early." She didn't want to see Zhao Feng. When she thought of Zhao Feng being completely defeated by Su Zhou on the court and bowing in public at the end, she felt irritated and ashamed. Zhao Feng did not reply. Li Wan threw his phone onto the bed and covered his face with his hands. The scene of being with Su Zhou emerged uncontrollably in my mind. He saved his food money and bought her a lipstick of her favorite brand. He reserved a seat in the library and waited for her to come study with him. On a rainy day, he tilted his only umbrella towards her and half of his body was wet. Those things that she once considered to be manifestations of poverty and incompetence now have a different meaning when she thinks back on them. She opened the photo album on her phone and scrolled to the bottom, where there was a photo of her and Suja. In the photo, both of them are wearing high school uniforms and have youthful smiles. She looked at Suja in the photo, and then looked at the brilliant Sushin on the forum. Is it really the same person? Why can he change so fast? Why didn't he feel sad at all after the breakup, but instead felt better and better? But she chose Zhao Feng, whom she thought was better, but she felt that everything was falling down. The feeling of regret overwhelmed her like a tide. She opened Suja's WeChat, and the dialogue box was empty. She had deleted all the chat records on the day they broke up. She hesitated for a long time and typed a line of words. Suja, are you asleep? She stared at the line of words, her finger lingering on the send key for a long time, but ultimately did not press it. She deleted the line and turned off the phone screen. In the room, the roommates' discussion continued. Hey, what do you think? Are Chin Yuma and Suja together? I think they are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. When Li Wan heard these words, he buried his head in the quilt. In the darkness, she felt as if a piece of her heart had been hollowed out. Chapter 17 Do you have any plans for this holiday? A few days after the basketball game, Suja's life on campus changed. As he walked on the street, he could always feel the eyes of people around him. Some were out of curiosity, some were out of exploration, and some were just girls whispering together. While eating, some boys I didn't know would come over. Classmate, you are Suja, right? Suja nodded. Awesome. I watched the game the other day, it was awesome. The other person gave him a thumbs up and turned away. Back in the dormitory, the situation became even more obvious. Lu Kai changed his computer desktop to a snapshot of Suja's game-winning shot. When he saw Suja coming back, he immediately jumped up from his chair. Brother Zhe, you're back. He came over and handed me a bottle of water. Are you tired from class today? Suja took the water. Good. Brother Zhe, how did you practice the three-point shot? Can you teach me? Lu Kai followed behind Suja. Let's go to the stadium together when we have time. Suja said. Zhang Wei was sorting books on the side. When he saw Suja, he stopped what he was doing and smiled. Suja, you are a celebrity in the school now. Zhao Lin poked his head out from behind the computer screen and pushed up his glasses. The forum server's backend data shows that the total number of hits on posts with your name has exceeded 300,000. This is even more popular than the posts about last year's school anniversary party. Zhao Lin added, then retracted. Suja didn't care about these. He read books, attended classes, and went to the cafeteria to eat as usual. It's the last day before the long holiday and there are no classes in the afternoon. In the dormitory, Lu Kai was packing up and preparing to go home. Brother Zhe, what are your plans for the holiday? Do you want to come over to my house? My parents cooked delicious food. Lu Kai extended an invitation. I have something to do, so I won't go. Suja refused. Oh well. Lu Kai did not force it. Zhang Wei, Zhao Lin, where are you two? I found a part-time job at a fast food restaurant near the school. Zhang Wei said. I took a programming job and it happened to be during the holidays. Zhao Lin replied. Suja picked up a book and walked out of the dormitory. He is going to the library. He still had a lot of details to think about regarding his coffee shop business plan, and needed to look up some information on marketing and business management. Gimhe University Library. The afternoon sun filtered through the glass windows, casting spots of light on the floor. The environment is very quiet, with only the sounds of turning pages and typing on the keyboard. Suja found a few books he needed and sat down at a window seat. He opened his notebook and began to record his thoughts. Time passes by little by little. He was completely immersed in his own world and did not notice that a figure had been standing next to the bookshelf not far away for a long time. Chin Yuma was holding a design album in her hand, but her eyes would drift towards Suja from time to time. She looked at his focused profile and his hand holding the pen. She stood here for almost 10 minutes, hesitating in her heart. Finally, she took a deep breath, closed the album in her hand, and put it back on the bookshelf. She walked towards Suja's position. The footsteps are very light. She walked over to Suja's table and stopped. Suja was writing when he felt someone next to him, so he looked up. He was a little surprised to see that it was Chin Yuma. What's up? He asked. Chin Yuma's fingers pinched the corner of her clothes. No. I was just passing by and saw you here. Her voice was not loud. Suja nodded, said nothing more, and returned his gaze to his notebook. Chin Yuma stood there and did not leave. The air was somewhat stagnant. After about half a minute, Suja raised his head again. He looked at her. Would you like to sit? He pointed to the empty seat across from him. May I? Chin Yuma asked. Can. Chin Yuma pulled out a chair and sat opposite Suja. She took out her sketchbook and pencil from her bag and placed them on the table. But she didn't draw, she just put her hands on the notebook and looked at Suja. Suja felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him, so he had to put down the pen in his hand. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing." Shin Yuma's gaze shifted and fell on Suja's notebook. Written on it are some words about site selection, cost, and positioning. "Are you planning?" she asked. "Well, just think about it." Suja closed the notebook. "Is it about starting a business?" Shin Yuma asked again. Suja looked at her. "I guess so. Last time you said you wanted to start a business, I thought you were just talking." Shin Yuma said. "I'm not just saying that," Suja answered. There was another silence between the two. Shin Yuma's fingers tapped lightly on the cover of the sketchbook. Once, twice. "That." She finally spoke. "You really don't have any plans for the holidays?" Her voice was lower than before. Suja looked at her. He recalled the conversation on the playground that night. "Not at this time," he replied. Shin Yuma's eyes lit up when he heard this answer. She leaned forward slightly. "I told you before that I wanted to go to Yunshui town to collect folk songs." "I remember. I want to ask you, would you like to go with me?" She finished her words. After she finished speaking, her cheeks felt a little hot and she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look Sujo in the eye. She could hear her own heartbeat. She didn't know why she was so proactive. Maybe it was his performance on the basketball court that day. Maybe it's the discussion about him in the forum these days. She only knew that she didn't want to miss this opportunity. It's very quiet in the library. She waited for a long time but didn't hear Suja's answer. Her heart began to beat fast. Does he think I'm weird? Doesn't he want to go? Am I being too abrupt? Just as she was daydreaming, a voice came from the other side. Good. Just one word. Shin Yuma suddenly raised his head. Suja was looking at her with a calm expression. You agreed? She couldn't believe it. Suja nodded. When do we leave? He asked. Shin Yuma felt like her heart skipped a beat. A huge joy came over me. Tomorrow morning, okay? There was a tremor in her voice. Can. Suja answered. Then, shall we meet at the east gate of the school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Shin Yuma confirmed. Good. I'll arrange the route and accommodation. No, I'll arrange it. Suja said. You just need to prepare your own things. Oh well. Shin Yuma didn't insist anymore. She stood up. Well, I'm going back to the dormitory to pack my things. Go ahead. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Shin Yuma turned and left, his steps becoming lighter. She walked out of the library, and the sunlight outside shone on her body, making her feel that the whole world was brighter. Suja looked at her back as she left, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth that he himself had not noticed. He reopened his notebook, but found he couldn't concentrate anymore. All I could think about was Shin Yuma's nervous and expectant look. He closed the book, packed up his things, and left the library. This news spread like wildfire throughout the relevant circles that night. A girl studying in the library is Li Wan's roommate. When she returned to the dormitory, she couldn't wait to share the gossip she had seen. Breaking news! Breaking news! She shouted as she pushed the door open. What's the matter? You're so surprised. Another roommate is applying a facial mask. I was just in the library and saw Shin Yuma and Suja together. Is it true? They're sitting together reading a book? Not only that. I heard that Shin Yuma asked Suja to go on a trip together during the holiday. This news made the whole dormitory quiet. Li Wan, who was playing with his mobile phone on the bed, also stopped. Suja also agreed. The roommate continued. They agreed to meet at the east gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh my god. Are they really together? I think it's almost right. Handsome man and beautiful woman, what a perfect match. The roommates started chattering again. Li Wan sat on the bed, motionless. She felt a buzzing in her ears. Suja is going to travel with Shin Yuma? Tomorrow morning? This thought kept repeating in her mind. Feelings of jealousy and panic entangled her heart like vines, making it difficult for her to breathe. She still remembered that when she was in high school, she had also asked Suja to travel together. How did Suja respond at that time? He said he wanted to work and earn money, and that traveling was too expensive. Now, he agreed to Chin Yumo without hesitation. Is it because he is rich? Or is it because he likes Chin Yumo? Li Wan didn't know the answer. She just knew that she couldn't let them go out together like this. She couldn't bear to see Suja develop a relationship with another girl. She had to do something. She must find Suja and explain everything before they leave. She wanted to tell him that the breakup was a misunderstanding. She wanted to tell him that she was deceived by Zhao Feng. She wanted to tell him that she regretted it. An impulsive decision quickly formed in her mind. She threw back the covers, got out of bed, and began rummaging through the closet for clothes. Li Wan, what are you doing? The roommate asked. I'm going out for a while. Li Wan's voice was a little hoarse. She changed her clothes, grabbed her phone and wallet, and hurried out of the dormitory. She was going to wait for Suja downstairs of the boys' dormitory. She was going to see him tonight. If she can't wait, she will go to the east gate to wait for him tomorrow morning. No matter what, she couldn't let him leave with Chin Yumo. Chapter 18. Sorry, there is nothing much to talk about between us. Night enveloped the entire campus. The street lights downstairs of the boys' dormitory emitted dim light. Li Wan stood in the shadow of a sycamore tree, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the dormitory building. The autumn night was already chilly, and she was only wearing a thin long-sleeved dress. When the wind blew, she subconsciously hugged her arms tightly. She has been waiting here for almost an hour. During this time, boys kept coming in and out. Every time someone walked out of the gate, her heart would rise, and then fall with disappointment. She didn't know whether Suju was in the dormitory. She also didn't have the courage to call or text him. She could only wait here in this most clumsy way. Time passes by every second. Her legs felt numb from standing, and her heart began to waver. Maybe he won't come out tonight. Maybe I should come back tomorrow morning. Just when she was about to give up, a familiar figure appeared at the dormitory door. It's Suja. He was wearing a black t-shirt and casual pants, holding a cell phone in his hand, looking down at something, and then walked towards her direction. Li Wan's heartbeat accelerated instantly. She was so nervous that her palms began to sweat. She walked out from the shadows of the trees, stood in the middle of the road, blocking Suja's way. Suja was texting Lu Kai, telling him that he was going out tomorrow and asked him not to worry. He felt someone in front of him and raised his head. Seeing that it was Li Wan, he stopped. There was no expression on his face, and his eyes were as calm as a pool of deep water, showing no emotion. The two of them just stared at each other, 3 meters apart. It was very quiet around, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. In the end, it was Li Wan who spoke first. Suja. There was a slight tremor in her voice. Suja didn't say anything, just looked at her. Can I talk to you? Li Wan took a step forward. Just 5 minutes, okay? Her tone was almost pleading. Suja's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds. He saw that she was wearing a thin skirt and her face looked a little pale under the streetlight. But there was no ripple in his heart. I think there's nothing much to talk about between us. His voice was as calm and distant as his expression. These words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring down on Li Wan's head. She had imagined many scenarios of reunion, but she had never expected such a direct and cold rejection. No, there is. She said eagerly. Regarding the breakup, I want to explain to you that there was a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Suja repeated the word. I don't think there was any misunderstanding. He said. You made it very clear at the time that I wasn't included in your future plans. That's not the case. Li Wan was a little excited. I was so stupid back then. I believed what Zhao Feng said. Suja raised his hand and interrupted her. Li Wan. He called her by her full name. That's all in the past. There's no point in bringing up the past. For me, a breakup is a breakup. Every word he said was like a knife stabbing Li Wan's heart. She looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar man in front of her and felt extremely powerless. But I regret it. She finally shouted out what was in her heart. Suja, I really regret this. Can we? Cannot. Suja's answer was firm and decisive. Liwan, we are all adults now and must be responsible for our own choices. You made your choice, and I accept your choice. The story ends here. After he finished speaking, he prepared to walk around her and leave. He didn't want to waste any more time here with her. When Liwan saw that he was about to leave, he stepped forward quickly and reached out to grab his arm. Suja, don't go. Her fingers were about to touch his sleeve. Suja's body seemed to sense something and took a step to the side without leaving any trace. Liwan's hand grabbed nothing. Due to inertia, her body staggered for a moment before she could barely stand. This small action hurts more than any words. It clearly expresses an attitude, rejection, complete rejection. Not even the slightest touch is allowed. Liwan's hands froze in mid-air, and the color on his face instantly drained away. Please respect yourself. Suja's voice came from the side, colder than the night wind. Without looking at her again, he took a step and walked past her. The footsteps were getting farther and farther away. Liwan slowly turned around and looked at the resolute figure's back. The street light stretched his shadow very long, and then the figure turned a corner and completely disappeared from her sight. She still kept her hand outstretched, standing there, motionless, like a statue. Tears finally fell uncontrollably from my eyes. First it was one drop, then two, and finally it formed a stream that blurred her vision. She slowly squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands and buried her head in them. Suppressed crying sounded in the quiet night. Why did it turn out like this? She kept asking herself. She thought that as long as she took the initiative to bow her head and told him that she regretted it, he would forgive her and come back to her like before. After all, they had been in love for so many years. After all, he once liked her so much. But she was wrong. She was so wrong. Suja is no longer the same Suja as before. There was no place for her in his world anymore. This scene was seen by several boys who had just returned from outside. They were still talking and laughing, but when they saw a crying girl squatting in the middle of the road and a boy walking away without looking back, they all stopped. Isn't that Liwan? The beauty from the finance department. One person recognized her. That man seems to be Sujo? Another person said uncertainly. That's him. I saw his picture on the forum just this afternoon. What happened? My ex-girlfriend asked for a reconciliation late at night, but was rejected on the spot? This plot is quite exciting. Sushin is Sushin, he does things decisively and efficiently, without any dragging of feet. They talked in low voices, then walked around Liwan and entered the dormitory building. Suja didn't care about what was happening behind him. When he returned to the dormitory, Lu Kai and the others were already asleep. He washed up quietly and climbed into his bed. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, with no trace of Liwan in his mind. He was just thinking about his trip with Qin Yuma tomorrow. What kind of car is more suitable for going to Yunshui town? Bugatti is too high profile and may attract unnecessary attention. He thought about it and opened the system interface. There is also an ordinary vehicle exchange voucher in the system warehouse. This was a bonus reward for a previous sign-in task, but it has never been used. He chose to use it. Please select the redemption model. A virtual list appeared before his eyes. From family cars worth tens of thousands to luxury cars worth millions, we have everything. He scrolled through the list and his eyes stopped on a black Audi A8L. The car has a low-key appearance and a comfortable interior, making it suitable for long-distance travel without appearing too ostentatious. Confirm to redeem Audi A8L Top Edition? Confirm. Redemption successful. The vehicle has been stored in the exclusive garage at Galaxy Bay Mansion, and the relevant documents have been placed in the vehicle's glove box. Done. Suja closed the system interface, set the alarm for tomorrow, and closed his eyes. For him, Liwan's appearance was just a small episode. A story that has already been turned over is not worth his emotional investment. A new chapter in his life has begun. And in that chapter, there are more important people and more important things waiting for him. Chapter 19 The wind in the ancient town is a little sweet. The next morning at 7:30, Suja's alarm clock rang on time. He quickly got up, washed, and changed into casual clothes. Everyone in the dormitory was still asleep. He didn't disturb them. He put on his backpack and left the dormitory quietly. Suja did not go directly to the east gate, but took a taxi to Zingawan Mansion to pick up the car. Half an hour later, a black Audi A8L drove out of the underground garage and merged into the traffic flow. Suja glanced at the time, it was 7:50. He adjusted the navigation and headed towards Gimhae University. He arrived at the east gate of the school 10 minutes early and parked his car on the side of the road. He didn't get out of the car, but rolled down the window and looked at the school gate. At exactly 8 o'clock, Shin Yuma appeared in his sight on time. She was wearing a white dress with a light blue knitted cardigan over it. She stood at the school gate, looking around. Suja took out his cell phone and called her. The call was connected quickly. Hello? Suja? Are you there yet? I don't see you. I have arrived. Suja said. Look to your left, across the street, there's a black Audi. Shin Yuma turned around immediately after hearing this. She saw the black car parked on the side of the road. The car window rolled down and Sujo in the driver's seat was waving at her. Shin Yuma was stunned for a moment, hung up the phone, and quickly crossed the road to the car. She opened the passenger door and got in. Is this your car? She asked curiously as she fastened her seatbelt. Suja nodded. Where's the Bugatti? She asked subconsciously. That car is too flashy and inconvenient to drive out. Suju explained. Shin Yuma nodded. Shall we go now? She asked. Hold on tight. Suja started the car. The Audi A8L drove smoothly onto the highway and headed towards the neighboring city. It takes about 2 hours to drive from Jinhai City to Yunshui Town. When Shin Yuma first got in the car, he was a little reserved. The atmosphere in the car was a little quiet. Suja turned on the car stereo, played some soothing music, and then took the initiative to find a topic. Why do you want to go to Yunshui Town? I had seen some photos online before and thought the architectural style there was very distinctive. Shin Yuma replied. White walls, black tiles, small bridges and flowing water are perfect for finding some inspiration for traditional Chinese-style design. Do you like Chinese-style design? When talking about his major and interests, Shin Yuma became noticeably more talkative. I have always felt that there are many beautiful things in our own traditional culture that are worth discovering and passing on. For example, embroidery, buttons, and some traditional patterns will definitely be popular if they can be combined with modern clothing designs. Suja listened quietly and could feel her love for design. That's a great idea. He said. Are there any specific plans? I have a dream. Shin Yuma's voice lowered a little. I hope to create my own traditional Chinese design brand in the future. It's a great dream. Suja gave his affirmation. I believe you can do it. Shin Yuma seemed very happy to receive Suja's encouragement. She turned her head and looked at Suja's profile as he concentrated on driving. What about you? She asked. What do you want to do in the future? Suja thought about it. Let's build a business empire. Shin Yuma was amused by his words. Are you kidding me? No. Suja's expression was serious. I'm serious. Shin Yuma looked into his eyes and realized that he didn't seem to be joking, so she put away her smile. I trust you. She said. The two chatted about dreams and the future along the way, and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy. Before I knew it, the 2-hour drive had passed. When the road sign for Yunshui Town appeared, Shin Yuma's face showed anticipation. The car was parked in the parking lot outside the ancient town. The two got off the car and walked into the ancient town. The path is paved with bluestone slabs, with quaint buildings on both sides. There are many tourists in the ancient town on weekends, but it is not noisy. Shin Yuma took out his camera and immediately started working. She kept framing the pictures at the carved windows and the lanterns under the eaves. Suja followed behind her and patiently helped her carry her bag. After Shin Yuma finished taking pictures of one place, she turned around and saw Suja standing quietly not far away, and her heart felt very warm. Let's go over there and take a look. She pointed to a small alley. Good. Suja nodded. The two walked into the alley, which was much quieter than outside. There was a handmade pottery shop in the alley. Shin Yuma was attracted and pulled Suja in. The owner greeted them warmly. You too, would you like to see some pottery, or try making some yourself? Can I do it myself? Shin Yuma asked. Sure. The owner pointed to the workbench inside. It's very easy with professional teachers guiding us. Shin Yuma looked at Suja, his eyes full of questions. Suja smiled. If you want to play, then play. Then, let's try it. Good. So, the two of them put on aprons and sat in front of the pottery throwing machine. The teacher briefly explained the key points of production. Shin Yuma learned very seriously and quickly got the hang of it. The clay in his hand slowly turned into the prototype of a bowl. But on Suja's side, the situation is not so optimistic. The clay under his hands was completely out of control and eventually turned into an indescribable shape. Shin Yuma couldn't help laughing when she saw his work. What is this? Abstract art. Suja answered seriously. There was a little bit of mud on his face at some point. Shin Yuma reached out and wiped it off for him naturally. Her fingertips touched his skin, and both of them were stunned. Shin Yuma quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks feeling a little hot. Don't move, I'll help you. She walked behind Suja, put her hands on his, and helped him feel the rotation of the clay. With her help, the clay under Suja finally took the shape of a cup. Although it's still a little crooked, it's finally taken shape. The two played for more than an hour before leaving satisfied. They leave their works at the store, which then mails them after firing. In the evening, the sun sets. After walking around for a whole day, they were both a little tired. Suja brought Shin Yuma to a tea house by the river. They chose a seat by the window on the second floor, where they could see the stone bridge over the river and the sunset. The waiter brought a pot of bilyukan tea and a few plates of snacks. It's so beautiful here. Shin Yuma sighed as he looked at the scenery outside the window. Do you like it here? Suja asked. Shin Yuma nodded. It feels like time has slowed down here. She took a sip of tea, took out her sketchbook, and quickly drew the scenery outside the window. Suja didn't disturb her, but just drank tea quietly and looked at her. After a while, she stopped writing and pushed the sketchbook in front of Suja. Look. The drawing paper shows the scenery outside the window, a small bridge, flowing water, black sailboats, and the sunset on the horizon. The painting is very artistic. It's a nice painting. Suja praised. Thanks. Shin Yuma put away the sketchbook with a satisfied smile on her face. The two sat in the tea house for a long time until it was completely dark. Should we go back? Shin Yuma asked. No rush. Suja said. I booked ABB here and will stay here tonight. Ah? Shin Yuma was a little surprised. When did you order it? On the way. Suja answered. I thought one day might not be enough for you to collect materials, so I arranged an extra day. His arrangement was very considerate, which made Shin Yuma feel warm in her heart. Then, thank you. She whispered. You are welcome. Suja paid the bill and left the tea house with Shin Yuma. The ancient town is lit up with lanterns at night, which has a unique charm. The homestay that Suja booked is right by the river and has a quiet environment. I booked 2 rooms. Suja handed the key to one of the rooms to Shin Yuma. Your room is on the left, I live on the right. Call me if you need anything. He was very thoughtful and dispelled the last bit of worry in Shin Yuma's heart. Good. Shin Yuma took the key. Then, good night. Good night. Shin Yuma walked into her room and closed the door. She leaned against the door and could still hear her own heartbeat. The day's interactions were more pleasant and natural than she had imagined. Suja's attentiveness and consideration made her feel very comfortable. She lay in bed, replaying the scenes that happened today in her mind. Making pottery together, drinking tea together, watching the sunset together, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Chapter 20 How about we open our own cafe? The next day, the two of them strolled around the ancient town for another half day. Shin Yuma's camera and sketchbook are filled with harvests. After lunch, Suja drove her back to Jinhai City. In the evening, Suja's car stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Jinhai University. I have arrived. Shin Yuma unbuckled his seatbelt. Thank you, Suja. I have had a great time these past 2 days. Her tone was sincere. Me too. Suja said. Then I'll go up. Shin Yuma pushed open the car door. Suja nodded. After Qin Yuma got out of the car, she stood beside it, bent down, and looked at him through the window. "Drive carefully on the road," she instructed. "Good. Send me a message when you get to the dorm." "Nu." Qin Yuma then straightened up, waved at him, turned around and walked into the dormitory building. Suja watched her back disappear before restarting the car and driving towards the boys' dormitory. When I returned to the dormitory, Lu Kai and the others had not returned yet. Suja tidied up briefly, sat at the desk and opened his notebook. He wrote the words University Town, Cafe on a blank piece of paper. This trip to Yunshui Town not only brought him closer to Qin Yuma, but also gave him some new thoughts. He was deeply impressed by the quiet and comfortable atmosphere of the ancient town tea house, which is a space for people to relax, think, and communicate. He looked around Gimhe University Town. The student consumer group here is huge, but the existing commercial facilities seem rough and simple. There are many places to eat and many internet cafes, but there is a lack of quality leisure space. Although the school library is quiet, space is limited and eating, drinking and quiet conversation are not allowed. The chain coffee shops outside are expensive and noisy, not suitable for studying or working for a long time. The cheap milk tea shops are crowded and have no atmosphere at all. A huge market gap appeared in front of Suja. What if we could open a complex space near the university town that combines coffee, reading, self-study, and light socializing? He envisioned this space with comfortable tables and chairs, ample power sockets, stable and high-speed internet, soft lighting, and background music. The drink should be of excellent quality and more affordable than chain stores, and they can also provide simple desserts and light meals. The space can be divided into a quiet study area, a communication area for quiet discussions, and a sofa area for relaxing and chatting. There is also a bookshelf filled with popular books and magazines for guests to read for free. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He has startup capital, and the 100 million yuan rewarded by the system is enough to support this project. He has talent. Qin Yuma is very sensitive to design and aesthetics, and the overall style and brand image of the store can be left to her. He also thought of several brothers in the dormitory. Lu Kai is a native of Jinhai. He is extroverted and has strong communication skills, making him suitable for external liaison and publicity. Zhao Lin is a computer expert and can develop exclusive ordering programs and membership systems. Zhang Wei is down to earth and steady, and works seriously. After training, he will be an excellent store manager responsible for daily operations management. The prototype of a startup team gradually became clear in his mind. This is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. His social experience in his previous life made him deeply aware of the importance of good projects and reliable teams. Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. He picked up a pen and wrote down his ideas one by one in his notebook. From market analysis, to target customer groups, to product positioning, and then to team division of labor. He writes in great detail and with clear ideas. When he finished writing the last stroke, the dormitory door was pushed open. Lu Kai walked in dragging a suitcase. "Brother Zhe, you're back." When he saw Suja, he immediately smiled. "Just arrived." Suja closed his notebook. "Where did you go these past 2 days? You didn't even tell your brother." Lu Kai asked as he packed his things. "Just wandering around." Suja didn't elaborate. After a while, Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin also returned to the dormitory. A few people briefly chatted about their holiday experiences. Zhang Wei works part-time at a fast food restaurant, which is tiring but fulfilling. Zhao Lin completed the programming project and made a small amount of money. Suja looked at his 3 roommates and felt that the time was almost right. He cleared his throat and spoke. "Everyone, there is something I want to discuss with you." His tone was formal, causing the other 3 to quiet down and look at him. "What's going on, Brother Zhe? Why are you so serious?" Lu Kai asked. Suja did not directly state the plan, but instead asked a question first. "What kind of store do you think our school needs most?" This question made all 3 of them ponder. "We need a good barbecue restaurant. The barbecue in the school cafeteria is simply inedible." Lu Kai was the first to speak. "I need a cheap printing shop. The one at the library is too expensive." Zhang Wei starts from actual needs. "We need an esports internet cafe with super fast internet speed," Zhao Lin said. After hearing their answers, Suja smiled. "What you said makes sense. But that's not what I want to say." He paused and expressed his thoughts. I think we're missing a place where we can sit down quietly, have a drink, read a book, or do something on the computer. A place as quiet as a library, but freer and more comfortable than a library. A place that has the style of a cafe, but is more student-friendly than the current cafes. He described the space in his mind. The three roommates listened quietly. They all thought of similar needs they had had. We wanted to find a place for group discussion, but found that there was no other good place except the empty classroom. I wanted to find a place to study all night during exam week, but I found that the lights in the dormitory were turned off at 11 o'clock. I wanted to chat with my friends, but found that the milk tea shop was very noisy. Brother Zhe, what you mean is? Lu Kai realized something. Suja looked at them and his eyes became serious. I mean, why don't we open a cafe of our own together? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire dormitory fell into silence. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin all stared at Suja with wide eyes, their faces full of shock. Open a cafe? For these students who have not yet left school, this is a concept that is too distant and huge. Are you joking, Zhe? Lu Kai asked stutteringly. It will cost a lot of money to open a shop, right? Zhang Wei's first reaction was the cost issue. Zhao Lin didn't say anything, but his furrowed brows also showed his inner unrest. I'm not kidding. Suja's tone was calm. Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of it. I'm telling you this today because I want to ask you something. He looked around at his three roommates. Are you interested in joining me to make this happen? The dormitory was still very quiet and only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. Lu Kai and the others' brains were working rapidly, digesting the information brought by Suja. This matter was too sudden and too serious. Suja did not urge them. He knew he needed to give them some time to think. He stood up, took out a few bottles of drinks from the cabinet and handed them to them. Don't be nervous, it's just a suggestion. You can think about it carefully and don't have to give me an answer right away. He sat back in his seat. I just thought it was a great opportunity. For all of us, it is. After saying that, he stopped talking, leaving his roommates enough room to think. Chapter 21 Brothers, would you like to invest? The kind that converts technology. The silence in the dormitory lasted for a long time. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin all lowered their heads, and no one spoke first. Suja's words just now caused a huge shock in everyone's heart. Start a business. This word is both familiar and unfamiliar to them. They have heard too many success stories of college students, but always feel that those stories are out of reach. They never thought that this incident would happen to them so realistically, and that it was brought up by their roommate. The first to break the silence was Lu Kai. He took a long sip of his drink and slammed the bottle down on the table. Brother Zhe. He looked up at Suja, his eyes filled with a mixture of excitement and uneasiness. What you said is true. How much startup capital do I need? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? We have no experience. What if we lose money? His series of questions revealed his inner struggle and anxiety. The prospects described by Suja made him excited, but as an ordinary student, he was full of fear of the unknown business world and the consequences of failure. Zhang Wei also raised his head. His expression was calmer than Lu Kai's, but the doubt in his eyes was also obvious. Suja, opening a store is not a trivial matter. He spoke. We don't understand anything about site selection, renovation, obtaining various certificates, recruiting employees, purchasing raw materials. Besides, Lu Kai is right, the risk is too great. His concerns are very realistic and he directly points out the specific difficulties at the implementation level. Zhao Lin adjusted his glasses and finally spoke, his voice clear and steady. I checked and found that there are currently 6 coffee chain brands, 12 independent coffee shops, and over 50 milk tea shops in the university town area. The market competition is fierce. Where is our competitive advantage? He raised the most core issues from the perspective of market competition. Faced with questions from his 3 roommates, Suja was not at all flustered. All this was within his expectations. If they agreed without hesitation, he would feel uneasy. He stood up and walked to the middle of the dormitory, his eyes scanning each of them in turn. The issues you raised are all very reasonable. He first gave his affirmation. Besides, you're all right. The startup capital is indeed not a small amount, the risks are indeed great, and the market competition is indeed fierce. But I've already said that I'll take care of the funding issue. You don't have to contribute a penny. As for risks, everything has risks. Even if we go out in the morning, there's still the risk of being hit by a car. Should we just not go out? The key is how we can minimize the risks, rather than doing nothing just because there are risks. Fierce market competition means there's a market. If there's not even a single milk tea shop in a place, we'll worry about whether we've chosen the wrong location. His words were clear and convincing. Lu Kai and the other three listened quietly, their expressions slowly changing from shock and doubt to serious thought. Brother Zhe, what are our advantages you mentioned? Zhao Lin asked. Our advantage is ourselves. Su Zhe answered. We are students. We understand students' needs and pain points better than anyone else. Those chain coffee shops have standardized models, and their products and services are all the same. They won't make changes for our small university town. Many of those independent cafes are just the personal passions of the owners. They don't understand operations and don't understand the real needs of students. We can create a space that is completely tailored for college students. He paused and then elaborated on his deeper thoughts. I'm not looking for you to work for me. I want to invite you to become my partners. Partner? This word made Lu Kai and the others stunned again. Yes, partner. Su Zhe nodded in confirmation. I'll provide the funds, but I also need your skills and abilities, which are invaluable assets that cannot be bought with money. His gaze turned to Lu Kai. Lu Kai, you're a Jinhai native. You're outgoing, have many friends, and are well connected. You're good at selecting a store's location, dealing with renovation companies, obtaining various business licenses, and ultimately, external publicity and community collaboration. He looked at Zhao Lin again. Zhao Lin, you're a genius in the computer department. I hope our cafe can have its own online system. Only you can do this. Finally, his eyes fell on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, you're practical, steady, and responsible. Daily operations and management are crucial to a store's long-term success. I need someone I can trust to manage the store. I think you're the best fit. Su Zhe's words completely changed the atmosphere in the dormitory. Before this, they thought Su Zhe might just be a rich second generation who wanted to invest in projects out of passion. Now, they have completely changed their minds. Su Zhe not only has a clear plan for the project, but also has a deep insight and precise positioning for every member of his team. He wasn't looking for employees. He is building a team with each member having their own responsibilities and complementary strengths. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin all felt their heartbeats quickening. What Su Zhe described for them was more than just the future of a coffee shop. It is also a stage where they can give full play to their strengths and realize their self-worth. Can I really? Lu Kai pointed at himself somewhat unconfidently. Running errands is fine, but I've never done anything like promotion. If you haven't done it before, you can learn. Su Zhe encouraged. No one is born with the ability. We learn together and grow together. But how can we be partners if we don't contribute money? Zhang Wei raised a key question. This is also the biggest concern in their minds. Su Zhe smiled. Who said that starting a business only counts as shares if you contribute money? What you contribute is technology, ability, time, and energy. These, in my opinion, are more important than money. I plan to sell 49% of the shares of this store. Give it to the three of you and the future core team members. I only hold a 51% controlling stake. All future profits of the store will be distributed as dividends according to the proportion of shares. Su Zhe's words caused a huge shock in the hearts of the three people. 49% of the shares. This number completely stunned the three people. They can directly obtain shares and future dividends without spending a penny. This is no longer an ordinary invitation to start a business, but a heavy trust and opportunity. Su Zhe's generosity and courage completely exceeded their imagination. They looked at Su Zhe, there was no doubt in their eyes anymore, only shock and an indescribable excitement. Brother Zhe? Lu Kai's eyes were a little red. Why are you so nice to us? He asked the question that everyone was thinking about. Su Zhe's expression softened. Because we are brothers and roommates. Since I have this ability, I hope we can do something meaningful together. Instead of waiting until graduation 4 years later, when everyone goes their separate ways and ends up doing repetitive, monotonous work in an office building for a few thousand yuan a month. I hope that while we are still young, we can try and create something that truly belongs to us. Even if it only starts with a small cafe. His words touched everyone's heart. Future, graduation, work. These words that were once distant and vague became extremely clear and specific at this moment. The dormitory fell silent again. But this time the silence was no longer one of hesitation and indecision. It is a brewing of passion and a surge of blood. It was Lu Kai who stood up first. He walked up to Suja and stretched out his hand. Brother Zhe, stop talking. I did it. From now on, wherever you point, I'll hit you. His voice was loud and his eyes were firm. Zhao Lin also stood up. He walked to Suja and pushed his glasses. Leave the mini program and membership system to me. Produce the first version of the demo within a month. He doesn't talk much, but his promises are loud and clear. Finally, Zhang Wei also stood up. He walked up to Suja, looked at him, and nodded solemnly. Suja, thank you. I will work hard to be a good steward. Suja looked at the three brothers in front of him and a sincere smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and shook the hands of the three of them tightly. Good. From today on, our team is officially established. In this small boys' dormitory, the dreams of 4 young people have just begun. Chapter 22 New Task, check the city map. On the second day after the team was established, the atmosphere in the dormitory was completely new and everyone was full of energy. Lu Kai was the first to get up before 7 in the morning. He washed himself carefully and changed into a more formal shirt. Brother Zhe, I don't have classes this morning, so I plan to go to the south gate of the university town first. While he was tidying up his clothes, he spoke to Suja who was washing up. I heard from an upperclassman that there are several shops over there that are being sublet. I'm going to check out the situation and take some photos. Good. Suja responded vaguely with toothpaste foam in his mouth. Be safe and call me if you need anything. Don't worry. Lu Kai picked up a notebook and pen and walked out of the dormitory. Not long after he left, Zhao Lin also got up. He opened his laptop. I came up with the basic framework of our online system last night. He tapped on the keyboard and spoke to Suja without turning his head. It is mainly divided into 3 parts: user ordering, backend management and data analysis, which can support our future operational decisions. After rinsing his mouth, Suja walked behind him and took a look. On the screen, a clear logical architecture diagram has taken shape. That's a good idea. Suja gave his affirmation. Are there any difficulties in technical implementation? Building the framework is not difficult. The main workload lies in the implementation of detailed functions and subsequent testing and optimization. Zhao Lin said. There's no rush. Just go at your own pace. Clear. Zhao Lin responded and immersed himself completely in his own world of code. Zhang Wei was the last one to get up. He took out his cell phone, opened a document, and started writing something on it. Suja leaned over to take a look. The title of the document was Job Responsibilities and Service Procedures of Cafe Clerk's Draft. It lists preliminary ideas for a series of processes, from greeting customers to cleaning tables. You've thought it through very carefully. Suja praised. Zhang Wei smiled a little embarrassedly. I used to work part-time at a fast food restaurant, and I felt their standardized processes were very good, reducing many mistakes and improving efficiency. Although we are a small shop, we still need to plan these basic things in advance. You're right. Suja nodded. Professional matters should be left to professionals. You can work on this draft first. Once we've finalized the site and design, I'll hire a professional barista and operations consultant to help you refine it. Good. Zhang Wei responded. Seeing that his roommates quickly got into the state and performed their duties, Suja felt very satisfied. The key to a good team lies in the subjective initiative of each member. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has started the entrepreneurial journey. A new sign-in task has been released. Suja's eyes moved. He walked to his bed and sat down, his consciousness immersed in the system interface. Task type, special sign-in task. Check-in location, observation deck on the top floor of the Twin Towers, Gimhe Financial Center. Mission description, as a rising business upstart, the host needs to stand at the highest point in the city and overlook his future territory. Sign-in reward, special business skills assets random. Task time limit, 72 hours. Financial Center Twin Towers. Suja had an impression of this place. It is a famous landmark building in Jinhai City and the commercial heart of the entire city. The observation hall on the top floor is the best place to overlook the entire Gimhe city. This task issued by the system is very meaningful. The reward content, special business skills or assets, made Suja full of expectations. For him who is just starting out, both a practical business skill and an asset that can directly generate benefits are crucial. He glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. He stood up and said to the two people in the dormitory, "I'm going out to do something. I might not be back for lunch." "Got it, brother Zhe." Zhang Wei responded. Zhao Lin nodded at the screen, his fingers still flying on the keyboard. Suja put on his backpack and left the dormitory. He chose to take the subway. 40 minutes later, he came out of the subway station and looked up to see the two magnificent buildings. Suja walked into one of the buildings and found the dedicated elevator entrance to the observation hall on the top floor. He bought a sightseeing ticket and passed through security. The high-speed elevator started and climbed up rapidly. After more than a minute, the elevator arrived at the observation deck on the 88th floor. As I stepped out of the elevator, the scene before me suddenly became clear. Standing here, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Jinhai city. There are dense buildings at your feet and a river winding through the city in the distance. There are some tourists in the observation hall. Suja was not in a hurry to sign in. He found a place with few people, stood quietly, and overlooked the city. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person struggling to make a living in this huge city. He had never had the opportunity to stand at such a height and look at the city. But now, he stood here with a completely different mentality. What he saw were countless opportunities and a vast world waiting for him to conquer. He found the direction to the university town. Suja knew that there was the first cornerstone of his business empire. He found the direction of Xinghuan Mansion. There is his safe haven now. His eyes swept across every corner of the city. A feeling of lofty ambition arises spontaneously in my heart. He stood there for a long time, until the outline of the entire city was deeply engraved in his mind. Then he recited it silently in his heart. System, sign in. Ding. The host has arrived at the designated location. Sign in successfully. Randomly drawing rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special commercial asset. A corner shop on the Southgate Commercial Street in Jinhai University Town includes a 3-year rent-free period and priority renewal rights. Asset details. The shop is located at the corner of the core intersection of University Town's Southgate Commercial Street, with dual street frontage, 2 floors, and a total area of 300 square meters. The relevant property rights and rent exemption agreement documents have been sent to the host's email address and have been filed online with the relevant authorities, effective immediately. The system prompt sounded. Suja was completely stunned. He originally thought that the system would reward him with a business skill. But I never expected that the system would directly reward me with a store. Moreover, it is a prosperous shop with an excellent location. University Town Southgate Commercial Street. At the corner of the core intersection. Facing the street on both sides, it has 2 floors and covers an area of 300 square meters. It also comes with 3 years of rent-free accommodation. Suja felt his breathing became a little rapid. He knew the value of such a store better than anyone. In a place like a university town, a good location almost determines half of the success of a business. And the position given to him by the system is simply the best. He was worrying about where to choose a location, while Lu Kai was still working hard outside to run the store. As a result, the system directly gave him the best answer. This sign-in reward comes at a very timely and crucial moment. It directly solves one of the biggest challenges the team currently faces. With this shop, their cafe project can immediately move from paper planning to the actual preparation stage. Suja took out his cell phone and opened his email. An unread email titled Certificate of Commercial Asset Transfer was lying there quietly. He opened the email, which contained a detailed electronic contract and property rights certificate with full legal effect. He downloaded the file and saved it. The excitement in my heart slowly subsided. He looked out the window again. At this moment, when he looked at the city again, he felt different. He was no longer a mere spectator. From now on, he is also a real participant in this business landscape. Although, all he owns now is a small shop. But he believes that in the future, the name of his company will be on the tallest building in the city. Chapter 23 Brothers, stop looking, I've got the shop. When Suja returned to the dormitory, Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin were there. Zhang Wei was writing something and Zhao Lin was typing on the keyboard. It's very quiet in the dormitory. Suja put down his backpack and sat down to read. The door was pushed open and Lu Kai walked in. He threw his bag on the table, sat down in the chair without saying a word, and covered his eyes with his hands. The sound of keyboards in the dormitory stopped. Zhang Wei put down his pen and looked at Lu Kai. What's wrong? Lu Kai took his hands away from his face and let out a long breath. Don't mention it. Suja also closed the book and looked at Lu Kai. Things aren't going well? Lu Kai sat up straight and took a big sip of water. It's more than just bad luck. He put the glass of water down heavily on the table. It's just despairing. Zhao Lin also turned his chair. Have you found a suitable shop? No. Lu Kai shook his head. I've been running since I left home this morning, covering all of Nanmen Commercial Street and several nearby roads. I looked at a total of 6 stores that were being sublet. He held up his finger. The first one has a great location, right in the middle of the commercial street, with a lot of traffic. Guess how much the rent is? Zhang Wei looked at him. How many? 1 month, 20,000. 160,000 for the deposit. The first payment alone is 140,000. 114,000? Zhang Wei repeated it. And that's just the rent. Lu Kai continued. That store also had a transfer fee of 80,000. They said they were giving us their previous renovations and some old equipment at a discount. All in all, 220,000 was gone before the store even opened. The dormitory fell silent again. This number exceeded Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin's expectations. It's too expensive. Zhang Wei spoke. We're just a cafe, and the upfront investment is so huge, the risk is too high. Yes. Lu Kai nodded. I thought so too, so I ruled out the first one directly. What about the second one? Suja asked. The second one is at the end of the commercial street, in a very remote location. I stood there for half an hour and saw less than 20 people pass by. The advantage is the cheap rent, only 6,000 yuan a month, and there's no transfer fee. But the area is too small, less than 40 square meters, and it's divided into 2 small rooms. The layout is very poor. That position won't work. Zhao Lin directly denied it. Without sufficient foot traffic, no matter how good our online system is, it will be useless. The basis for online traffic generation is offline brand awareness. That's what I thought. Lu Kai spread out his hands. The following few properties all have similar problems. Either the location is good, but the price is unaffordable for us. Or the price is right, but the location, size, and layout are always flawed. He pulled his notebook from his bag and opened it. I've written down the details of each one, with photos and specific rental data. He handed the notebook to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin gathered together to look through it. Lu Kai recorded it in great detail, listing out the advantages and disadvantages of each store. But the more detailed it is, the more powerless it makes people feel. There is no perfect option. This road is more difficult than we thought. Zhang Wei said after reading the notebook. Last night's entrepreneurial enthusiasm was hit by reality. The atmosphere in the dormitory was a bit heavy. Lu Kai leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. I even asked the real estate agent today. He said that the good shops in the university town are basically controlled by a few landlords, so there's no shortage of rental opportunities. Even if a space becomes available, it will be snatched up by chain stores immediately, leaving student startup teams like us out of the running. Funding is the biggest issue. Zhang Wei said. If we have enough money, the first location is actually a good choice. Money is one thing. Lu Kai shook his head. Connections and channels are also very important. We have nothing, so it's very difficult to get a good position. Zhao Lin adjusted his glasses. If we can't find a suitable store, all our plans will be just empty talk. Suja, who had been silent, stood up at this moment. He walked over to his backpack and unzipped it. The other 3 watched his movements. Suja took out his cell phone from his backpack. He turned to face his 3 roommates. You're both right. Suja spoke, his voice calm. Site selection is the first and most important step in starting a business. A good location can save us a lot of publicity costs in the later stages and can also directly determine the success or failure of a project. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin all looked at him, waiting for his next words. So, regarding the location of the store. Suja paused. I've already solved it. After he finished speaking, the dormitory fell into silence. Lu Kai was the first to react. He looked at Suja with confusion in his eyes. Solved? What do you mean? Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin also looked at Suja, not understanding the meaning of his words. Suja did not explain immediately. He took his cell phone and walked to the table in the middle of the dormitory. He unlocked his phone screen and opened a file. Then he placed the phone face up in the middle of the table. See for yourself. 3 people immediately surrounded him. Their eyes were focused on the phone screens. Displayed on the screen is the front page of an electronic document. At the top is a row of black titles. Lu Kai read it out word by word. Business assets, delivery certificate? There was uncertainty in his voice. He continued to read. Asset owner, Suja. Asset name, shop at the corner of Southgate Commercial Street, Jinhai University Town. Lu Kai's voice suddenly stopped here. His eyes widened. He read the address line again. Southgate Commercial Street, University Town, Jinhai City. At the corner of the core intersection. This. Lu Kai pointed at the screen, then looked up at Suja. His lips moved but no sound came out. Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin also saw that address line. They are not native to Jinhai and are not as sensitive to the value of this address as Lu Kai. Is this location good? Zhang Wei asked Lu Kai. Lu Kai did not answer Zhang Wei. His breathing became a little faster. He grabbed Suja's phone and quickly flipped through the contents of the file at the back. Property ownership certificate, area map, store structure diagram. Every page of the document increased his shock. Impossible. Lu Kai muttered to himself. That's absolutely impossible. He raised his head and stared at Suja. Brother Zhe, stop joking. Where did you get this thing? Is it a photoshopped picture? Suja looked at him without changing his expression. Look at the electronic seal and filing number at the end of the document. You can check its authenticity on the official website. I'm not saying the document is fake. Lu Kai's voice was a little loud. I mean, this shop can't possibly be yours. Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin were a little overwhelmed by Lu Kai's excited reaction. Lu Kai, calm down. What happened to this shop? Zhang Wei pulled his arm. Lu Kai shook off his hand and walked back and forth in the dormitory. What's wrong? Do you know where this is? He pointed to the address on his phone. University Town, Southgate Commercial Street, at the intersection, on the corner. That location is the best of all the shops in our entire university town, bar none. It's the absolute king shop. When I went to see the agent today, I specifically asked about that place. The agent told me that the shop has been empty for several years. It's not that it can't be rented out, but the landlord simply doesn't want to rent it out. It said that a national milk tea chain offered 2 million yuan a year in rent, but the landlord didn't even meet with him. Some say the landlord is abroad, others say he's waiting for a big project. Anyway, that place is so expensive that even big companies, let alone us, can't get it. Lu Kai finished speaking in one breath, his chest heaving. He looked at Suja again, his eyes full of shock and incomprehension. So you're telling me now that this shop has become your asset? Brother Zhe, this is even more outrageous to me than you driving a Bugatti Veyron. After listening to Lu Kai's explanation, Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin finally understood the seriousness of the matter. The two of them also looked at Suja with a completely new perspective. If the previous Bugatti Veyron proved that Suja was rich, so now this matter proves that it is not just a matter of money. What this represents are resources and energy that they cannot even imagine. Suja remained calm in the face of the shocked looks of his 3 roommates. He took his phone back from Lu Kai. The contract is real. The shop is mine now too. So, don't worry about the site selection anymore. Lu Kai, you've worked hard today, go to bed early. Suja's words brought great shock. Lu Kai slowly walked back to his chair and sat down. He felt his mind was a little confused. Today he was haggling with the agent over a difference of several thousand yuan in rent per month. He was exhausted by the first difficulty he faced in starting his business. As a result, Suja solved all the problems directly. This feeling cannot be described in words. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and walked in front of Suja. Suja, I don't know what to say. He looked into Suja's eyes. Thank you. Zhao Lin also came over and patted Suja on the shoulder. He didn't say anything, but his eyes said it all. Suja looked at them. We're a team. I just did what I had to do. You guys do the same. Lu Kai also stood up at this time. He walked in front of Suja with a serious expression. Brother Zhe, I take back what I said. I shouldn't have doubted you. He paused, then a huge grin spread across his face. But this is so cool. Shop King. Our cafe will be opened at the location of Shop King. Ha ha ha. The haze just now was swept away in an instant. Instead, there is unprecedented excitement. With this position, we're already halfway there. Lu Kai waved his fist. No, it's 80% successful. Zhao Lin also said. My system finally has a place to use. Zhang Wei also smiled and picked up the notebook on the table. Looks like I need to rework my operating plan. The operating standards of the Puwang store can't be lowered. Looking at his three roommates who had rekindled their fighting spirit, a smile appeared on Suja's face. He knew that their story had truly begun from this moment on. Chapter 24 Hello, my exclusive designer. After resolving the store issue, the atmosphere in the dormitory became completely different. Everyone was in high spirits, with excitement on their faces. Lu Kai was searching for information about popular shops, Zhang Wei was revising the operation draft, and Zhao Lin was typing on the keyboard quickly. Suja did not participate in the discussion, but picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Suja? A girl's voice came. It's Qin Yuma. It's me. Suja said. Are you occupied? No, I just came out of the library. Qin Yuma replied. What's wrong? Last time in the ancient town, we talked about opening a cafe, remember? Suja asked. Of course I remember. There was a smile in Qin Yuma's voice. Why, your business empire has already started construction. You could say that. Suja's voice was steady. The location of the store has been decided. So soon? Qin Yuma was a little surprised. Suja responded. So, I would like to formally extend an invitation to you. He said. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. What invitation? Qin Yuma asked. I hope you can become the chief designer of our cafe, responsible for the interior design and brand visual image of the entire store. Suja directly stated his purpose. After he finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent again. This silence was longer than last time. Suja did not urge him and waited quietly. After a while, Qin Yuma's voice sounded again, with some uncertainty. Suja, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Suja said. I'm serious. But I'm just a student and don't have any practical project experience. Qin Yuma's voice sounded a little nervous. I know. Suja said. I believe in your aesthetics and talent. Your insights into design when you were in Yunshui town were very professional. That's just paper talk. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Suja interrupted her. This is an opportunity, for you and for our team. I'm afraid I won't do a good job and will mess up your project. Qin Yuma's concerns are very real. Don't be afraid. Suja's voice is reassuring. I will give you the greatest support and authority. We have enough time and budget to make mistakes. You really trust me that much? Qin Yuma asked softly. Right. Suja only said one word. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. Suja could hear her somewhat rapid breathing. Good. Qin Yuma finally spoke. I promise. Her voice was firm. I'm willing to try. Very good. The corners of Suja's mouth rose slightly. Then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, are you free? Have. I'll show you our shop. Good. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Suja hung up the phone. Shin Yuma's joining made him full of expectations for the project. The next morning, Suja washed and changed his clothes and said to Zhang Wei, I'm going out for a while and won't be back this morning. Got it, brother Zhe. After saying that, Suja put on his bag and left the dormitory. More than 10 minutes later, Suja came to an underground garage and got into his Bugatti Veyron. He started the car, drove out of the garage and merged into traffic. He glanced at the time and arrived at the east gate of Gimhe University at exactly 9 o'clock. He parked the car in an inconspicuous place on the side of the road and sent a message to Shin Yuma. I'm here, on the road opposite the east gate. Soon, Shin Yuma walked out of the school gate and looked around on the roadside. Suja honked the horn. Shin Yuma looked over and was stunned when she saw the Bugatti Veyron and Suja in the driver's seat. Suja got out of the car and walked up to her. Get in the car, he said. Shin Yuma looked at him, then looked at the car, with a complicated look in her eyes. Is this what you said, take me to see the store? She asked. Right. Suja nodded. It's just a means of transportation. Shin Yuma didn't say anything else, opened the car door and got in. Suja also returned to the driver's seat and started the car. The space inside the car is very quiet. You seem a little nervous, Suja said as he drove. No, Shin Yuma said. It's just my first time riding in such an expensive car. Suja smiled. You'll get used to it later. Shin Yuma turned her head and looked at him. Suja, who are you? She asked. A college student preparing to start a business. Suja answered. That's a perfunctory answer. That's the truth, Suja said. My family conditions are indeed better than the average person's, but this has nothing to do with why I invited you to be a designer. I invited you only because I believe in your ability. Shin Yuma looked at his profile as he concentrated on driving and was silent for a while. Thank you, she said. After about 20 minutes, the car slowed down. We're here, Suja said. He pulled into the parking lot and the two men got out. Suja brought Shin Yuma to the center of the commercial street. It's right here. He pointed to a 2-story building surrounded by fences. Shin Yuma looked up at the outline of the building. This is our store? There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Right. Suja took out a bunch of keys, opened the small door of the fence, and made a please gesture. Welcome to where our dreams begin. Shin Yuma took a deep breath and walked in. The internal walls have been opened up, revealing a large open space with excellent lighting. Shin Yuma stood in the middle of the first floor and looked around, the expression on her face changed from surprise to excitement. This place is amazing, she said. The space is large, the light is great, and there are many design possibilities. Suja walked over to her. What do you think? It's better than I thought. Shin Yuma took out a drawing board and pen from her bag and began to walk around the space, observing and sketching quickly. We can create an open bar here so customers can watch the baristas make their drinks. She pointed to a corner and said. You can put some comfortable single sofas in front of the French windows over there. The second floor can be made more private, with booths and small rooms. This corner location has the best view. We can build a small stage and invite a band to perform in the evening. She spoke as she painted, her eyes sparkling. Suja did not disturb her and just watched her concentrate quietly. He was very sure that he had not found the wrong person. It was unknown how long it took before Shin Yuma stopped and smiled a little embarrassedly. Sorry, I can't control myself when I see a good space. It doesn't matter, Suja said. That's exactly what I wanted to see. He looked at the sketch that had taken shape on her drawing board. You have a good idea, Suja said. Do you have any initial ideas about the design style? I want to try to combine the new Chinese style with modern minimalist style, Shin Yuma said. Use some elements of logs, bamboo, and ink painting to create a quiet and comfortable atmosphere, but the overall design should remain modern and simple. That's a great idea, Suja nodded. Just follow your ideas, don't worry about the budget, just make the best design. Good. Shin Yuma nodded vigorously, his face full of confidence and motivation. The two spent the entire afternoon in the shop, discussing various details. They found that they were surprisingly consistent in many aesthetics and ideas. The two ended their discussion in the evening. I should go back, Shin Yuma said. I send you, Suja said. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was much more relaxed than when we came. Shin Yuma is no longer reserved and will take the initiative to talk to Suja about interesting things about design in school. The car stopped at the east gate of Gimhee University. Thank you for bringing me here today. Shin Yuma unbuckled his seatbelt and said to Suja. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I should thank you, Suja said. Hello, my personal designer. Shin Yuma's cheeks flushed slightly when she heard this name. She smiled at him, opened the door and got out of the car. Be careful on your way back, she said, standing outside the car. Suja nodded. He watched Shin Yuma walk into the school gate before starting the car again. This meeting not only determined the most important design aspects of the cafe, but also quietly brought about some changes in the relationship between the two. Chapter 25. This design is too amazing. In the next few days, Suja did not contact Shin Yuma again. He gave Shin Yuma enough space and trust. The entrepreneurial atmosphere in the dormitory is still strong. Lu Kai follows up on the progress of the construction site every day, Zhang Wei buries himself in books on catering management, and Zhao Lin's mini-program development has also entered the core stage. Suja continued to study and live regularly as usual. Everything seemed calm and orderly. Until Thursday night. Suja had just finished taking a shower and returned to the dormitory when his cell phone rang. It was Shin Yuma calling. Suja, are you in the dormitory now? Her voice was tired, yet excited. Exist. Suja answered. I finished my first version of the design and wanted to show it to you, she said. Good. Suja glanced at the other people in the dormitory. We are all here, just come over. Yeah, I'll be there soon. Shin Yuma hung up the phone. In the dormitory, Lu Kai, Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin stopped what they were doing when they heard the conversation. Shin Yuma wants to bring the design drawings over? Lu Kai asked. Right. Suja nodded. So soon? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Only 4 days have passed since we went to see the store. You can't imagine the efficiency of the top students, Zhao Lin said. Several people were looking forward to it. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Suja walked over and opened the door. Shin Yuma stood at the door, holding a laptop, with a tired look on her face, but her eyes were bright. Come in. Suja moved aside to let her in. Hello. Shin Yuma nodded to the others in the dormitory. Hello, hello. Lu Kai responded enthusiastically. Please take a seat. Zhang Wei brought over a chair. Shin Yuma thanked him, sat down and opened his laptop on the table. Suja, Lu Kai, Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin surrounded her, their eyes fixed on the screen. Because time is tight, this is only the first version of the plan, and there are still many details that need to be improved, Shin Yuma explained while operating the computer. Let me show you the overall 3D rendering first. She opened a file. A three-dimensional and realistic space model appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, the whole dormitory was quiet. Lu Kai opened his mouth wide, Zhang Wei leaned forward unconsciously, and even Zhao Lin, who was usually calm, had a glint of surprise in his eyes. What is presented on the screen is no longer the empty and rough construction site, but a complete space full of design sense and warm atmosphere. The entire cafe is dominated by log color and white, dotted with elegant gray and black. On the first floor, there is a simple bar and a window seating area that combines transparency and privacy. The most eye-catching feature is a spiral wooden staircase with a small indoor landscape designed under it. Let's look at the second floor. Shin Yuma switched perspective. The space on the second floor is divided into several different areas, including semi-open booths suitable for small gatherings, 2 independent private rooms for meetings or events, and a small stage with a floor-to-ceiling window as the background. This is so beautiful. Lu Kai finally couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is this really our store? It feels like a high-end club in a first-tier city. Very professionally designed. Zhang Wei also gave his comments. The space utilization is very efficient and the functional zoning is very thoughtful, which completely exceeded my expectations. Zhao Lin didn't say anything, he pointed to a corner in the rendering. What's that? He asked. Qin Yuma zoomed in and saw a cabinet on the side of the bar on the first floor. Oh, this. Qin Yuma explained. I heard from Suja that you are developing an online ordering app. I think that in the future many people may choose to order online and pick up in store. So I reserved a spot for a smart food collection cabinet here. After the customer completes the online order, the staff puts the drinks in the cabinet, and the customer can pick them up by themselves with the pickup code, which saves the time of queuing and reduces the work pressure of the staff. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this explanation. That's a great idea, he said. I was worried about the interaction process between online and offline. Your design directly solved a big problem of mine. Qin Yuma smiled. I'm just offering a possibility. She then opened several other files, showing detailed floor plans and soft furnishings. Professional and detailed documents were displayed on the screen. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin were completely impressed by this plan. They looked at Qin Yuma with eyes full of admiration, and then they understood why Suja was looking for her. The professional level of this design far exceeded their imagination. Brother Zhe, I am truly impressed by your vision. Lu Kai said to Suja, who was standing beside him. This isn't our designer, this is our boss lady. He spoke this in a loud voice, and when Qin Yuma heard it, her face turned red. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. The atmosphere in the dormitory became a little subtle. Suja glanced at Lu Kai. Lu Kai immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. I was just too excited and made a slip of the tongue. Suja ignored him. He walked forward and looked carefully at the design drawing on the computer. He looked very carefully, not missing any details. Everyone else stopped talking and waited quietly for his final evaluation. After all, he is the final decision maker on this project. It took a long time before Suja stood up. He looked at Qin Yuma. The plan is very good, he said. It's better than I thought. His comments were simple but carried a lot of weight. After receiving Suja's affirmation, Qin Yuma was obviously relieved and a happy smile appeared on his face. Then, shall we carry out this plan? She asked. Right. Suja nodded. That's it, no need to change it. His decision was clean and decisive. However, regarding your reward, Suja continued. I've learned about the market value of this design. According to commercial standards, the design fee is at least over 100,000. I'll pay you the market price. Hearing this number, Lu Kai and Zhang Wei both gasped. They didn't expect that a design drawing would be so valuable. Qin Yuma shook his head. No, she said. I don't want any money. That won't work. Suja's tone was firm. We are a business partnership. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly, not to mention that we are not. This sentence made Qin Yuma's face red again. I did not mean that. Qin Yuma looked into Suja's eyes and said seriously. I want to be part of this team, too. If you don't mind, my design can be considered as my investment in the company with my technology, okay? Technology investment? Suja looked at her. Right. Qin Yuma nodded. Just like classmate Zhao Lin. I don't want money, and I don't want shares. All I want is... I'll name the first cup of coffee after your shop opens, and I'll drink it for free. Is that okay? After she finished speaking, she looked at Suja nervously. Suja looked at her sparkling eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Good, he said. I promise. Then it's settled, Qin Yuma said happily. A meeting about the design plan ended successfully in the dormitory. Qin Yuma copied all the design documents to Suja. Suja saw her out. Walked downstairs to the dormitory. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Suja said. You don't seem to have had much rest. Fine, Qin Yuma said. If you do what you like, you won't feel tired. She stopped and turned to look at Suja. Suja, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for believing in me and for giving me this platform to turn my ideas into reality, she said. This is the best gift I have ever received as a student. You deserve this trust, Suja said. After the two said goodbye, Suja watched Shin Yuma's back disappear at the door of the girls' dormitory before turning around and walking back. He knew it very well. This cafe project has a real soul because of Shin Yuma's joining. And his and her story becomes closer because of this. Chapter 26 It's just for renovations, let us give you 2 million first. Once the design plan was finalized, the cafe project was immediately accelerated. The next morning, Lu Kai took the detailed construction drawings and contacted the decoration company he had found before. The boss of the decoration company is surnamed Wang, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He has been engaged in decoration projects in the university town area for more than 10 years and has rich experience. The two parties agreed to meet at a tea house near the school. Suja, Lu Kai, and Zhang Wei went to the appointment together. Boss Wang arrived before them. He saw 3 young students walk in and a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly regained his professional smile. Hello, I'm Lao Wang from Honda Decoration. He stood up and offered his hand. Lu Kai shook hands with him. Hello, Boss Wang. My name is Lu Kai. This is Zhang Wei, and this is our boss, Suja. He introduced. Boss Wang's gaze fell on Suja and stayed there for 2 more seconds. Suja was wearing simple casual clothes and looked no different from an ordinary college student. But the calm aura around him made Boss Wang dare not underestimate him. Boss Su, you are young and promising, Boss Wang said politely. Suja nodded to him without saying anything more. After a few people sat down, Lu Kai directly placed a thick roll of drawings on the table. Boss Wang, this is the design of our store. Please take a look first. Boss Wang put on his glasses and spread out the drawings. He looked very carefully, from the floor plan, to the water and electricity line diagram, to the facade structure diagram, not missing a single page. He originally thought that if a student started a small business and opened a shop, the design drawings could not be very professional. But the more he looked, the more serious his expression became, and finally it turned into surprise. Which designer made this blueprint? He raised his head and looked at Suja and the others. This level of work is not something that an ordinary studio can produce. A friend of ours did it, Lu Kai replied. Boss Wang nodded, and the contempt in his eyes completely disappeared. He knew very well that such a detailed and standardized construction drawing could save a lot of trouble in subsequent construction. The drawings are fine, very professional, Boss Wang said. I took a look and the construction wasn't particularly difficult. It was mainly the custom woodwork and detailing that took some time. So, if we follow the materials and workmanship standards on the blueprint for this project, what's the approximate budget? Zhang Wei asked from the side, holding a notebook in his hand, ready to take notes. Boss Wang pondered for a moment, picked up a pen, and quickly calculated on the paper. Let me give you an estimate, he said. First, we need basic renovations, including plumbing and electrical renovations, wall treatments, floor paving, and ceiling work. We're using mid to high-end environmentally friendly materials for this 300 square meter, 2-story building. This will cost about 400,000 yuan. Then there's the custom-made parts, like the bar, booths, bookshelves, background wall design, and the spiral staircase. This is where the bulk of the cost comes from. A preliminary estimate is at least 500,000. Then there's the equipment. Professional kitchen equipment like coffee machines, bean grinders, ice makers, ovens, refrigerators, etc. A good set would cost at least 300,000 yuan. There's also the store's air conditioning system, fresh air system, surveillance security, and sound system. This will cost about 200,000 yuan. Finally, there are the soft furnishings and furniture, including tables, chairs, sofas, lamps, curtains, decorations, etc. The investment in this part cannot be skimped on. I estimate it to be around 200,000 yuan. Boss Wang circled several numbers on the paper. So, adding everything up, 1.6 million is a more realistic number. He looked at Suja. Of course, this is just a preliminary estimate. The specific price quote will be determined after we provide a detailed materials list and construction plan, but the fluctuation will not exceed 10%. 1,600,000. When this number came out of Boss Wang's mouth, Lu Kai and Zhang Wei looked at each other subconsciously. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they were prepared and knew that renovation would be expensive, they didn't expect it to cost so much. This number is far beyond their comprehension as students. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tea house's private room became a little tense. Lu Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Zhang Wei lowered his head, his fingers moving unconsciously on his notebook. Boss Wang noticed the reactions of the two and had a rough idea in his mind. He has seen too many young entrepreneurs who have great ideas but back down when it comes to money. He felt that this deal might fail. However, from beginning to end, Suja's expression did not change at all. He listened quietly to Boss Wang's estimate, with neither surprise nor embarrassment on his face. He waited until Boss Wang finished speaking before he spoke slowly. "Boss Wang," he cried out. Boss Wang looked at him. "Well, Boss Su, you say. Does the budget you mentioned include all expenses and allow us to open right away?" Suja asked. "Yes." Boss Wang nodded. "It's basically a turnkey project. Of course, you may need to add some small decorations and green plants later." Suja nodded. He was silent for a few seconds. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei were both very nervous. They were afraid of hearing words like "it's too expensive" or "let's think about it again" from Suja. At this moment, Suja spoke again. His question stunned everyone present. 2 million, is that enough to start?" he asked Boss Wang. Boss Wang thought he had heard wrongly. "Boss Su, are you saying?" "I said, I'll transfer 2 million to the project account as startup capital." Suja's tone was calm. "Is this money enough to buy the advanced materials and arrange for workers to come in for construction?" 2 million. Lu Kai felt his heart skip a beat. Small Bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Small Bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. Zhang Wei's hand holding the pen also tightened suddenly. Boss Wang has been in the business world for many years and has seen some of the world. But he was still stunned by Suja's words. He had seen straightforward customers, but he had never seen one as straightforward as this one. The budget was 1.6 million, but the other party directly asked if 2 million was enough to start. This is no longer straightforward, this is called heroic. Enough is enough. Boss Wang nodded quickly, and the smile on his face became extremely sincere. "Boss Su, don't worry. 2 million in startup capital is more than enough. I promise to use the best materials and find the best craftsmen. I will also tighten the construction schedule for you." "That's good." Suja nodded. "We need to register a company account to handle the payment. After the contract is drafted, please provide your company's account information and I will arrange for the financial department to transfer the funds." "No problem. I'll have the legal department draft a contract as soon as I get back." Boss Wang's attitude became very respectful. He knew that he had met a real big customer today. After that, things went incredibly smoothly. Boss Wang immediately called the company's chief designer and project manager, and together they reviewed the drawings and finalized many construction details with Suja and others. Suja didn't say much during the whole process, but every question he raised was very crucial. For example, the environmental protection level of the material, the fire safety standards, the load-bearing capacity of water and electricity lines, etc. His professionalism and rigor made Boss Wang's project team dare not be negligent in the slightest. The meeting lasted until noon. After all the preliminary issues were communicated, Suja stood up. "That's all for today. Boss Wang, I'm waiting for your contract." Okay. Take care, Boss Su." Boss Wang accompanied the three of them all the way to the entrance of the tea house, and his attitude was so enthusiastic that Lu Kai felt a little uncomfortable. When I walked out of the tea house, the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. Lu Kai let out a long sigh, feeling very unreal. "Brother Zhe." He looked at Suja who was walking in front of him, and his voice was a little dry. "Just now and there, you were too domineering." "Is there?" Suja turned around and looked at him. "I'm just stating a fact. The fact is, when we were still confused about what 1.6 million meant, you had already slammed a check for 2 million on the table." Lu Kai said with a wry smile. Zhang Wei also came over, his expression very serious. "Suja, such a large sum of money, you are the only one who can pay it, and we..." He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. In this entrepreneurial venture, the three of them invested nothing but time and technology. Suja alone took on all the financial pressure. This made them feel a little uneasy. Suja stopped and looked at the two of them. "What did we say on the first day?" he asked. We are a team. Everyone plays their part and makes their own contribution. My strength is that I can solve financial problems. You, on the other hand, are responsible for turning this project from a blueprint into reality. None of us is more noble than the other, we just have different divisions of labor. He looked at Lu Kai. You will be the overall person in charge of the upcoming renovations. I only have one request, keep an eye on the quality and progress of the project. Lu Kai stood up straight immediately. Don't worry, brother Zhe. I promise to spend every day at the construction site. Suja looked at Zhang Wei again. The company's registration and future financial management are in your hands. Spend your money wisely and do a good job of budgeting and auditing. Zhang Wei also nodded solemnly. I will. I will keep a record of every expense. Suja patted both of them on the shoulders. That's right. He said. Don't think about those useless things. Doing our own thing well and ensuring the smooth opening of this store is the greatest reward for me. Suja's words dispelled the last bit of worry in Lu Kai and Zhang Wei's hearts. Their eyes became extremely determined. In the afternoon, Suja received a call from Zhang Wei. He has already consulted about the procedures for registering a company. Because it is a student startup, there is some policy support. They named the company Chu Jian, which means if only life could be like the first sight. Suja appointed Zhang Wei as the legal representative of the company. As the largest shareholder, he himself remains behind the scenes. In terms of share distribution, Suja insisted that he only held 51% of the controlling stake, and the remaining 49% would be jointly held by the three of them and the future core team. He set the account management permissions so that operations required joint authorization from both Zhang Wei and Lu Kai, ensuring the safety of funds. When all the formalities are completed and the company account is opened, Suja sat in the dormitory and used his mobile banking to make a transfer in front of Lu Kai and Zhang Wei. In the transfer amount column, he entered a 2 followed by 6 zeros. Then he pressed the confirm button. Throughout the whole process, the expression on his face was very relaxed. A few seconds later, Zhang Wei received a bank text message on his mobile phone. Jinhai Bank, your company account ending in XXXX completed an inward transfer transaction at 18:30 on XXXXXX for 2 million yuan. The current account balance is 2 million yuan. Looking at the long string of zeros, Lu Kai and Zhang Wei fell silent again. They knew that from this moment on, their business venture was no longer a small one. 2 million in real money was invested. The responsibility on their shoulders has also become heavy. The renovation project was started as quickly as possible after the funds were in place. The popular corner shop at the intersection was soon surrounded by high fences. A huge spray-painted banner was hung on the fence. There are only a few words on it. Please look forward to the store upgrade. These words immediately caused quite a stir in the busy university town commercial street. Chapter 27 Li Wan collapsed. The owner of that store turned out to be him. Li Wan and Zhao Feng have been on bad terms recently. Since the basketball game, the two have been arguing more and more frequently. Zhao Feng became a laughingstock for apologizing to Suja, so he blamed Li Wan for the humiliation. He felt that if Li Wan was not Suja's ex-girlfriend, he would never have provoked Suja. Li Wan couldn't stand Zhao Feng's anger. At the same time, the rumors about Suja on the campus forum also made her uneasy. Sushin, the owner of Bugatti Veyron, a generous and mysterious rich man. Each label is completely different from the frugal Suja in her memory. This contrast made her feel unreal. She began to doubt whether her original decision was wrong. She even took out her cell phone late at night, found Suja's number, and wanted to get clarification. But she didn't have the courage. Suja's words last time, "We are not familiar with each other," cut off all her escape routes. On Saturday afternoon, in order to ease the relationship, Zhao Feng took the initiative to take Li Wan to the university town commercial street to buy new clothes. Li Wan agreed. She also wanted to go out and relax. The two walked along the commercial street, holding hands. In order to show his generosity, Zhao Feng took Li Wan into a brand clothing store. "Try on whichever you like," Zhao Feng said, pointing to a row of new windbreakers. Li Wan's mood improved a little. She picked out a khaki windbreaker and walked into the fitting room. After changing her clothes and coming out, she stood in front of the mirror. The clothes fit well. "Does it look good?" she asked Zhao Feng. "Nice." Zhao Feng nodded and glanced at the tag. 2008, not bad, not expensive. He took out his wallet and prepared to pay. His father gives him 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses, so buying clothes worth a few thousand yuan is nothing to him. This spending power was one of the important reasons why Li Wan chose him. But at this moment, Li Wan looked at himself in the mirror and felt unhappy. She thought of Suzha. She remembered that he had worked part-time for half a month and his hands were all rubbed raw in order to buy her a birthday present worth more than 1,000 yuan. At that time, 1,000 yuan was a huge sum of money for them. And now, Zhao Feng casually said the word not expensive. Li Wan felt mixed emotions. What's wrong? Zhao Feng noticed that her expression was not right and asked. Nothing. Li Wan shook his head. This one, please. After paying, the two men walked out of the store. Zhao Feng was in a good mood and felt that his performance today was very graceful and should be able to calm Li Wan down. He put his arm around Li Wan's shoulders and pointed to a busy intersection not far away. Let's go over there and take a look. I heard there's a new internet-famous dessert shop that's opened. The two walked towards the intersection. Zhao Feng stopped when he passed the most conspicuous corner of the intersection. He pointed at the shop surrounded by green fence with a proud look. Wan, have you seen that shop? He asked. Li Wan looked in the direction he pointed. She knew that location was the best spot in the entire university town's commercial street. I saw it, what's wrong? Do you know how awesome this shop is? Zhao Feng's tone was ostentatious. I heard from a business friend of my dad that this shop is the real king shop in the university town. It has been empty for several years and no one can rent it. It's said that the landlord has no shortage of money. Previously, a national chain brand wanted to rent the property and offered 2 million yuan a year, but the landlord ignored them. Zhao Feng spoke with great joy. You can't take over a place like this just by having money. You need real strength and background. Without tens of millions of dollars, don't even think about it. As he spoke, he observed Li Wan's expression. He wanted to show Li Wan his knowledge and let her understand that the circle he was in was something that people like Suzha could never reach. Li Wan was indeed stunned by what he said. 2 million in rent a year and a net worth of tens of millions. These concepts represent a world she has never been exposed to. She nodded in agreement. Yes, this is the real upper class. Even if Suzha could afford a Bugatti, he was just a nouveau riche. How could he possibly reach this level? Thinking of this, the regret in her heart was suppressed a little. Perhaps, choosing Zhao Feng was still the right choice. Just then, a blue sports car stopped on the roadside next to them. Li Wan and Zhao Feng's attention were both attracted by the car. A flash of jealousy flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat. She was very familiar with this car. The car door opened and a person got out of the driver's seat. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, and had a tall and straight figure. It's Suzha. Li Wan's breathing stopped instantly. Suzha didn't see them. After getting out of the car, he walked around to the other side and opened the passenger door. The ones who got out of the car were Lu Kai and Zhang Wei. The three of them stood together, talking and laughing. Brother Zhe, your car is comfortable to sit in, but it's a bit too ostentatious. Lu Kai's voice came. Let's take the subway next time. Zhang Wei also said. Okay. Suzha smiled. I'll do as you say. As the three of them talked, they walked towards the fenced-off shop. Zhao Feng stood there, his expression changing from jealousy to astonishment, and finally to disbelief. Li Wan also stared blankly. She saw Suzha walk to the small door in the fence, skillfully take out the key and open the door. Then he walked in with Lu Kai and Zhang Wei. After a while, a person in charge wearing a safety helmet came out. When the man saw Suzha, he immediately smiled and handed him a cigarette. Suzha waved his hand and didn't take it. He stood with the person in charge, pointing at the building inside the fence and saying something. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei were standing aside, listening attentively. In the sunlight, Suzha's profile was calm, yet with a natural sense of control. This scene shocked Zhao Feng and Li Wan. The color on Zhao Feng's face gradually faded. He remembered what he had just said. Without tens of millions of dollars, don't even think about it. You can't win it just by having money. You need real strength and background. These words sound extremely ironic at this moment. He couldn't accept this fact. The poor boy whom he looked down upon and treated as a joke was actually the owner of the shop king? How is this possible? He must have seen it wrong. Or, is Suja just working here? Yes, that must be it. Zhao Feng was desperately trying to find excuses for himself. Li Wan, who was standing next to him, had completely collapsed. She is not like Zhao Feng, who needs to find reasons to deceive herself. The moment she saw Suja take out the key and open the door, she understood everything. The Bugatti Veyron is real. The buzzer beater on the basketball court is real. Now, this shop king that even Zhao Feng needs to look up to is also real. She once thought she saw through Suja, his poverty, and his life without a future. She thought she had made the wisest and most realistic choice. But in the end, she found that she was the stupidest and most ridiculous person. What kind of person was it that she missed? What kind of future did she give up? A huge regret welled up in my heart. She thought of the cafe where they broke up. I remembered Suja's calm eyes at that time. I remember the words "thank you" he said. It turned out that he was not pretending to be calm at that time, he really didn't care. Because the world he owns is no longer what she can imagine. And she was still feeling smug about the windbreaker that Zhao Feng bought her for 2,800 yuan. How sad. How ridiculous. Li Wan felt a tightness in his chest and could hardly breathe. Her vision went dark for a while. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. But tears rolled down from my eyes uncontrollably. Wan, what's wrong with you? Zhao Feng finally discovered her abnormality. Li Wan didn't answer. She just shook her head desperately, and her tears flowed even more violently. She looked at the figure in the distance who was chatting and laughing in the sunshine, and felt that there was a gap between her and him, which she had drawn with her own hands. Zhao Feng looked at Li Wan's painful expression, then looked at the figure not far away who made him feel humiliated, and a nameless anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Why are you crying? He growled a little irritably. He's just lucky and hooked up with some rich woman. What's so great about that? His words made Li Wan's heart ache. Li Wan suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Feng. His face was filled with unconcealable jealousy and anger. At this moment, Li Wan suddenly felt that the man in front of him was so strange and ridiculous. She said nothing. She simply turned around and threw the shopping bag containing the new windbreaker into the trash can next to her. Then, without looking back, she ran out in the opposite direction of Suja. She didn't know where she was going. She just wanted to escape from this suffocating place. She just wanted to escape from this reality that made her regretful. Chapter 28 Preparations before opening. Everyone is shining. Suja's attention was focused on the construction site in front of him. After the funds were in place, the decoration company was very efficient. Within a dozen days, the internal structure renovation of the store was basically completed. Water, electricity, air conditioning, and fresh air systems are being installed. Boss Su, look. Boss Wang pointed at the pipes on the ceiling. For fire sprinklers and smoke alarms, we use the best domestic brands, manufactured in full compliance with large shopping mall standards. You can be absolutely assured of safety. Suja nodded. He walked to the wall and took a look at the newly built wall. The verticality of the walls and the smoothness of the plastering are both very good. He said. Boss Wang smiled. Boss Su, you are an expert. The masters under me are all veterans who have worked with me for over 10 years, and their skills are absolutely impeccable. Thanks for your hard work. Suja said. Quality and safety are the bottom line. On this basis, we must also speed up the progress. Don't worry. Boss Wang patted his chest and made the promise. As long as the custom-made woodwork and furniture arrive on time, I guarantee this place will be transformed in a month. Suja and Boss Wang gave a few more instructions, then took Lu Kai and Zhang Wei to inspect the construction site carefully. Lu Kai was like a project manager. He held the blueprint and checked the construction details. Boss Wang, the socket location for this place is marked 30 centimeters from the ground on the blueprint. The space you've reserved is a bit too high. He pointed to a wire box in the corner. Boss Wang took a look at the blueprint and immediately called an electrician. Oh, it's true. Xiao Li. Come here. He pointed at the junction box and criticized it seriously. The electrician nodded repeatedly and said he would make changes immediately. Zhang Wei is more concerned about materials. He walked to a pile of planks, squatted down, picked up a piece and smelled it carefully. Boss Wang, the contract states that we use zero-grade environmentally friendly panels. Do you have a test report for this batch of goods? He asked. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Wang took out a document from his pocket and handed it to him. Here are the factory certificates and environmental test reports for your review. We at Honda Decoration value integrity in our business and will never falsify materials. Zhang Wei took the report and read it carefully. Suja felt very satisfied when he saw his two roommates working hard. Lu Kai's enthusiasm and communication skills make him suitable for handling external communications and on-site management. Zhang Wei's meticulousness and steadiness ensure the quality and financial security of the project. Everyone has found the position that suits them best in this project. After inspecting the construction site, 3 people walked out from the fence. How does it feel? Suja asked them. In one word, awesome. Lu Kai said excitedly. Watching this place transform from a blueprint into reality little by little every day, the sense of accomplishment is so great. The responsibility is also great. Zhang Wei added. With so much money invested, every detail can't go wrong. I've been reconciling the accounts in my dreams these past few nights. Suja smiled. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you bonuses once the project is on track. Ha, I'll take note of that. Lu Kai laughed. When the 3 of them returned to the dormitory, Zhao Lin was typing code with headphones on. Seeing them come back, Zhao Lin took off his headphones. How's it going? He asked. All the best. Lu Kai said. Next week, the custom bar and booths will be installed. I'm almost there too. Zhao Lin turned his computer screen towards them. On the screen is a simple and beautiful program interface. This is our Cafe's ordering app, a demo version for the user side. He introduced. The homepage introduces the brand and recommends new products. The menu page is categorized to make it easier for customers to find. Clicking on a product takes you to the details page where you can select the size, sweetness, and temperature. As he spoke, he demonstrated the operation, and the whole process was very smooth. The payment process has been connected and supports WeChat and Alipay. After the order is successfully placed, the backend will generate the order synchronously and give the user a pickup code. He switched to another interface. This is the backend management system used by store staff. They can see orders in real time and perform operations such as accepting orders, making orders, and completing orders. They can also manage member information and conduct data analysis. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei huddled in front of the computer, staring intently. Old Zhao, you're so awesome. Lu Kai patted Zhao Lin's shoulder. This thing is better than the systems of many chain stores out there. There are still some details that need to be optimized. Zhao Lin said calmly. Next week I plan to conduct stress testing to ensure that the system can withstand a large number of user visits after it opens. Suja stood aside, watching Zhao Lin's demonstration, his eyes full of approval. Zhao Lin burst out with amazing energy in the field he is good at. He completed the work that would take a professional team several months to complete in just over half a month. In the evening, Suja received a call from Qin Yuma. Suja, I have some new things here that I want to show you. Her voice sounded light and cheerful. Okay, where are you? I'm just downstairs from your dormitory. Suja went downstairs. Qin Yuma stood under the streetlight, holding a sketchpad in her arms. What's new? Suja walked over and asked. Qin Yuma didn't say anything. She opened the sketchbook and showed Suja the drawings one by one. The first one is the logo design. The main body is a circle in freehand calligraphy, with the 2 characters first encounter in the middle in a deformed seal script, combining classical charm with a modern feel. The second picture is the design style of the menu. The next few pictures are designs for coffee cups, coasters, takeout bags, and store clerk aprons. Each design continues the style of the logo, forming a complete and unified brand visual system. How about it? Qin Yuma looked at Suja expectantly. Suja looked at the pictures one by one, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Excellent! He exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. You have perfectly integrated the meaning of the name First Encounter into every detail. Qin Yuma smiled happily after receiving his affirmation. As long as you like it, she said. I've also drafted a preliminary drink menu based on the style of our restaurant. Would you like to take a look? She pulled another notebook from her bag. Suja took it. In the notebook was her handwritten menu. In addition to regular Italian and American coffee, she also designed many Chinese specialties. For example, Jiangnan Misty Rain is made by combining cold brew coffee with osmanthus rice wine. Bamboo Forest Under the Moon is a matcha latte with a creamy topping. A Dream in the Red Dust is a layered drink of rose tea and espresso. Every name is full of poetry. These are all your ideas? Suja was a little surprised. Qin Yuma nodded. I looked up a lot of information and consulted students from our school's tea art club. I felt that since our store is in the new Chinese style, our products should also have their own characteristics. Suja looked at the names in the notebook and admired Qin Yuma even more. She is not only an excellent designer, but her dedication and thinking into the project are injecting a unique soul into the store. These ideas of yours are all very good. Suja returned the notebook to her. Once we've hired the right baristas, we'll develop our signature product based on your idea. Good. Qin Yuma nodded vigorously. The two stood under the streetlight, chatting about various ideas for the cafe. It's getting late, let me take you home, he said. Qin Yuma responded. On the way back, Suja spoke. Qin Yuma, thank you. Why say thank you again? Qin Yuma looked at him with a smile. This time, it's the truth. Suja's expression was serious. What you've contributed to the store has exceeded my expectations. I know what you want to say. Qin Yuma interrupted him. Suja, you gave me a chance to realize my dream, a stage that fully trusts me. For me, being able to participate in it and turn my ideas into reality is a very happy and fulfilling thing in itself. She looked into Suja's eyes. So, no need to say thank you. We're partners, aren't we? Suja looked at her clear eyes and his heart moved slightly. Right. He nodded. We are partners. Suja stood there for a long time, watching Qin Yuma's back as she walked into the dormitory building. He felt that perhaps the best decision he had ever made was to invite her to the cafe. Renovation work on the construction site continues. The online system is under development. The brand's design is improving. Product development is being conceived. All aspects of the First Encounter Cafe project are running at a high speed and in an orderly manner. Suja's four partners, Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lin, and Qin Yuma, each demonstrated their unique value in this process. As the core of the project, Suja is injecting more powerful momentum into it. He used the startup capital awarded by the system to make some short-term investments in the stock market. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he accurately seized some opportunities. In just half a month, the balance in his account increased from 100 million to 120 million. This extra money can be used to deal with the risks after the opening of the cafe and is also the foundation of his future business empire. Everything is moving in the best direction. The opening day is getting closer. Chapter 29. That waiter, does he look familiar? A month passed in the blink of an eye. The hard decoration of the first site cafe has been completed. When all the internal scaffolding and masking film were removed, Lu Kai excitedly posted a video in the dormitory group. The store in the video looks brand new, everything is exactly the same as Qin Yuma's renderings, and even has a better texture. That afternoon, Suja and the core members of the team held their first formal meeting in the store. Before the custom-made tables and chairs arrived, everyone sat casually on the steps of the stairs. Lu Kai took the document to report the progress to everyone. The hard decoration has passed the preliminary acceptance of Party A. The next week will mainly focus on the installation of custom furniture and the arrangement of soft furnishings. Boss Wang said that it will be fully delivered to us in 10 days at most. Thanks for your hard work. Suja nodded to him. How's the recruitment going? He looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei pushed his glasses and opened his notebook. The recruitment notice was posted on several of the school's employment public accounts and forums last week. There are two main positions, one is a professional barista, and the other is a part-time shop assistant. The requirements for baristas are quite high, requiring at least 2 years of experience. I've received 7 resumes so far. After screening, I found 3 candidates who meet the requirements and have scheduled interviews for next week. The application for part-time shop assistants was very enthusiastic and we received over 150 resumes. This number surprised everyone a little. So much? Lu Kai asked. Zhang Wei nodded. There are two main reasons. First, the hourly wage we offer is 30% higher than most part-time jobs around the school. Secondly, many people wrote in their application reasons that they really like the design style of our store and hope to work here. He glanced at Qin Yuma beside him. Qin Yuma smiled a little embarrassedly. I discussed with Lu Kai about hiring part-time shop assistants. We plan to first recruit 10 people and divide them into two groups to take charge of the morning and evening shifts. Zhang Wei continued. The interview will be held tomorrow afternoon in the temporary office we rented. Good. Suja agreed to this arrangement. You and Lu Kai will be responsible for the interview together. I only have one requirement: service attitude and personal qualities come first. Clear. Zhang Wei nodded solemnly. The next afternoon. In a small conference room in an office building near the university town, interviews for part-time shop assistants are underway. Suja also arrived at the scene. But he didn't sit in the interviewer's seat. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, sitting in the back corner of the room and watching. The main interviewer was Zhang Wei, and Lu Kai sat next to him, responsible for asking supplementary questions. Students coming for interviews came in one after another. Zhang Wei's interview style is very steady. The questions he designed included some scenario simulations. For example, what would you do if a customer complained that the coffee tasted bad? What would you do if a lot of people suddenly came to the store and you and your colleagues were overwhelmed? Through these questions, he can judge the interviewee's communication, adaptability, and stress resistance. Lu Kai is responsible for observing the interviewee's demeanor and affinity and easing the tense atmosphere. The two of them work very well together. Suja watched quietly from behind without expressing any opinion. He is very confident in the abilities of Zhang Wei and Lu Kai. The interview went smoothly. Most of the students performed well, and Zhang Wei circled the resumes of several of them. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open. The next interviewee walked in. She was a girl wearing a white dress, looking quiet and pretty. She walked to the interview table and bowed to Zhang Wei and Lu Kai. Hello, seniors. My name is Wu Qian, and I'm a sophomore in the foreign languages department. Her voice was soft. Suja, who was sitting in the corner, moved his eyes slightly when he heard the name. Wu Qian. He had an impression of this name. She is Li Wan's roommate. She was also one of the girls who stood with Li Wan downstairs in the dormitory and looked at him with scrutiny and contempt. Suja still remembered that when Li Wan introduced herself, the girl named Wu Qian curled her lips. He didn't expect to see her here again. Wu Qian obviously did not recognize Su Zhao in the corner. Her entire attention was focused on the two interviewers in front of her. She had a standard and polite smile on her face. Hello, classmate Wu Qian. Zhang Wei asked as he looked at her resume. I see on your resume that you have part-time experience working in a milk tea shop. Can you tell me more about that? Okay. Wu Qian nodded. During the summer vacation of my freshman year, I worked as a clerk in a chain milk tea shop near the school gate for 2 months. Mainly responsible for taking orders, cashiering, and making some simple drinks. Her answer was fluent. What's the most difficult thing you've encountered at work? How did you solve it? Zhang Wei continued to ask. Wu Qian thought about it. One time, the store's computer system suddenly crashed, preventing us from taking orders normally. There was a long queue outside the door and many customers started complaining. I immediately suggested to the store manager that we activate the emergency plan. We switched to manual ordering with pen and paper, and I took the initiative to explain the situation to customers in the queue, apologized for the inconvenience, and gave them some small coupons to calm their nerves. Finally, although the efficiency was a little slower, we finally got through the peak period smoothly. This answer is very good, showing her adaptability and service awareness. Zhang Wei and Lu Kai looked at each other and saw a hint of satisfaction in each other's eyes. The interview continued. Wu Qian's performance has always been good. She answered questions flawlessly and her attitude was humble and polite. From an interviewer's perspective, she was almost a perfect candidate. At the end of the interview, Lu Kai asked with a smile. Student Wu Qian, we see a lot of people coming for interviews today. Why do you think we should choose you instead of someone else? What is your greatest strength? A confident smile appeared on Wu Qian's face. I think my greatest strengths are my learning ability and my approachability. I can learn new job skills quickly and serve every customer with a sincere smile. She paused and added. Also, I'm very much looking forward to the First Encounter brand. I really like your design concept and hope to become a member of this excellent team and grow with everyone. These words are very beautifully said. Lu Kai nodded with satisfaction. Okay, we understand. Thank you for coming to the interview today. If there is a result, we will inform you by text message within 3 days. Thank you, senior. Wu Qian bowed again, then turned and left the meeting room. After she left, Zhang Wei highlighted her resume. This is very good, he said to Lu Kai. He has experience, strong abilities, and a good image. Really? Lu Kai also agreed. I feel like I can be hired directly. The two reached an agreement. Zhang Wei picked up the next resume and prepared to call the next person. At this moment, Su Zhou in the corner spoke for the first time. Wait a moment. His voice was very clear. Zhang Wei and Lu Kai were both stunned for a moment and turned to look at him. Brother Zhe, what's wrong? Lu Kai asked. Su Zhe stood up from his seat and walked to the interview table. He picked up Wu Qian's resume on the table and took a look at it. We can't have this person, he said. His tone was calm, but it surprised both Zhang Wei and Lu Kai. Why? Zhang Wei asked in confusion. Her performance was one of the best among all the interviewees today. We couldn't find any reason to turn her away. Yeah, brother Zhe. Lu Kai also said. Is there some misunderstanding? Do you know her? Su Zhe did not answer immediately. He put the resume in a file folder marked not suitable. Then he looked up at his two roommates. I don't know her, he said. But she knows Li Wan. When they heard the name Li Wan, Zhang Wei and Lu Kai's expressions changed. They understood something instantly. She is Li Wan's roommate? Lu Kai asked. Right. Su Zhe nodded. At the beginning, she stood with Li Wan. I've seen the way she looks at me. Su Zhe's description was simple, but his roommate could understand it. Zhang Wei and Lu Kai were both silent. They knew best what happened between Su Zhou and Li Wan, and they also understood Su Zhe's principles best. I see. Zhang Wei spoke first. He pulled Wu Qian's resume out of the file bag and tore it in half in front of Su Zhe. It was our inconsiderateness, he said. We opened this store to create a pure, happy environment. We cannot allow anyone or anything that might destroy this atmosphere to get in. Lu Kai also nodded vigorously. That's right. It's just one employee, just hire another one. We can't let one person affect the mood of our entire team. He looked at Su Zhe. Brother Zhe, don't worry about this. We know what to do. Su Zhe looked at their determined eyes and felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that by doing this, they were also maintaining brotherhood. Good. Su Zhe nodded and said nothing more. He walked back to the corner and sat down again. To him, this incident was just a minor incident. He will not take the initiative to retaliate against anyone because of past events. But he has the right to choose not to allow those who once looked down on him to appear in his new life. It has nothing to do with the size of the situation, it only matters whether you feel comfortable inside. Wu Qian's rejection had no impact on the recruitment process. Zhang Wei and Lu Kai quickly selected 10 outstanding part-time shop assistants from the remaining people. After Su Zhe personally interviewed the professional baristas, he also finalized 2 candidates. One of them is a head barista who has worked in a boutique coffee shop for 5 years and has comprehensive skills. The other is a young girl who just won an award at the National Coffee Brewing Competition. She is full of creativity and enthusiasm. At this point, the founding team of the Chu Jian Cafe was officially formed. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 30. Good luck with the opening, the whole school is waiting for a cup of First Encounter. Night falls. The First Encounter Cafe is brightly lit. There are still 10 hours until the official opening. Xin Yuma came down from the second floor, a cleaning cloth in hand. She walked over to a seat by the window, bent down, and wiped the edge of the wooden tabletop with her hand. She wiped slowly, her fingers tracing every inch of the wood grain. When she was finished, she stood up, took 2 steps back, and looked at the position of the table and chair. She walked forward again and pushed the chair inward 2 centimeters until the distance between the chair back and the table edge was satisfactory. She looked around, her eyes sweeping over every corner of the store. She walked to the bar and reached out to straighten a card slot on the counter that held business cards. On the other side of the store, Lu Kai sat in a booth, looking down at his phone, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen. "Come and see." Lu Kai spoke. Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin walked over. Suja also came out from behind the bar and stood behind Lu Kai. Lu Kai held up his phone in front of everyone. On the screen was a Gimhe University campus forum. A post had been pinned to the top, titled, "Zhejian Cafe opens tomorrow, first 100 customers get 50% off." Below the post are several pictures showing the store's logo and silhouettes of several interior spaces. There have been over 500 replies. Lu Kai's fingers slid down. "I love this design. I'm going to do it after first period tomorrow. Half price? I must try it then. I hope the taste is worth the decor. Is anyone looking to team up? I don't have classes this morning, so I'm going to line up and get one of the first 100 spots." Lu Kai read out the comments one by one. The publicity was very effective. Suja said. "Of course." Lu Kai took back his phone, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. "I sent the promotional materials to several public accounts with the most followers on campus, and also contacted the presidents of more than a dozen student associations to help forward them. Now, at least half of the students on campus know that we are opening tomorrow." Zhang Wei pushed his glasses and looked at Lu Kai. "The volume of people is so high that it may put pressure on our services tomorrow," he said. "Rest assured." Zhang Wei turned to the 10 part-time staff and 2 professional baristas standing in the bar area. Everyone wore the same employee uniform with the First Encounter logo printed on the chest. "Let's go through the process again." Zhang Wei's voice was calm. "When customers enter the store, the staff at the door should say welcome, first time meeting you. They should guide customers to use the mini app or go to the front desk to place their order. The colleague taking the order must repeat the customer's order and confirm that it is correct before placing the order. As soon as the barista receives the order, he or she starts brewing. Once the barista is done, the barista at the serving counter calls out the customer's number. Remember, no matter how busy you are, keep your hands moving and keep smiling." After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he looked at one of the part-time clerks. "You, now play the role of customer," he said to a boy. Then he pointed at another girl. "You are responsible for reception." The two immediately began to simulate the situation. Zhang Wei stood by, observing their every move and every word. If he found any problem, he would correct it immediately. "No, when you hand it to the customer, the logo on the cup should face him. You are speaking too fast. Slow down a bit and make sure the customer can hear you clearly." In the corner, Zhao Lin sat on the ground with his back against the wall, a laptop on his legs. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and lines of code appeared on the screen. "The final stress test of the mini program has been completed," Zhao Lin said to Suja. "I simulated a scenario where 500 people were placing orders online at the same time, and the system didn't crash or experience any delays. The payment interface has also been confirmed to be correct." He closed the computer. "Tomorrow there will be no problem." Suja nodded. He looked at the employees who were conducting the final rehearsal, at Lu Kai who was checking the publicity effect, at Zhao Lin who was debugging the computer, and at Qin Yuma who was still adjusting the details in the store. He walked over to the bar and made everyone a cup of hot milk using the coffee machine. He handed the cups to them one by one. "Thank you for your hard work," Suja said. "Go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow is the first day of first meeting. Everyone stopped what they were doing and took the cup. Lu Kai raised his glass. "For the first meeting. For the first meeting." The others followed suit and raised their glasses, drinking the warm milk to dispel the fatigue of the late night. The next morning. There is still an hour until opening. Suja and the core members of his team have all arrived at the store. Zhang Wei is holding a morning meeting with employees to make the final mobilization. Lu Kai stood at the door and looked out through the glass door. "Here we are, some people have already started lining up," he said. There was a hint of nervousness in his tone. Suja walked over and followed his gaze. A dozen students were already waiting in the open space outside the store, standing in groups of 3 or 4, glancing into the store from time to time. As time went on, more and more people came to the door. From a dozen people, it became more than 30 people, and then more than 50 people. 10 minutes before opening, a long queue had formed at the door, and the end of the queue extended to the door of the next door shop. Oh my god. Lu Kai took out his cell phone and took a picture of the outside. This is even more popular than I expected. Zhang Wei finished his morning meeting and walked to the door. He looked at the crowd outside and took a deep breath. Everyone, take your positions. He gave orders. 2 baristas stood behind the coffee machine and began to preheat it. 4 part-time waiters stood at the front desk and the food delivery counter. Zhao Lin sat in front of the computer in the backstage, monitoring the data of the online system. Xin Yuma also put on an employee apron and stood aside, ready to provide help at any time. Suja didn't go to the front desk. He stood in an inconspicuous place in the store, watching quietly. He trusted his team. The clock hands pointed to 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Wei walked to the door, reached out, and turned over the temporarily closed sign on the door. The new side reads, "Welcome." He opened the shop door. The students at the front of the line cheered and filed in. "Welcome to our first meeting." The clerk at the door smiled and bowed. The store instantly became lively. Some students walked straight to the front desk, while others took out their mobile phones and scanned the QR code on the table. "Hello, I'd like a latte, iced, please. I'd like a first encounter special. How do I use the mini program? Oh, here I see it." The sound of taking orders, the sound of scanning codes, and the sound of the coffee machine operating are intertwined together. Zhang Wei stood in the middle of the hall, giving orders calmly. "The customer at Station 2 needs help. Back kitchen, please replenish the supplies. Shaoli, go to the door and direct the flow of people. Don't block the door. Everything is going on in an orderly manner." Lu Kai walked back and forth in the store with his mobile phone, shooting videos and interacting with posts on the forum. The venue is incredibly popular. Students who haven't arrived yet should hurry up. He posted a new update with a video of the queue on site. Xin Yuma wasn't idle. She saw customers looking for seats and took the initiative to guide them. She noticed a water stain on the table and immediately wiped it clean with a rag. The space she designed is now filled with people and full of vitality. Many students take out their mobile phones to take pictures instead of ordering after entering the store. They took pictures of the paintings on the wall, the lamps on the ceiling, and the design of the bar. "It's so beautiful here," a girl said to her companion. "Any photo you take looks like a portrait. Quick, take a picture for me here." Soon, a large number of photos of the first sight at the cafe began to appear on campus forums and students' WeChat moments. These photos attracted more people. During the first hour of opening, the store was operating at full capacity. In the background, Zhao Lin looked at the data on the computer screen. A total of 120 online orders. 95 offline orders. The system ran smoothly without any lag. He reported to Suja. Suja nodded. He walked over to the bar and looked at the 2 professional baristas. Their movements are swift and precise, tamping the powder, extracting the milk, frothing the milk, and creating latte art in one go. Even when orders pile up, there's no trace of panic on their faces. Customer number 3's flat white is ready. American for customer number 5. The waiter at the food counter kept calling out numbers. The customers got their coffee, some found a seat in the store, and some hurried away. "It tastes good, better than chain stores. This cloud cold brew is very unique, I like it." Some students who drank the coffee gave the first wave of feedback. 2 hours later, the peak of the opening season finally passed. The queues thinned out, and the number of customers in the store stabilized. Zhang Wei asked half of the part-time shop assistants to take a rest first. He also breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Suja. The first battle went pretty smoothly, he said, a bead of sweat still on his forehead. "Thanks for your hard work," Suja said. Lu Kai also came over, with an unconcealable smile on his face. "Brother Zha, guess how much our sales were in those 2 hours?" "How many?" "More than 10,000. Lu Kai stretched out a finger. "And that's with the half-off promotion. It's crazy." Xin Yuma also came over. She looked at the customers sitting in the store. Some were reading, some were talking quietly, and some were typing on their computers. Every detail of her design is being used and experienced. A sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. Suja looked at his three roommates, then at Qin Yuma. He looked at this space created by their own hands, watching it transform from a drawing into reality and then be injected with popularity. This is an experience that is completely different from the feeling brought by system rewards. This is just the beginning. Suja said to them. Our goal is more than that. His gaze turned to the window. The afternoon sun filtered through the cafe's floor to ceiling windows, casting spots of light on the floor. Customer traffic in the store has stabilized. Most students had finished their morning classes or had chosen to spend an afternoon without classes. The air was filled with the aroma of coffee and the sound of people chatting quietly. Zhang Wei is at the front desk, instructing the new part-time clerk on how to perform daily settlement operations in the cash register system. Lu Kai sat by the window, holding a laptop, organizing the video material shot in the morning, preparing to make a more attractive promotional video. Qin Yuma stood with the chief barista, discussing the recipe of a new product. Suja sat on a high stool at the bar, holding a glass of water in his hand, quietly watching everything in the store. Just then, the glass door of the cafe was pushed open. The wind chimes at the door made a crisp sound. A boy walked in with his arms around a girl. The boy's clothes were very conspicuous, with clothes and shoes of instantly recognizable brands. He walked with a deliberate swagger. The girl next to him lowered her head, her long hair covering half of her face, making it impossible to see her expression. The clerk responsible for welcoming guests at the door immediately stepped forward. Welcome to our first meeting, the clerk said with a smile. Zhao Feng ignored the clerk and quickly scanned the store. His gaze lingered for a moment on the wooden tables and chairs, the decorative paintings on the wall, and the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. That's it? He let out a light chuckle, not loud, but loud enough for Li Wan beside him to hear. Li Wan's body stiffened for a moment. From the moment she entered the store, she felt countless gazes. This is the most popular place in the university town, and Zhao Feng, who is beside her, is also a focus figure on campus. More importantly, the boss behind this store is Suja. She could feel the eyes of the people around them shifting between the three of them. She lowered her head even lower, wanting only to find a place to hide. Let's find a place to sit. Zhao Feng's voice rang in her ears. He pulled Li Wan and walked straight to a booth in the center of the store. That position has the best view and can be seen by people in almost every corner of the store. After they sat down, Zhao Feng picked up the menu and flipped through it casually. Any recommendations? He raised his head and asked a part-time clerk who was walking over. His tone was condescending. The clerk was a freshman, and she seemed a little nervous facing Zhao Feng's somewhat aggressive aura. Sir, our first encounter special and cloud cold brew are our signature drinks and are very popular among students. The schoolgirl answered in a low voice. Oh? Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows. Which one is the most expensive? Chapter 31 Uninvited Guest, is he here to mess things up? The waiter was stunned for a moment and turned to the last page of the menu. It's our premium pour-over series. This one, geisha, uses competition grade beans. It's 98 yuan a cup. Okay, let's do this. Zhao Feng closed the menu and threw it on the table. Give her another, anything, cappuccino. He pointed at Li Wan opposite him. The clerk wrote down the order and left. Li Wan didn't say a word from beginning to end. She sat opposite Zhao Feng, her hands on her knees, her fingers intertwined. She didn't dare to look up, didn't dare to look at her surroundings, and didn't dare to look in the direction of the bar. She knew Suja was there. She could feel his presence. Every detail of this space revealed a taste and texture that she had never seen in Suja before. It is bright, warm, full of energy and dreams. She could recognize the design manuscript hanging on the wall as Qin Yuma's style. She recalled the days when she was with Suja. The most expensive place they had ever been to was a 30 yuan all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. In order to get her to eat more, Suja only ate a few plates of fried rice. They also imagined the future. Suja said that he would work hard to make money and open a small shop in the future. Li Wan dismissed it at the time. She felt that such a dream was too far-fetched and too cheap. But now, that distant and cheap dream appeared before her in a gorgeous way that she could not imagine. And she became a guest here. A guest who was scrutinized by both her identity as Suja's ex-girlfriend and Zhao Feng's current girlfriend. Zhao Feng seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. He leaned back on the sofa in the booth, one arm resting on the backrest, his posture relaxed. He looked around at the students. They are all poor students. A cup of coffee can last them the whole afternoon. He said to Li Wan. It's just to fool you young girls who have never seen the world. Li Wan did not respond. Zhao Feng didn't seem to need her response. He took out his cell phone, took a few photos of the store environment, then opened his moments and started editing text. Checking in at an internet celebrity store is nothing special. After he finished typing, he handed the phone to Li Wan. Look, how about this hairstyle? Li Wan's eyes fell on the screen and felt it was dazzling. She shook her head. Don't send it. Her voice was low and pleading. Why not? Zhao Feng's face darkened. Are you afraid your ex-boyfriend will see it? I'm not. Li Wan wanted to explain. You're not what? Zhao Feng interrupted her. Li Wan, you have to understand that you are my Zhao Feng's girlfriend now. You have nothing to do with him anymore. He opened a crappy coffee shop, what's so great about that? The money my dad made from one project is enough for him to open 100 stores like this. His voice rose a little, attracting the attention of people at the next table. Li Wan's cheeks were burning. She felt extremely embarrassed. At the bar, Lu Kai had already noticed the movement here. He put down the computer, walked over and sat down next to Suja. Is that guy here to cause trouble? Lu Kai said in a low voice. He's been acting weird since he walked in. Suja's eyes were calm. He looked in the direction of Zhao Feng and Li Wan without saying a word. Do you want me to go over and take care of it? Lu Kai asked. Just a clown. Suja shook his head. Don't worry about him. If he dares to cause trouble, Zhang Wei will take care of it. Lu Kai followed his gaze and saw that the store manager Zhang Wei was standing not far away, observing Zhao Feng's table calmly. As long as there is any emergency, Zhang Wei can arrive at the scene within 3 seconds. Only then did Lu Kai feel relieved. 2. He snorted. It depends on what tricks he can come up with. Not long after, the barista prepared the cup of hand-brewed geisha that Zhao Feng ordered. The clerk carefully carried the tray over. The tray includes a sharing pot, a scenting cup, and a tasting cup. Sir, your geisha hand wash is ready. The clerk placed the utensils on the table one by one. This is a smelling cup, you can first feel the dry aroma of the coffee. This is a tasting glass. We recommend taking 3 sips to experience the flavor changes at different temperatures. Zhao Feng waved his hand impatiently. I know. There's no need to be so particular. He picked up the tasting glass and drank it in one gulp, just like drinking water. He smacked his lips. Then, his brows furrowed tightly. Li Wan looked at him nervously. What's wrong? What the hell? Zhao Feng placed the cup heavily on the table, making a harsh sound. It's sour and astringent, just like Chinese medicine. His voice suddenly rose, and the entire cafe fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on their table. Zhang Wei, who was directing the work, came over immediately. Hello, sir, may I have any questions? Zhang Wei's tone was polite, but his expression was serious. Question? Zhao Feng leaned on the sofa and looked at Zhang Wei with a squint. This is a big problem. He pointed to the coffee on the table. What are you selling here? 98 per cup, and that's what it tastes like? You are deceiving consumers. His voice was loud and full of provocation. Some students who didn't know the truth began to whisper. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the coffee? I don't know, I'm drinking it well. The part-time shop assistants were a little panicked as they had never dealt with such a situation. Zhang Wei's expression remained calm. Sir, our coffee beans are all from top suppliers in the industry, our baristas are professional, and our production process is fully up to standard. If you think the taste is bad, it may be because the flavor of boutique pour-over coffee is different from the commercial coffee you are used to drinking. It preserves the fruity acidity of the coffee beans themselves, making the flavor more complex. Zhao Feng sneered. Stop talking to me about this useless stuff. I've drunk more coffee than you've ever drunk water. Starbucks, Luckin Coffee, I drink them every day. I'm telling you, this is unpalatable. Either give me my money back or give me a drink. He acted in an unreasonable manner. Li Wan sat opposite him, his fingers almost crumpling the corners of his clothes. She wanted to pull Zhao Feng's sleeve to stop him from making trouble. But she didn't have the courage. With everyone staring at her, she felt like a clown. Zhang Wei also frowned. He knew that the other party was deliberately causing trouble. Reasoning won't work. Just as he was about to follow the emergency plan and offer to waive his bill or replace his drink to calm the situation, a voice came from behind him. "Let me handle it." Zhang Wei turned around and saw that Suja had been standing behind him at some point. Suja nodded to him and walked to the table. The air in the entire cafe seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at Suja. He is the real owner of this store. The moment Li Wan saw Suja coming over, her heart almost stopped beating. She subconsciously avoided his gaze. Suja didn't even look at her. His gaze fell directly on Zhao Feng. Chapter 32. That's it? Your vision is only as big as a cup of coffee. Suja walked to the table and stopped. He didn't speak immediately. His eyes fell calmly on Zhao Feng, as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhao Feng met Suja's gaze and sat up straighter involuntarily. The arrogant attitude he had originally shown leaning on the sofa was subconsciously restrained. He couldn't see any trace of anger or panic in Suja's eyes. It was a pure, emotionless examination. This made Zhao Feng feel very uncomfortable. The scene he had originally envisioned was that Suja would rush over to argue with him in a rage, and then he would use his wealthier family background and superior social status to severely humiliate Suja. But now, the situation seems to be different from what he expected. "It's you." Zhao Feng was the first to break the silence, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate contempt. "You own this shabby shop?" Suja did not answer his question. His gaze shifted from Zhao Feng's face to the cup of geisha hand-brewed coffee on the table. He reached out, picked up the small smelling cup, and put it to his nose. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Throughout the whole process, his movements were slow and focused, with a sense of ritual. The students around held their breath and watched quietly. They didn't know what Suja was going to do, but everyone's attention was drawn to him. Natural roast, medium light roast. Suja opened his eyes and put down the scent cup. He spoke, his voice not loud, but everyone in the quiet cafe could hear him clearly. The top notes are distinctly strawberry and peach, with a hint of wine and cocoa in the middle and back. After he finished speaking, he looked at the head barista standing beside him. The barista was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. What Suja said was exactly the same as the official flavor description of this bean. Zhao Feng's expression changed. He didn't expect that Suja actually understood all this. "Pretend," he muttered quietly. Suja ignored his ridicule. He picked up the sharing pot and poured himself a small cup of coffee. He didn't drink it right away. He picked up the cup and first observed the color of the coffee liquid. The extraction is good, the color is very clear, and there are no impurities. Then he brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip. The coffee stayed in his mouth for a few seconds. He raised his head slightly, as if feeling the taste. Li Wan looked at Suja's profile. The sunlight came in through the window, gilding his outline. His expression was so focused and calm. This was completely different from the boy she remembered, the one wearing a cheap t-shirt and hesitating in the cafeteria to save a few dollars. She suddenly realized that she had never really understood Suja. Smooth on the palate, with bright but not harsh acidity. Suja put down the cup and continued. You can taste clear citrus flavors and a hint of tropical fruit sweetness. Once the temperature drops a bit, the tea flavor at the end should be more pronounced. Every word he said was like a public teaching. The students around who knew about coffee had already started to agree quietly. Yes, I tasted citrus when I drank it just now. So that's called acidity. I learned that. Suja turned his head and looked at Zhao Feng. You said it was sour and astringent, like Chinese medicine. I guess you may have mistaken the fruity acidity of specialty coffee for the sourness of stale coffee beans. As for the astringency, it's probably an illusion because your mouth hasn't adapted to the intensity of the flavor since you drank it in one gulp. Of course, there is another possibility. Suja paused. For the first time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just that your palate may only be accustomed to two flavors. One tastes like syrup, and the other tastes like milk. Any other flavor is too complicated for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of suppressed laughter came from the crowd. Everyone could tell that Suja was implicitly mocking Zhao Feng for only being used to drinking commercial drinks with a lot of sugar and milk, and not being able to taste the flavor of coffee itself. Zhao Feng's face instantly turned purple. What nonsense are you talking about? He slammed the table and stood up. Do you think you're so great just because you know two nouns? I tell you, the customer is God. If I say it tastes bad, it tastes bad. You have to apologize to me. Give me my money back. He tried to overwhelm Suja with his voice and momentum. However, Suja still stood there, his expression unchanged. Apologize? Suja looked at him and asked back. Why? Apologize for the quality of our coffee beans? Or apologize for the expertise of our baristas? As for the refund. Suja's eyes swept over the coffee cup on the table. You've already drunk it, haven't you? According to business rules, once a product is used, it cannot be returned or exchanged unless there is a quality issue. Zhao Feng was choked and speechless. He had indeed finished it. He had just finished it in one gulp to show his disdain. Now, this became evidence that he could not refute. You are just making up stories. Zhao Feng held it in for a long time before finally squeezing out these words. I'm putting this out there today. Your service attitude is terrible. The food is both awful and expensive. I'll expose you on the school forum. Let everyone know how you cheated the students. He began making threats. This is his usual trick. Suja looked at his angry expression and shook his head slightly. Of course you can do that. He said. Everyone has the right to express their opinion. However, I suggest you think about a question before posting. What's the problem? Zhao Feng asked subconsciously. Suja took a step forward, leaning slightly forward, and approached Zhao Feng. He lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear it. How many people would believe what a person who can't even tell the taste of what he drinks says? After saying that, Suja took a step back and stood up straight again. Then he turned around and stopped looking at Zhao Feng. He said to Zhang Wei, who was standing beside him. This gentleman's order will be put on my account. Then he faced all the customers in the store and raised his voice slightly. Hello everyone, I'm Suja from First Encounter. I'm sorry for disturbing everyone with what happened just now. As an apology, for all students present today, your next drink will be half price. As soon as he finished speaking, applause and cheers broke out in the store. Senior Su is awesome. The boss is generous. It's okay. We had a lot of fun watching it. The students all had kind smiles on their faces. A possible crisis was resolved by Suja with ease. Not only did it not cause any damage to the cafe's reputation, but it also won a wave of goodwill through a clever public relations move. Zhao Feng stood there, his face turning pale and blue. He became the laughingstock of the whole audience. He wanted to explode, but found he had no reason to. Suja had already waived the bill for him and apologized to everyone. If he continues to pester her, he will only appear more unreasonable and more like a clown. He glanced around. Everyone's eyes were focused on Suja, full of admiration and praise. The look he gave him was full of contempt and ridicule. He felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped in public. He couldn't stay any longer. He turned around and glared fiercely at Li Wan, who was still sitting there. Are you still not leaving? Are you waiting to embarrass yourself here? He growled. Li Wan trembled all over, as if he was awakened. She stood up in a panic, not daring to look at anyone. She lowered her head and followed Zhao Feng, walking quickly towards the door. From beginning to end, Suja didn't even look at her again. As if she was just an insignificant background. When they reached the door, Suja's voice rang out again. He didn't say this to Zhao Feng, but to everyone. Everyone has their own taste preferences, and that's normal. Just like some people like to be lively and some people like to be quiet. Some people pursue material things, while others care about spiritual things. There is no right or wrong in this. But Suja paused and looked around the audience. If your world only has the taste you like, and you think that everyone who has a different taste from you is wrong, that just means your vision might really only be as big as a cup of coffee. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing Zhao Feng's self-esteem. He almost ran away. Li Wan followed behind him, stumbling. The moment she walked out of the store, she couldn't help but look back and take a deep look at the calm and composed figure standing in the middle of the crowd. The tide of regret completely drowned her. Chapter 33 The first dividend was distributed, and the brothers were all excited. After Zhao Feng and Li Wan left, the atmosphere in the cafe quickly returned to normal. That little incident not only did not affect the business, but instead was like an extremely effective live performance, causing the students present to have a sharp increase in their favorability towards Suju and the store. That was so satisfying just now. Yeah, that guy was obviously looking for trouble. The boss's response was amazing. The scale is only as big as a cup of coffee. This sentence is going to go viral. The students' discussions were filled with excitement and admiration for Suja. Lu Kai took out his mobile phone, quickly edited a part of the video clip he had just recorded, added text, and immediately uploaded it to the campus forum. The title is simple and direct: First Meeting the Boss's Online Teaching, What is the Pattern? As soon as the post was published, it immediately ignited the forum. The number of clicks and replies soared at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the bar, Zhang Wei walked up to Suja. It was handled very well. He pushed his glasses up, his tone full of genuine appreciation. If it were me, I would probably just let him go for free. I can't be as pretty as you. Suja shook his head. Use different methods to deal with different people. To deal with reasonable people, we use service and quality. To deal with unreasonable people, you need to use intelligence and perspective. As a business owner, we can't be afraid of trouble, but we can't actively cause it either. Today's incident is a good example and can be included in the emergency plan in our employee handbook. Zhang Wei nodded, took out the notebook he carried with him and wrote it down carefully. Xin Yuma also came over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Suja. When did you become so knowledgeable about coffee? She asked curiously. In her impression, Suja didn't seem to be interested in these things before. When starting a business, you always have to force yourself to learn. Suja smiled and gave a simple explanation. He did not mention the master-level coffee tasting skills awarded by the system, but only attributed the credit to his own efforts. Time soon came to evening. The cafe closed for the day. The part-time shop assistants left one after another after cleaning, leaving only the 5 core members, Suja, Xin Yuma and 3 roommates, in the store. Zhang Wei closed the shop door and turned the open sign to temporarily closed side. Lu Kai turned off the background music in the store, and the whole space became quiet instantly. Meeting. Lu Kai clapped his hands, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. 5 people sat around a large square table in the middle of the store. In the middle of the table was Zhang Wei's laptop. Okay, now comes the exciting moment. Zhang Wei cleared his throat and turned the computer screen towards everyone. On the screen is a spreadsheet detailing the statistics from the first week of business. Report on our first week of business. Zhang Wei's voice trembled slightly. From Monday to Sunday, we received more than 3,000 customers in 7 days, with an average daily customer flow of more than 400 people. The number of registered members of the online mini program is 1,823. Total turnover. Zhang Wei paused here deliberately, leaving the other person in suspense. Lu Kai and Zhao Lin both stretched their necks, staring at the number on the screen. Total turnover, 156,782 yuan. Zhang Wei announced the answer. Oh my god. Lu Kai was the first to shout out. He slapped the table, causing the cups on the table to jump. A week? 150,000? His eyes were as big as bells. Zhao Lin also opened his mouth wide and adjusted his glasses, as if he couldn't believe the numbers he saw. Even Xin Yuma, who had always been calm, showed a surprised expression on his face. Although she was involved in the entire process and knew that the business was booming, when the specific number was placed in front of her, the impact was beyond her imagination. Xiaohu BOT document anti-piracy, find, book machine people choose Xiaohu, stable, sure, reliable, don't step into the pit. 1 week, 150,000. For these students who are still in the ivory tower, this is an astronomical figure. This hasn't even taken out the cost, right? Zhao Lin asked with some stuttering. Certainly. Zhang Wei tapped his fingers on the keyboard and switched to another page. Here is a breakdown of our costs. Including raw material costs, labor costs, water and electricity costs, and some miscellaneous expenses. For the first week, our total cost was $61,050. So, Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Our net profit for the first week was $95,732. This time, even Lu Kai was speechless. He just stared at the screen with his mouth open and a blank expression. More than 90,000. 1 week. That's more than his father makes in a month. And this was only the first week of their business. Brother Zhe. Lu Kai turned his head and looked at Su Zhe, his voice changed tone. Are we going to get rich? Su Zhe looked at his roommate's shocked expressions and a smile appeared on his face. This result was within his expectations. In fact, it was better than he expected. This is just the beginning, he said. With the spread of word of mouth and the improvement of the membership system, our turnover still has a lot of room for growth. He stood up and took out 5 red envelopes from the cabinet behind the bar. The envelope looks thick. He walked back to the table and placed the envelopes in front of each person one by one. What's this? Shin Yuma picked up the envelope in front of him, squeezed it, and felt a thick stack of papers inside. Open it and take a look. Su Zhe gestured. Lu Kai was the first to react. He tore open the seal of the envelope and poured out the contents. A stack of brand new, red banknotes lay scattered on the table. He counted blankly. One stack costs 10,000 yuan. This is. Lu Kai raised his head and looked at Su Zhe. Zhao Lin and Zhang Wei also opened their respective envelopes, which also contained 10,000 yuan in cash. Shin Yuma looked at the money on the table, feeling a little overwhelmed. This is our first team dividend. Su Zhe's voice was calm. According to our previous agreement, as the main investor, I will take the lion's share of the profits. But I want to take out a portion of this first week's profit as a startup bonus for the team. Of the 90,000 plus yuan profit, I'll take out 50,000 yuan. The 4 of you will each get 10,000 yuan. The remaining 10,000 yuan will be used as a fund for team activities. His words silenced the 3 roommates present. 10,000 yuan. This is not a small amount of money for them. Especially for Zhang Wei, this amount of money is equivalent to his living expenses for 1 semester. Brother Zhe, this is too much. Zhang Wei was the first to speak. He put the money on the table back into the envelope and pushed it towards Su Zhe. We just did what we were supposed to do. You put up the capital to open the shop, and the shop is yours. We can't take so much. Yes, Brother Zhe. Zhao Lin also said. I just wrote a small program. It didn't take much effort. I can't take this money. Although Lu Kai was very excited, he also understood this truth. Brother Zhe, we appreciate your kindness. But we really don't deserve this money. Shin Yuma also nodded and looked at Su Zhe. I just did the design. This is my major and my interest. I never thought about getting paid. Su Zhe looked at them. He knew this would be their reaction. This was the partner he had chosen. Hear me out. Su Zhe reached out and held down the envelope that Zhang Wei pushed over to him. I'm not giving you this money to make you feel guilty. I have 3 reasons. First, you deserve this. Without Lu Kai's promotion, there wouldn't have been a booming opening. Without Zhao Lin's mini-program, our operational efficiency would have dropped by half. Without Zhang Wei's management, the store would have been a mess. Without Yumo's design, First Encounter would have no soul. Each of you has contributed your hard work and talents. You should all be rewarded. Second, I hope you can truly treat First Encounter as your own career. Money is the most direct motivation. I hope you can see that our efforts can truly change our own lives. The third and most important point. Su Zhe's gaze swept across each of their faces in turn. We are brothers and partners. I hope our relationship is based on joint efforts and shared achievements, rather than a one-man show. I consider you my partners, not my employees. So, you must accept this money. This is the first dividend for our team. There will be a second and a third dividend in the future. As long as Chu Jin exists and as long as this team exists, we will always have it. Su Zhe's words were powerful. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin all looked at him with red eyes. They were deeply moved by Su Zhe's sincerity and vision. Brother Zhe? Lu Kai sniffed. I won't say anything. He picked up the money on the table and held it tightly in his hand. From now on, wherever you point, I'll hit you. Me too. Zhao Lin nodded vigorously. Zhang Wei looked at Su Zhe, moved his lips, but ultimately did not say anything to refuse. He just solemnly put away the envelope, as if it was not 10,000 yuan, but a heavy trust and responsibility. Shin Yuma looked at the 3 boys and then at Su Zhe. A warm feeling surged in her heart. She picked up her envelope and gave Suja a bright smile. "Thank you, boss," she said playfully. "Then I won't be polite." The tense atmosphere was dispelled by her words and everyone laughed. "Okay, the money is divided," Suja said with a smile. "Shouldn't we celebrate?" "It's a must," Lu Kai responded immediately. "I know there's a new barbecue restaurant nearby, and the food is really good. I'll treat you." "No, we agreed to use the event funds," Zhang Wei immediately retorted. "Then we'll go all in," Zhao Lin suggested. The 5 people laughed and joked as they left the cafe and walked towards the university town commercial street in the night. Behind them, the first meeting lightbox emits a soft light, illuminating their young and hopeful backs. This is where their dreams take off. It is also the place where their friendship and career grow together. Chapter 34 Confession Under the Moonlight, will you be my exclusive designer? The barbecue restaurant is steaming hot. The grilled meat sizzled on the charcoal fire, fat dripped, and a puff of white smoke was stirred up, carrying the aroma of cumin and chile. 5 people sat around a square table, which was filled with various skewered ingredients and iced drinks. This was the first real dinner together for their team. The atmosphere is warm and relaxed. "Come on. To celebrate our first meeting, let's go." Lu Kai raised the beer glass in his hand, his face flushed. "Let's go." Suja, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin also raised their glasses. Xin Yuma picked up the orange juice in front of him and clinked glasses with them with a smile. Amid the crisp sound of glass colliding, everyone's face was filled with joy. "Honestly, Zhi." Lu Kai took a big gulp of beer and put down the glass. "I still feel like I'm dreaming. In just 1 week, we made nearly 100,000. I was just on the way here and secretly pinched myself a few times. It really hurt," he said, causing everyone to laugh. "Yes." Zhang Wei also sighed. "I used to think that making money was a very distant and difficult thing. My parents worked hard all their lives, but they didn't save much money. I never thought that we could earn our first pot of gold with our own abilities while we were still in college." There was excitement in his tone, but also an unprecedented sense of steadiness. Zhao Lin usually doesn't talk much, but he started talking at this moment. "I told my parents about the dividend," he said. "They didn't believe me at first and thought I was being scammed. Only after I showed them photos of the store and posts on the forum did they believe me. My mother cried on the phone. She said I had grown up and was successful." As Zhao Lin spoke, his eyes turned red. Suja listened quietly. He picked up a bunch of grilled chicken wings and put them on the plate in front of Xin Yuma. "Eat more," he said. Xin Yuma smiled at him, picked up the chicken wings and started eating them in small bites. "Brother Zhe, what are our plans next?" Lu Kai asked, his thoughts were always the most jumping. "Our store is so popular right now, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and do some new activities?" Suja nodded. "We must organize activities, but they can't be too frequent. We need to maintain the brand's freshness and value, and not become a promotional store offering discounts every day. My initial idea is to operate stably for a month to accumulate sufficient membership data and word of mouth. Then, we can launch some member-only activities or collaborate with school clubs." Zhang Wei took over the conversation. "I agree with Zhi's opinion. At this stage, stable service and quality control are the top priorities. We have just opened, the team still needs to be run in, and the processes need to be optimized. Also, I'm already thinking about developing some peripheral products, such as canvas bags, mugs, or drip coffee bags with our logo. These can both increase revenue and strengthen our brand image." Xin Yuma's eyes lit up when he heard this. "That's a good idea," she said. "I can design the peripheral products. We can continue the visual style of First Sight and create a series." "Very good." Lu Kai slapped his thigh. "By then, our cafe will not only sell coffee, but also a lifestyle. On the online system side, I can also add a points mall function." Zhao Lin added. "Members can use their consumption points to redeem peripheral products, which can increase user stickiness." One topic instantly ignited everyone's creative passion. They chatted with each other about the future of Chujian. From new product development, to online operations, to brand culture building. There is a light called dream shining on everyone's face. Suja spent most of the time listening. He looked at his companions and felt extremely satisfied. What he wanted was never a business empire that could be supported by him alone. What he wants is a team that can shine individually and work together. Now, the prototype of this team has emerged. The dinner lasted a long time. It was not until late at night that they left the barbecue restaurant with a sense of reluctance. Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin went back to the dormitory first because they had classes the next morning. Lu Kai was going to deliver some promotional materials to his friends in the club. In the end, only Su Jia and Qin Yuma were left. "Let me take you back to the dormitory," Su Jia said. "Good." Qin Yuma nodded. The two walked side by side on the streets of the university town at night. The street lights stretched their shadows very long. Unlike the noisy barbecue restaurant, the campus paths are particularly quiet at this moment. All that could be heard was the summer night wind, the rustling of leaves, and the unhurried footsteps of two people. No one spoke. But the atmosphere was not awkward. A faint, warm feeling flows between the two of them. After walking for a long time, Qin Yuma finally spoke softly. "Thank you for today," she said. "Thank me for what?" Su Jia turned to look at her. "Thank you for bringing us all together." Qin Yuma looked ahead and spoke in a soft voice. "Thank you also for giving me the opportunity to turn my design into reality. I also want to thank you for letting me see a different world." She stopped, turned around and looked at Su Jia seriously. "Before I met you, I thought my college life would be just drawing, getting scholarships, graduating, and finding a job in a design institute. I never thought that I could have a work designed entirely by myself while still in college and see it being liked by so many people. It's a wonderful feeling, and a great sense of accomplishment." Su Jia also stopped and stood in front of her. The moonlight fell on Qin Yuma's face, and her eyes seemed to be filled with stars. "I'm the one who should say thank you." Su Jia's voice was sincere. "Without your design, First Sight would just be an ordinary cafe. You gave it a soul." Qin Yuma felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her, and her cheeks turned slightly red. She lowered her head and gently kicked the pebbles under her feet. "Then, we can be considered to have accomplished each other." Su Jia looked at her shy appearance and felt a slight movement in his heart. He felt that some things should be said now. "Yuma." He called her name. Qin Yuma raised her head and looked at him in confusion. "First meeting is just the beginning." Su Jia's eyes were serious and focused. "In my plan, there will be many, many things to do in the future. There may be a second or third branch, we may have our own baking factory, or even a commercial brand covering catering, cultural creativity and lifestyle." He described a grand blueprint to her. Qin Yuma listened quietly, her heartbeat unconsciously starting to speed up. She felt a strong confidence and clear plan from Su Jia's words. That is not a fantasy, but a future that is gradually being realized. This blueprint is huge and complex. Su Jia continued. It requires operations, technology, management, and a core aesthetic system that runs through it all. It needs a designer. Su Jia took a step forward, closing the distance between him and Qin Yuma. He looked into her eyes and asked clearly, word by word. "So, will you be my personal designer?" The air seemed to be still at this moment. The wind stopped and the cicadas' chirping disappeared. Qin Yuma could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat like a drum. Exclusive designer. She knew that Su Jia's words were a double entendre. It was a formal invitation to her in terms of career. It was also a subtle test of her emotionally. He was asking her if she was willing to be the unique and indispensable existence in his future blueprint. Qin Yuma's cheeks instantly became hot. Her mind went blank. She thought of many possibilities. She thought that they would slowly get to know each other, slowly get closer, and then at some suitable time, naturally come together. But she never thought that Su Jia would use such a method to blend career invitations and emotional confessions so cleverly and sincerely. This made her unable to refuse. "I don't want to refuse either." She looked at Su Jia. The light from the street lamp outlined his clear jawline. His eyes reflected her figure and the stars in the night sky. There wasn't a trace of frivolity or hesitation in those eyes. Only determination and expectation. Qin Yuma took a deep breath and tried to calm his pounding heart. She didn't answer yes or no immediately. She tilted her head, and the corner of her mouth raised in a playful arc. "Exclusive designer?" she asked back. "Then, how is the salary calculated?" Suja was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. His smile looked particularly beautiful under the moonlight. He knew that she agreed. Salary. He pondered for a moment, then spoke in an extremely serious tone. I'll give you my entire future. Is that enough? This time, it was Chin Yuma's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect Suja to give such an answer. The whole future. What a heavy promise this is. What a romantic confession. Her face was completely red. She could no longer make any jokes. Under Suja's burning gaze, she nodded gently but firmly. At that moment, it was as if fireworks were quietly blooming in the air between the two of them. Suja reached out and gently held Chin Yuma's hand. Her hands were a little cold, but very soft. Neither of them spoke again. They just held hands and continued walking towards the dormitory building. The rest of the way is not long. But they feel that they can keep going like this until the end of time. Chapter 35. Wu Qian's crying. Li Wan, what on earth did you miss? Gimhe University, female dormitory building. Li Wan sat at his desk, staring at the computer screen in a daze. On the screen was a page from a campus forum, and the pin post had a particularly eye-catching title: First time meeting my boss teaching online, what does it mean to have a vision? She has watched that post and the video attached to it no less than 20 times. In the video, Suja faced Zhao Feng's provocation calmly. Every word he said and every movement he made revealed a confidence and composure that Li Wan had never seen before. Especially the last sentence, your vision may really be only as big as a cup of coffee, was like a hammer, hitting Li Wan's heart heavily. She closed the webpage, leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Everything that happened in the cafe that afternoon kept replaying in her mind like a movie. The Suja who was the focus of everyone's attention and admired by everyone. The self sitting opposite him, feeling ashamed like a clown. And Xiao Feng. After coming out of the cafe, Xiao Feng was angry with her all the way. Are you satisfied? Are you happy to see me make a fool of myself? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone to that lousy place. Li Wan, I'm telling you, stay away from that Suja from now on. If you dare to get involved with him again, we're both done for. He vented all his resentment and humiliation on her. Li Wan did not refute or argue. She just listened in silence. She didn't say a word until they reached the dormitory building. Zhao Feng shook off her hand and drove away. Her heart has become numb. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the dormitory door. Li Wan opened his eyes and said weakly, come in. The door was pushed open and her roommate Wu Qian walked in. Wu Qian's face looked ugly, and her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. As soon as she entered the door, she went straight to Li Wan's desk. Li Wan. Her voice was filled with tears and a hint of suppressed anger. Li Wan sat up straight and looked at her puzzledly. Wu Qian. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Wu Qian's emotions exploded instantly as if a fuse had been lit. I was rejected from the first encounter cafe. I performed so well in the interview and answered all the questions correctly. The interviewer was obviously very pleased with me. But I waited for 3 days and didn't receive any notification. I asked someone today, and they said I didn't pass. Li Wan was stunned. She remembered that Wu Qian had indeed gone for an interview a few days ago and said confidently that she would definitely be hired. Why? Li Wan asked subconsciously. Why? Wu Qian sneered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why else? It's all because of you. She pointed at Li Wan, her voice sharp. That store is owned by Suja. He must have known my identity and that I was your roommate, so he deliberately refused to hire me. He's seeking revenge. Revenge on you, and revenge on me. Li Wan's brain buzzed and went blank. First time seeing, was it opened by Suja? Although she had seen it with her own eyes in the afternoon, she was still shocked when someone else told her the truth. You do not know? Wu Qian looked at her in disbelief. The whole school knows about it. Are you the only one who's still in the dark? Li Wan, what are you thinking? Why do you want to break up with Suja? Wu Qian's questions were fired at Li Wan like a barrage of cannonballs. Do you know how long I prepared for that part-time job? I memorized all the procedures for a milk tea shop, and I even learned some simple latte art. Our store's hourly wage is so much higher than other stores, and the working environment is so great. I thought I would definitely get in. It's all over now. Just because I'm your roommate. Wu Qian became more and more excited as she spoke. She sat down on the chair opposite Li Wan and started crying loudly. Li Wan looked at her, moved his lips, but couldn't say a word. Apology? Explanation? She didn't know what to say. Although Wu Qian's accusations are extreme, they are not without reason. There is a high probability that Suja did not hire her because of his own connections. A deep sense of guilt surged into Li Wan's heart. Not only has she ruined her own life, but now, it's starting to affect those around her. Do you know how successful Suja is now? Wu Qian said while crying. It's going viral on the school forums. They say not only does he own the most popular coffee shop on campus, he also drives a 40 million Bugatti Veyron. Some people even said that in the last basketball game, he single-handedly defeated the entire finance department team. And this afternoon, Senior Zhao Feng went to his store, but he just said a few words to him and made him run away in shame. That video is spreading everywhere now. Everything Wu Qian said was like a knife, piercing deep into Li Wan's heart. Bugatti Veyron. She remembered that day at the high-speed rail station when Zhao Feng pointed at a luxury car and said that Suja would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. But it turned out that the car belonged to Suja. Basketball game. She recalled how Suja also liked playing basketball, but after each game, he would just sit quietly on the sidelines drinking mineral water. She felt that he was as ordinary as a speck of dust. But it turns out that he can also be the center of attention on the court. And this afternoon, she witnessed Zhao Feng's embarrassment and Suja's composure with her own eyes. The boy who used to be so cautious even when speaking to her has now grown to a level that she needs to look up to. Li Wan. Wu Qian's crying gradually subsided. She raised her red eyes and looked at the distraught Li Wan. Her tone was filled with confusion and a hint of resentment. Tell me, what did you miss? Why did you look down on him so much in the beginning? Was it because he was poor? But how is he poor now? He's not bad looking, he's smart, and he's so good to you. He saves and buys you whatever you want. If you're sick, he'll run across several blocks in the middle of the night to buy you medicine. Why did you choose Zhao Feng? Just because his family is rich? But is he good to you? Besides throwing money at you, what else can he do? Did he defend you at all in the store today? He was just venting his anger. Every question Wu Qian asked hit the most vulnerable part of Li Wan's heart. Yes. Why? She began to ask herself. Was her original choice really the right one? She thought she had chosen a shortcut to a life of luxury. She abandoned Suja, who she thought had nothing, and chose Zhao Feng, who she thought had everything. But in the end, she found out that she had seen everything wrong. Suja wasn't completely broke, he was just being low-key. What he had was far more than what Zhao Feng flaunted. And what does Zhao Feng have besides his father's money? All he had was a fragile self-esteem and an unconcealable hostility. Li Wan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She thought of Suja, thinking of every moment they spent together. She remembered him riding his bicycle to take her across the campus, and the evening breeze blowing her long hair. She remembered him in the library, saving his seat for her and preparing warm water. She remembered that on a rainy day, he gave her his only umbrella and got soaked himself. She once considered those images to be the mark of poverty, a past that she was eager to get rid of. But when I think back on it now, it seems so real and so warm. That kind of warmth is something that Zhao Feng could never give him, no matter how many brand-name bags or expensive dinners he has. You go. Li Wan suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse and hollow. What? Wu Qian was stunned. I said, get out. Li Wan raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Her emotions have reached the brink of collapse. I don't want to listen anymore, get out. She was practically screaming. Wu Qian was frightened by her appearance. She stood up and opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She turned around and left Li Wan's room silently. Silence returned to the dormitory. Li Wan couldn't hold on any longer. She lay down on the table and buried her face in her arms. The tears that had been suppressed for so long finally burst out. The silent crying turned into violent sobbing. Her shoulders shook violently, as if she wanted to vent all the regret and pain in her body through tears. Why did it turn out like this? If she hadn't broken up with him. If only she had been more patient and trusting. If only she could see through the brilliance hidden beneath his ordinary appearance. Now, would I be the one standing beside him, sharing his success and joy? But there are no ifs. She personally pushed away the boy who once treasured her. Then, I watched him walk towards another girl, towards his bright future. She herself was trapped in this cage woven by wrong choices, with no way out. Outside the window, the night deepens. Downstairs in the dormitory, a couple was saying goodbye sweetly. Those laughter and joyful chatter, when they reached Li Wan's ears, became the sharpest irony. She knew that she had lost more than just an excellent partner. What she lost was the boy who once loved her without hesitation, and the pure youth that could never be returned. Chapter 36 New territory opened, invitation to the Jinhai Business Summit. It's November now. The weather in Jinhai City began to turn cooler, and the ginkgo leaves on campus turned golden. After the initial boom, the operation of the Chu Jian coffee shop has gradually entered a stable and efficient track. Zhang Wei's management skills have been fully exercised. He developed a standardized employee training process and daily operations manual to arrange all work in the store in an orderly manner. Lu Kai's promotional ideas are endless. He organized a series of activities such as the campus photography competition and the first encounter cup script killing competition, making the cafe not only a consumption place, but also a student social and cultural activity center in the university town. Zhao Lin led several students from the computer science department to iterate and update the online mini-program several times, adding functions such as takeout reservations, seat reservations, and online value storage, greatly improving the user experience. Several peripheral products designed by Qin Yuma, including canvas bags, badges and mobile phone cases, were enthusiastically sought after as soon as they were launched and became new trendy items on campus. The cafe's turnover has remained steadily at a high level, and the net profit every month makes the partners feel nervous and excited. Suja gradually extricated himself from the daily trivial management. He trusts his team and is willing to delegate power. He reinvested more time and energy into studying and planning his future business empire. The library became the place he went to most frequently besides the dormitory and the cafe. Finance, management, marketing, corporate strategy. He is like a sponge, madly absorbing all knowledge related to business. This knowledge, combined with the experience and memories from his previous life in his mind, is building an increasingly clear blueprint for a business empire. That afternoon, Suja finished a professional course and was about to go to the library. As soon as he walked out of the teaching building, a long-lost, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Byte. A special sign in location has been refreshed. Please go to the designated location to complete the sign-in. Suja stopped. He called up the system panel. A new line of task information appeared on the virtual screen. Mission name, Business Rising Star. Sign-in location, Gimhe International Convention and Exhibition Center, main venue of the annual business summit. Task description, as a rising business star, you need to step onto a broader stage and let more people see your brilliance. Quest reward? Gimhe City Annual Business Summit? Suja's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he knew about this summit. This is the highest level and most influential business event in the entire Jinhai city and even in several surrounding cities. It is held once a year and lasts for 2 days. By then, all the well-known entrepreneurs, investors and industry leaders in Jinhai city will be present. It can be said that it is a circle that ordinary people cannot reach at all. Tickets for the summit are notoriously hard to come by. Apart from specially invited guests, the number of tickets sold to the public is extremely small and the prices are high, and strict qualification review is required. Not to mention that he is a college student, even the bosses of some small and medium-sized enterprises may not be qualified to enter that venue. The system is giving me a hard time, Suja said to himself in his heart. Previous check-in tasks, whether they were high-speed rail stations, cafeterias, or city landmarks, were all places he could easily reach. But this time, the system directly set a threshold. A threshold of identity and status. Just as Suja was thinking about what channel he should use to obtain an admission ticket, the system prompt sounded again. Byte. It has been detected that the host has completed the stage achievement of campus entrepreneurship. The special reward has been issued. Please check it. Suja was stunned for a moment. He looked at the system panel again and found that there was one more thing in the inventory. It was a beautifully designed electronic picture. The background of the picture is the silhouette of Gimhe City's landmark buildings, and in the center is written in gold-plated font, 2023 Gimhe City Annual Business Summit. At the bottom of the picture, there is a line of small words. Invitation letter. Invited guest, Mr. Suja, representative of outstanding entrepreneurial students from Gimhae University. Suja looked at the line of words and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He understood. The system's mission this time is not just a simple check-in. It's more like a college entrance exam. In this way, it pushes him out of the newbie village of campus and into a broader, more real and more cruel business world. Outstanding entrepreneurial student representative of Gimhae University. Suja read the title, took out his cell phone and called Lu Kai. Hey, Ja, get out of class is over? Want to come sit in the cafe? The barista and I just developed an osmanthus-flavored latte. It's amazing. Lu Kai's energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Not yet. Suja said. Can you help me check if our school has a department called College Student Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center? Yes, I have. Lu Kai answered without hesitation. It's on the third floor of the administrative building. What's going on? Brother Ja, are you interested in those entrepreneurial competitions? Are you familiar with the person in charge of that center? Suja asked directly. Not very familiar, but we have dealt with each other. Lu Kai said. When we registered our cafe and applied for student entrepreneurship subsidies, we contacted Professor Lee several times. He was a very nice person and was very supportive of our first encounter model. Okay, give me his contact information. Okay. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lu Kai sent a WeChat business card. Suja added the friend, then directly edited a message and sent it. Hello, Mr. Lee. I'm Suja, the manager of the First Encounter Cafe. Excuse me for interrupting you, but I'd like to ask you a question. Does our school have any student representatives nominated to attend this year's Gimhae City Business Summit? After sending the message, Suja put away his phone and walked towards the library. He knew that things were almost done. The invitation letter issued by the system could not have come out of thin air. It must be based on reality and pave the most reasonable path for him. Sure enough, when he walked to the door of the library, his cell phone vibrated. This is Teacher Lee's reply. Hello, classmate Suja. I was just about to contact you. The message was followed by a surprised emoticon. At this year's business summit, the city granted several auditoriums to various universities to encourage college students to start their own businesses. Our school was assigned one, and the first people on campus who thought of you in your First Encounter team. We've already submitted your information. The city's invitation letter should be officially sent out in the next 2 days. I'll let you know as soon as possible. This opportunity is very rare, Suja, you must seize it well, represent our Gimhae University, and show the elegance of our contemporary college students. Teacher Lee's reply was full of enthusiasm. Suja looked at the message and a smile appeared on his face. Everything is going as planned. He replied, Thank you, teacher. I will, and then walked into the library. He was neither overly excited nor nervous about attending a top business summit. For him, this is just a step in his life plan. He went to the bookshelf in the economic area, took down several books on venture capital and equity structure, walked to a quiet corner, sat down, and began to read. His world is about to become different. He needs to stock up enough ammunition for himself before that new door opens. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Zhao Feng's father, Zhao Dihai, a famous real estate developer in Gimhae City, was sitting in his spacious office, answering a phone call. Secretary Wang, don't worry. Our company will fully sponsor the dinner for this summit and ensure it's a grand occasion. Zhao Dihai spoke on the phone in a respectful and flattering tone. Yes, it is our responsibility to contribute to the city's commercial development. Okay, see you at the venue then. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Zhao Dihai's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a businessman's shrewdness and calculation. He picked up a document on the table, which contained the detailed procedures and guest list for the business summit. His fingers ran over the names one by one. Those names represent the real power and wealth of Gimhae City. Dad. The office door was pushed open and Zhao Feng walked in casually. Can you take me with you to the summit next week? Let me see the world. Zhao Feng walked to the desk, pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhao Dihai raised his head, glanced at him, and frowned slightly. What are you going to do? What do you know? There was a hint of impatience in his tone. Why don't I understand? Zhao Feng said unconvinced. I'm a finance major after all, and I'm going to inherit your family business in the future, right? What's wrong with getting to know those uncles and aunts in advance? Zhao Dihai pondered for a moment. He has always been dissatisfied with his son. He has high expectations but poor skills, is impatient and irritable, and spends all his time hanging out with some questionable people and living a life of debauchery. However, what he said does make some sense. I will retire sooner or later, and this family business will eventually be handed over to him. It might not be a bad thing to let him get in touch with this circle in advance and be influenced by it. Okay. Zhao Dihai took out a secondary card from the drawer and handed it to him. When the time comes, just stay by my side, talk less, watch more, and learn more. Also, go get yourself some decent clothes. Don't embarrass me by dressing like a punk. I know. Zhao Feng took the secondary card and a smug smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have already seen himself becoming the focus of attention at that event where all the celebrities in the city gathered. He thought of Suja, the guy who had embarrassed him several times. I opened a crappy coffee shop and made some money from students, but I don't even know my last name. Zhao Feng snorted in his heart. After I attend the business summit and meet those real big shots, I'll see how nothing you, Suja, will compare to me. He had no idea that he and his most despised opponent were about to meet again on a stage he had never expected. This encounter will completely overturn his cognition and shatter all his pride. Chapter 37 Classmate, did you get the wrong invitation? There were no clouds in the sky on the day of the Jinhai Business Summit. Lu Kai called on time at 7 in the morning. Brother Zha, are you awake? The voice on the other end of the phone was excited. I filled up my car with gas, washed it clean, and am waiting for you downstairs. I'm going to make sure you have a good time today. Suja was standing by the window. He looked at the BMW 5 Series downstairs and spoke. No, I'll go there by myself today. Don't, Brother Zhe. Lu Kai's voice sounded a little anxious. It's so inconvenient to take a taxi to that kind of place. You can drive my car. Even though it's not a luxury car, it's at least a means of transportation. I appreciate your kindness. I have plans here. Suja's tone was calm. You and Zhang Wei just need to look after the cafe. Then, okay. Lu Kai heard the persistence in Suja's tone and stopped trying to persuade him. Then be careful. If anything happens at the venue, feel free to call me. Good. Suja hung up the phone. He took a suit from the wardrobe. Shin Yuma accompanied him to choose this suit a few days ago. He took off his casual clothes and put on a white shirt. He buttoned his shirt one by one and smoothed out his cuffs. He put on his trousers and fastened his belt. Finally, he picked up the black suit jacket and put it on. He walked to the mirror. The figure in the mirror is tall and straight. He didn't stop in front of the mirror, turned around and walked out of the dormitory. The time is 8 o'clock in the morning. He called a ride-hailing car on his mobile phone. A few minutes later, a white Nissan sedan stopped downstairs of the dormitory building. Suja opened the car door and got in. Master, go to the Jinhai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The driver was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Suja in the rearview mirror. Young man, you're dressed so formally, are you going to attend that business summit? Suja responded. That's where the big bosses go. The driver started the car. I heard on the radio this morning that half of the wealthy people in Jinhai City are heading there. The car drove out of the university town and merged into the main road of the city. Traffic on the road began to increase. From time to time, cars with consecutive license plates drive by. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class overtook them. Next was an Audi A8L. The driver smacked his lips. Look, that's what I said. Any car under $1 million on the road today is considered a bargain. Suja didn't say anything. He looked at the receding buildings outside the window. The car drove for about 40 minutes. The iconic building of the International Convention and Exhibition Center came into view. The square outside the convention center is already full of cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach. Uniformed security personnel were directing traffic. Online taxis cannot get close to the drop-off area of the main building, and drivers can only stop at an intersection on the edge of the square. Excuse me, young man. We are not allowed to go in the front. We can only stop here. The driver said apologetically. It's okay, thank you, master. Suja scanned the code and paid the fare. He opened the car door and got out. He stood up straight and adjusted his collar. The white Nissan sedan turned around and left, quickly disappearing in the traffic. Suja's appearance is somewhat out of tune with the surrounding environment. People got out of those limousines. The men wore well-tailored suits and designer watches. The women wore evening gowns and carried exquisite handbags. They gathered in twos and threes, talking as they walked toward the entrance of the convention center. No one came by taxi or ride-hailing service. Suja is the only one. Some people looked at him, examining him. Suja ignored those gazes. He took a step forward and walked towards the entrance. The entrance to the convention and exhibition center is covered with red carpet. 2 rows of hostesses wearing cheongsams stood on both sides. A verification channel was set up at the entrance, and several tall security guards were checking the guests' invitation letters. A man who looked like an entrepreneur presented the electronic invitation on his mobile phone. The security guard scanned it with an instrument, then bowed and made a pleased gesture. The man nodded and walked in with his female companion. The whole process was very smooth. It's Suja's turn. He walked up to a security guard, took out his mobile phone, and called up the interface of the electronic invitation. The security guard's gaze stayed on Suja's face for 2 seconds. Then he looked down at Suja's phone screen. His brows moved. He picked up the instrument in his hand and scanned the QR code on the screen. The instrument made a beeping sound. But the security guard did not let me go immediately. He looked at the information displayed on the instrument screen, then looked up at Suja. "Sir, please wait a moment." The security guard's tone was polite, but his attitude was firm. He pressed the intercom. "Calling the conference management team, a special guest has been spotted in entrance area A and needs to be identified." Suja stood there, neither speaking nor urging. He just waited quietly. The team behind him has already formed. Some people began to murmur in dissatisfaction. "What's going on? Why aren't you leaving?" The man in front was stopped. "Is the invitation fake? Looking so young, I guess he wants to get in." The sounds were not loud, but loud enough for people around to hear. More eyes were focused on Suja. Some are curious, some are contemptuous, and some are just watching the fun. Just then, a voice came from the crowd. The voice contained a hint of exaggerated surprise and undisguised mockery. "Hey, isn't this Suja, the famous person from our Jinhai University?" The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Zhao Feng walked over. He was also wearing a suit today, but it was silver gray, and his hair was gelled and combed meticulously. He was accompanied by 2 young men dressed similarly. Zhao Feng walked up to Suja and looked him up and down. "What happened? Were you stopped outside?" The corners of his mouth curled up, his face full of gloating expression. "Boss Su, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you?" Zhao Feng deliberately raised his voice. "This is the Jinhai Business Summit, not a place for you college students to practice entrepreneurship." His words were met with a low laugh. Everyone around could see that this was a rich young man looking for trouble with an ordinary student. They are happy to see such scenes. The security guard frowned and said to Zhao Feng, "Sir, please don't make any noise. We are verifying the information." "Verify what?" Zhao Feng glanced at the security guard with a contemptuous tone. "He's just a college student. How can he be qualified to get an invitation here? How do you do security? You let anyone in." He turned around and looked at Su Zhu, with an even stronger hint of sarcasm on his face. "Classmate, I advise you to leave quickly and stop embarrassing yourself here." He pointed in the direction of the university town in the distance. "Your school's student union activities should be held on campus, not here." Ha ha ha. The 2 companions beside him also laughed. Their laughter was particularly piercing at the entrance. Suja never looked at Zhao Feng from beginning to end. His eyes stayed on the security guard in front of him. There was no expression on his face. No anger, no embarrassment, and no panic. He just stood there quietly, as if Zhao Feng and everything around him had nothing to do with him. This kind of disregard made Zhao Feng feel like he had punched cotton. The smile on his face faded a little, and there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. He was about to say something else to humiliate Suja. At this moment, a staff member wearing the conference affairs uniform hurried out. The staff member ran straight to the security guard, took a look at the instrument in his hand, and then looked at Suja. An apologetic smile immediately covered his face. Chapter 38 Zhao Feng, why are you here? The conference staff member had an apologetic smile on his face. He walked quickly to Suja and leaned forward slightly. I'm very sorry, Mr. Su, it was our mistake that delayed your time. His voice was clear and respectful. As soon as the words Mr. Su came out, the discussions around him stopped instantly. The mocking expression on Zhao Feng's face froze. He looked at the staff member, then at Suja, his eyes full of confusion. The staff member ignored the others and turned to speak to the security guard. This is Mr. Suja, our specially invited guest for this summit. There is no problem with his identity. There was a hint of reproach in his tone. In the future, when you encounter the QR code for the special guest channel, just verify and let them pass without asking for a second confirmation. Yes, Director. The security guard immediately lowered his head and became very respectful. He took a step back, turned sideways, and made a standard please gesture to Suja. Mr. Su, please come in. The conference manager also smiled and said to Suja. Mr. Su, please come in. We have prepared your guest badge for you. Suja nodded without saying anything more. He took a step forward, walked past Zhao Feng, and walked straight into the gate of the Convention and Exhibition Center. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stood there in a daze. He felt his cheeks burning. The eyes of those around who were originally watching the fun were now all focused on him. There was no longer pure curiosity in those eyes, but a hint of amusement and ridicule. It seems to be saying, look, that ignorant rich second generation has hit a wall. The two companions beside Zhao Feng also put away their smiles and stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. How is this possible? Zhao Feng muttered to himself. He couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. How could Suja, a poor student who runs a shabby coffee shop, become a special guest at a business summit? This must be a mistake. Just then, a calm male voice sounded behind him. Zhao Feng, what are you doing blocking the way here? Why don't you go in? Zhao Feng's body stiffened and he immediately turned around. His father, Zhao Dihai, was standing behind him with a frown on his face. Zhao Dihai was accompanied by several middle-aged men who looked to be of distinguished status. Dad. Zhao Feng's voice lacked confidence. Zhao Dihai didn't look at him, but glanced at the entrance, as if looking for something. Is the young man who just entered your classmate? Zhao Dihai asked. Yes. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Not so good classmate. Zhao Dihai did not ask any further questions. He took out his invitation letter and asked the security guard to scan it. After a beep sound, he walked in with Zhao Feng and others. After walking through the long corridor, a magnificent hall appeared before our eyes. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the dome and the floor is covered with soft wool carpets. Well-dressed men and women, holding bottles of champagne, walked among the crowd, talking in low voices. The air was filled with the faint scent of perfume and the aroma of food. As soon as Zhao Feng came in, he was shocked by the scene before him. This is the top social circle in Jinhai City. He saw some faces that had only appeared in financial magazines. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He temporarily forgot the unpleasantness he had just felt at the door. He followed Zhao Dihai, trying hard to appear mature and steady. Zhao Dihai took him and started to greet some business partners. Mr. Wang, long time no see. You seem to be getting younger and younger. Bosley, I heard you recently acquired that piece of land in the south of the city. Congratulations. Zhao Dihai moved with ease among the crowd. Zhao Feng also nodded and bowed, calling out hello Uncle Wang and hello Uncle Li. Those called Mr. Wang and Mr. Li just nodded lightly, and some even just glanced at him and continued to talk with Zhao Dihai. Although Zhao Feng felt a little unhappy, he also knew that this was reality. In this circle, he is just a junior who followed his father to see the world. He was following Zhao Dihai through the crowd, preparing to sit in the rest area for a while. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes were fixed on a corner not far away. There, Suja was standing in front of a dining table. The director of the conference affairs team was personally pinning an exquisitely crafted badge on the collar of his suit. The badge is silver with a line of words engraved on it using laser. The distance was quite far, so Zhao Feng couldn't see clearly what was written on it. However, he could clearly see Suja's expression. Calm and indifferent. It was as if this was not his first time attending such an occasion, as if he was born to be here. After helping him pin his badge on, the conference director said a few words to him before respectfully stepping away. Suja picked up a glass of orange juice and turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall. He didn't fit in with the lively social circles. He just stood there quietly. But his existence was like a thorn, piercing deeply into Zhao Feng's eyes. "Dad, look over there." Zhao Feng pointed in Suja's direction with his chin. Zhao Dihai followed his gaze. He also saw Suja. He glanced at the badge on Suja's chest, and then looked at the golden guest of the conference badges on his and Zhao Feng's chests. His brows furrowed slightly. Just a student representative. Zhao Dihai withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. In order to appear diverse, the summit invites some students and scholars to sit in every year to enhance its image. He patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Don't focus on such insignificant people. In situations like this, what really matters are connections and resources. He pointed to a man in the distance who was surrounded by a crowd of people. See? That's the chairman of Tianhong Group. We're trying to win over one of his projects. Instead of getting mad at a student, why don't you think about how to behave better in front of Mr. Lu later? Zhao Feng felt a little better after listening to his father's words. It turns out that he was just a student representative who was there for show. To put it bluntly, it's a mascot. Thinking of this, the jealousy and resentment in his heart turned into contempt. I know, Dad. He straightened his back again. A small character, really not worth my attention. After he finished speaking, he followed Zhao Dihai in the direction of the chairman of Tianhong Group. He deliberately walked around not far from where Suja was standing. When passing by Suja, he deliberately let out a cold snort, neither loud nor soft. He wanted to see Suja's surprised or timid expression. However, Suja didn't even turn his head. It was as if he didn't even notice his presence. Zhao Feng quietly clenched his fists at his side. He quickened his pace and caught up with his father. He told himself not to care, Suja was just a passerby, and he was the future master of this stage. Suja indeed didn't notice Zhao Feng. He was looking at his badge. 2 lines of words were engraved on the silver breastplate. Special guests. Outstanding entrepreneurial student representative of Gimhe University, Suja. He gently stroked the words with his fingers. He knew that this identity was the ticket arranged by the system for him to enter this world. He was in no hurry to make friends with anyone. His experience in his previous life told him that socializing without value was just a waste of time. What he needs is an opportunity. A chance for others to see his value. He walked slowly in the hall, holding a glass of orange juice. He was like a bystander, observing everything in the hall. Observe people's words and behaviors, and observe the interactions between different circles. His gaze finally fell on the podium at the front of the hall. There hangs a flowchart of today's summit. The morning will be the opening ceremony and keynote speech. Then there were 2 roundtable discussions. There will be group discussions in the afternoon. There will be a reception dinner in the evening. He saw that the theme of one of the roundtable forums was opportunities and challenges in the new consumption era. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought his chance should be there. He found a quiet corner to sit down, took out his mobile phone, and began to browse some of the latest information and reports on the new consumer sector. He didn't notice that in another corner not far away, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant temperament had been observing him for a long time. The man was not busy socializing like the others. He just sat there quietly, his eyes occasionally scanning the entire audience. When he saw Suja sitting quietly in the corner looking at his phone, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. In this impetuous and noisy occasion, such a young man seems a little different. Chapter 39, Sir, your insights are very unique. The summit officially began at 9 o'clock in the morning. Melodious music sounded in the hall, and guests entered the main venue one after another. The main venue is a huge tiered lecture hall that can accommodate thousands of people. Suja found his seat according to the seat number on his badge. The seats are in the middle of the venue, neither too far in the front nor too far in the back, with a great view. After he sat down, he found that the people sitting next to him also looked relatively young, with special guest badges from different organizations hanging on their chests. Some are young scholars from a certain research institute, and some are representatives of a certain association. Everyone nodded to each other without much communication. The opening ceremony was very brief. A city leader came on stage and said a few words, followed by a speech from the leader of the organizer. Then, the first keynote speech began. The guest speaker was a well-known domestic economist, who talked about the macroeconomic situation. The content was a bit boring, and many people in the audience began to look down at their phones. Suja listened very carefully. He verified the data and opinions given by the economists with his own memories one by one. The second item on the agenda for the morning was a roundtable discussion. The theme is exactly what Suja had previously focused on: opportunities and challenges in the new consumption era. The host is the leading financial anchor of Jinhai City TV station. There were 4 guests participating in the discussion. One is the founder of Parkson Supermarket, the largest local supermarket chain. One is the CEO of the well-known emerging domestic beauty brand Hua Yanji. One is the regional head of the e-commerce platform. Another one is Wei Dong, a famous angel investor in Jinhai City. Suja's gaze lingered on Wei Dong for a few more seconds. He recognized this person. In his previous life, several projects invested by Wei Dong were huge successes, and he was known for his sharp vision in the investment circle. After the forum began, several guests expressed their opinions based on the host's questions. The founder of Parkson Supermarket talked about the persistence and innovation of physical retail and emphasized the importance of offline experience. The CEO of Hua Yanji shared their successful experience in how to quickly capture the young people's market through social media and co-op marketing. The person in charge of the e-commerce platform used a series of data to demonstrate the huge potential of online consumption. As an investor, Wei Dong analyzed the investment logic and future trends of the new consumer track from the perspective of capital. The speeches of several guests were very high quality and applause was heard from the audience from time to time. Zhao Feng and his father Zhao Dihai sat in the VIP area in the front row. Zhao Dihai listened very attentively and occasionally wrote something down in his notebook. Zhao Feng was a little absent-minded. He spent most of the time playing with his mobile phone. Occasionally he looked up at the stage, but quickly lowered his head again. He felt that these things were too far away from him. An hour later, the guests' speeches ended. The host smiled towards the audience. Thank you very much for the wonderful sharing of the guests. Next, we will enter the interactive question and answer session. If anyone here would like to communicate with the guests on stage, please raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, several hands were raised in the front row. The host picked a man who looked very prestigious. The man stood up, introduced himself first, and then asked a question to the founder of Parkson Supermarket. The questions were polite, more like a business exchange of compliments. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I work in the supply chain, and I've always admired how successful you've made Parkson Mart. I'd like to ask if your company has any new plans for supply chain integration in the future? Mr. Zhang from Parkson Supermarket answered his questions with a smile, and the scene was peaceful. Then, several more people asked questions. Most of the questions revolve around how to cooperate with them and how to learn from them. The entire question and answer session was more like a large-scale resource matching meeting than an exchange. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to show off and leave a good impression in front of industry leaders. The host looked at the time and prepared to end this segment. Okay, due to time constraints, we will open one more question slot. He had just finished speaking. A hand went up from the center seat. The hand was raised high and steady. The host noticed him. It was a very young face, wearing a well-fitting black suit and with a calm expression. Okay, the gentleman in the black suit. The host pointed at Suja. The spotlight in the venue immediately shone over, and a beam of light illuminated Suja. The whole audience's attention was instantly focused on him. Suja stood up from his seat. He wasn't nervous or embarrassed at all. He picked up the microphone in front of him, and his voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the venue's sound system. Hello, guests, hello, host. His voice was neither hurried nor slow. My name is Suja, and I'm a student from Jinhai University. Wow. His self-introduction immediately caused a slight commotion in the venue. Student? A student asking questions in such an occasion? Zhao Feng in the front row suddenly raised his head. When he saw that the person standing there was Suja, a trace of surprise first flashed in his eyes, and then was replaced by deep contempt. He nudged Zhao Dihai beside him with his elbow. Dad, look, that kid is going to make a fool of himself. Zhao Dihai also frowned. He felt that it was inappropriate for a student to ask questions in such an occasion. The expressions of the guests on the stage were also different. Mr. Zhang from Parks and Supermarket had a kind smile on his face, as if he was encouraging the young people. The young CEO of Huayanji showed an interested look. Only the person in charge of the e-commerce platform looked somewhat disapproving. Investor Wei Dong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at Suja with interest. Suju ignored the reactions from the audience. He continued. My question is for all the guests on the stage. Today we've been discussing online and offline, physical retail and e-commerce. Mr. Zhang from Parkson emphasized the offline experience, while the success of Huayanji comes from online marketing, and the person in charge of the platform controls the online traffic. But my question is, why do we have to see online and offline as opposites? Has Mr. Zhang Supermarket ever considered transferring its hundreds of thousands of offline members into its own online private traffic pool, and through social operations, achieve more precise reach and repeat purchase conversion? Is the cost of online traffic for Huayanji getting higher and higher? Have you considered how to build a more solid brand moat through controllable offline channels once the online dividend disappears? While the platform's traffic is undoubtedly enormous, it ultimately belongs to the platform, not the merchants. The cost for merchants to acquire a new customer on the platform is almost exceeding the lifetime value of that customer. In this situation, what deeper capabilities can the platform provide to merchants besides providing traffic? Suja asked 3 questions in a row. Each question directly points to the most core and sensitive aspects of the business models of the guests on stage. His problem is no longer the previous commercial hype. It is a questioning that comes with scrutiny and challenge. The entire venue suddenly became silent. Everyone was shocked by the depth and sharpness of the questions raised by this young man. This doesn't sound like a question a student would ask. This is more like the thinking of a strategic analyst who has been deeply involved in the industry for many years. The contemptuous expression on Zhao Feng's face froze. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He found that he could understand every word Suja said, but when they were put together, he was completely unable to comprehend their meaning. What private domain traffic, what brand moat, what customer lifetime value? These words were like heavenly books to him. Zhao Dihai, who was standing next to him, also had a serious expression on his face. He put down the pen in his hand, leaned forward slightly, and watched the reaction on the stage intently. The expressions on the faces of the 4 guests on the stage also changed subtly. Mr. Zhang from Parks and Supermarket lost his smile, replaced by a look of deep thought. The person in charge of the e-commerce platform frowned tightly, as if offended by Suja's question. The CEO of Huayanji's eyes lit up and he even picked up a pen, as if preparing to write something down. The host was also caught off guard by this sudden and sharp question, and he didn't know who to ask to answer for a moment. In the end, it was Investor Wei Dong who broke the silence. He picked up the microphone with an appreciative smile on his face. Student Su, your question is very good. His voice was gentle. You're not just asking a question, you've actually already provided part of the answer. Online and offline have never been in opposition, but rather integrated. He looked at Mr. Zhang from Parkson. The private traffic pool that Su mentioned is the most critical step in the digital transformation of traditional retail companies. Turning customers into users, and then users into fans, this is the future. He looked at the CEO of Huayanji again. The term brand moat is very accurately used. Any brand that relies on a single channel for explosive popularity must consider what will be left when the tide of traffic recedes. Will it be true brand equity, or just a pile of sand? Finally, his eyes fell on the person in charge of the e-commerce platform. As for platform empowerment, Mr. Su also hit the nail on the head. In the future, if a platform remains merely a traffic dealer, it will inevitably be eliminated. Platforms must become service providers, providing merchants with a full range of services from data analysis and supply chain management to membership operations, growing alongside merchants rather than simply exploiting them. Wei Dong's words not only answered Suja's question, but also elevated the overall structure of the forum. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Half of the applause was for Wei Dong's wonderful summary, and the other half was for the young man who asked the question. Suja bowed slightly to the stage and then sat down. Several young scholars and association representatives around him looked at him with admiration. The host also reacted and immediately summarized. Thank you very much to Suja for his insightful questions, and thank you to President Wei for his brilliant answers. I believe this is the true meaning of our business summit, to spark new ideas through the collision of ideas. The roundtable forum ended in a warm atmosphere. After the tea break, people left and headed towards the rest area. Suja also stood up and prepared to pour a glass of water. As soon as he stepped out of his seat, he was stopped by someone. The one who stopped him was the investor Wei Dong. Wei Dong had a gentle smile on his face and extended his hand to Suja. "Hello, classmate Su. My name is Wei Dong." Suja stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. "Hello, Mr. Wei. I have benefited greatly from your insights just now." "No, you surprised me." Wei Dong loosened his hand, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Suja. "Sir, your insights are very unique. You don't seem like a student at all. If you have time, we can find a place and have a good chat." Chapter 40 Sign in successfully, reward a Shanghai Square? Suja took the business card handed to him by Wei Dong. The business card design is very simple, with only a name, a position and a phone number printed on the white background. Wei Dong, founder of East China Sea Capital. "Thank you, Mr. Wei. I will definitely ask you for advice when I have the chance." Suja put the business card away with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Wei Dong looked at the young man in front of him, and the admiration in his eyes became stronger. In such a high-profile situation like the one just now, he was able to raise such profound questions. And at this moment, facing the proactive goodwill shown by this big boss in the investment circle, he was able to remain calm and composed. This mentality is far superior to that of his peers, and he is even more calm than many entrepreneurs who have been struggling in the business world for many years. "You don't have to call me Mr. Wei, just call me Wei Dong." Wei Dong's tone was very casual. "I'm curious, where did you learn those ideas you just raised about online and offline integration and private domain traffic? They don't seem like something you would learn in a classroom." Suja answered calmly. "I've read some relevant industry reports. I've also started a small entrepreneurial project myself, which serves as some practical reflection." "Oh? What project?" Wei Dong became even more interested. "Opened a coffee shop in a university town." Suja said. "Cafes?" Wei Dong was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Suja's project would be something high-tech or an internet platform. Unexpectedly, it was just a physical coffee shop. But then, he showed an expression of understanding. "Interesting. Using the latest business logic to run the most traditional brick-and-mortar business is itself a form of innovation." He nodded. "When I have time someday, I will definitely visit your cafe." Just as the two were talking, the young female CEO of Hua Yanji also came over. She extended her hand to Suja with a warm smile on her face. "Hello, Su. My name is Lin Wei, and I'm the person in charge of Hua Yanji. Your question just now was so brilliant, it really hit the nail on the head. Mr. Lin, you're too polite." Suja shook hands with her. No, what you said about brand moat really enlightened me." Lin Wei's expression was sincere. "Our brand is indeed overly dependent on online traffic. In recent months, advertising costs have been rising, and growth has hit a bottleneck. I was worried about this, and after listening to your advice, I realized that we must start planning offline." She also took out a business card from her handbag and handed it to Suja. "Mr. Su, this is my business card. I know this request may be a bit presumptuous, but if you are interested in the beauty industry, I would very much like to hire you as a strategic consultant for our brand." Strategic advisor? This proposal surprised Wei Dong, who was standing next to him. Hua Yanji is now the darling of the capital market, with a valuation of tens of billions of yuan, and Lin Wei herself is also a well-known female leader in the business world. She actually took the initiative to hire a college student as a strategic consultant. This is enough to show how much impact Suja's questions just now had on her. Suja looked at the business card that Lin Wei handed over, but did not take it immediately. He shook his head. "Mr. Lin, you think too highly of me. I'm just a theoretical enthusiast and don't really understand the beauty industry. I'm not qualified for the position of consultant." His refusal was decisive. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Wei's eyes, but she still insisted on handing the business card to him. "That's fine. Even if I don't become your consultant, it's still good to be your friend. If I have the chance in the future, can I ask you some questions? Of course we can communicate." Only then did Suja take the business card. After chatting for a few more sentences, Lin Wei was called away. Wei Dong looked at Suja and said with a smile, "You turned down a great opportunity. Hua Yanji's consulting fees are no less than 7 figures a year. Suja's expression did not change at all. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I will not easily set foot in areas that I do not understand. A gentleman never stands under a dangerous wall. Wei Dong nodded approvingly. You have determination and are not swayed by immediate interests. Suja, I am more and more optimistic about you. At this time, Zhao Dihai and Zhao Feng also walked towards the side. Zhao Dihai had a smile on his face and stretched out his hand from a distance. Mr. Wei, long time no see. Your speech just now was truly insightful and truly enlightened us in the real estate industry. Wei Dong turned around and saw that it was Zhao Dihai. The smile on his face faded a little, but he still shook hands with him politely. Mr. Zhao, you're welcome. Zhao Feng followed behind his father, looking at Suja with complicated eyes. He saw with his own eyes that Wei Dong and Lin Wei took the initiative to come over and exchange business cards with Suja, and heard with his own ears that Lin Wei invited Suja to be a strategic consultant. The shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. The poor student he had always looked down upon had now become a guest of honor of an investment tycoon whom even his father looked up to. Is this world crazy? Zhao Dihai and Wei Dong exchanged a few pleasantries, then glanced at Suja casually. Boss Wei, this is. Oh, let me introduce you. Wei Dong pointed at Suja and said. This is Suja, a top student at Jinhai University, and the one who asked that brilliant question just now. Then he pointed at Zhao Dihai again. Suja, this is Mr. Zhao from Dihai Group, a senior in the real estate industry. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Suja nodded politely but did not extend his hand. A hint of displeasure flashed across Zhao Dihai's eyes, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Wei Dong. He could only smile awkwardly. It turns out to be classmate Su. He is really young and promising. He glanced at Zhao Feng next to him, his tone filled with a sense of disappointment. This kid of mine is also from Jinhai University. He's your classmate. Do you know him? No. Suja's answer was simple. Zhao Feng's face flushed red, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He didn't want to recognize Suja under such circumstances. This was a humiliation for him. Wei Dong noticed the awkwardness of the atmosphere and spoke up to smooth things over. Young people nowadays are really getting better and better. If we old guys don't work hard, we will be left on the beach. A few people exchanged a few more polite words. Seeing that Wei Dong didn't seem to want to have a deep conversation with him, Zhao Dihai found an excuse and left with Zhao Feng. After walking a few steps away, Zhao Dihai's face immediately darkened. Look at him, and then look at you. We're from the same school, but he can shock everyone in this kind of situation. What else can you do besides embarrass me? Zhao Feng lowered his head, said nothing, but clenched his fists tightly. All his pride and confidence were crushed by Suja today. Suja didn't stay in the rest area for too long. He made an excuse, said goodbye to Wei Dong, and then walked alone to a terrace outside the venue. The terrace is quiet and overlooks the square of the convention center. He needed some time to digest what had just happened, and he also needed a quiet environment to complete a more important task. He leaned on the railing, looked into the distance, and muttered to himself. System, sign in. A familiar mechanized voice sounded in his mind. Byte. The host is detected at the designated location, Jinhai International Convention and Exhibition Center. Sign-in mission, Business Rising Star, completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Suja's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. The threshold for this sign-in task is the highest so far. Then the reward shouldn't be bad either. Will it be hundreds of millions in cash? Or a promising company? Or some kind of cutting-edge technology? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Ding! Rewards distributed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% ownership of Shanghai Plaza. Suja's breathing stopped at that moment. He was stunned. He thought he had heard wrongly. He immediately called up the system panel. On the virtual screen, a line of golden fonts is shining. Reward item, 100% ownership of Shanghai Square. The relevant property rights documents have been automatically generated and stored in the system space. They have been legally registered with the relevant departments and can be withdrawn at any time. There is also a line of small notes below. Xinghai Plaza, located in the core area of Jinhai City's eastern new town, it covers an area of 120,000 square meters and has a total construction area of 450,000 square meters. It is a large-scale commercial complex integrating shopping, dining, entertainment, and office space. Current asset valuation, approximately 3.8 billion yuan. 3.8 billion. Even though Suja had experienced the ups and downs of his life and seen countless storms, he still felt dizzy at this moment. He expected the reward this time to be very generous. But he never expected it to be so rich. The system directly gave him a commercial plaza. A commercial complex worth nearly 4 billion. This is not a sum of money, this is a huge physical asset. This means that he is no longer a small coffee shop owner with only a few million in cash flow. Overnight, he transcended the stage of primitive accumulation of capital. Directly jumped to become a real commercial real estate tycoon. He went from being a participant to one of the makers of the city's business landscape. Suja held the railing and took a deep breath. The cold air entered his lungs, calming his confused mind a little. He knew that this reward was more than just wealth. It is a huge challenge. The system panel clearly displays the current asset valuation. This shows that Xinghai Square is currently worth the price. Suja had an impression of this square. It was built in the last 2 years, has a very good location, and is a landmark building in the eastern new city. However, its operation situation does not seem to be ideal. As the permanent population of the new urban area has not yet been fully introduced, coupled with some problems in the investment promotion strategy, the popularity of the square has not been high and many shops are vacant. It can be said that this is an asset with huge potential, but it is currently a bit hot. The system gave it to me, obviously not just wanting me to be a landlord collecting rent. The system is assigning him a new, more ambitious task. Revitalize Xinghai Square. Suja uttered these words unconsciously. His eyes, from initial shock, gradually became sharp and profound. Challenge? What he is least afraid of is challenges. In his mind, countless business models and operating plans began to flash, combine, and deduced rapidly. He seemed to have seen the quiet commercial plaza regaining its vitality in his hands. He took out his cell phone and called Lu Kai. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Zhe, how's the summit going? Is everything going well? It went very smoothly. Suja's voice sounded calm. Please help me check the current investment promotion and operation status of Xinghai Plaza in the eastern new town of Jinhai City. The more detailed the better. Also, please help me collect information on all the top commercial real estate operation teams in the country. Xinghai Square? Lu Kai was stunned for a moment, unable to follow Suja's train of thought. Okay, why are you checking that? Isn't that place about to close down? Don't ask so many questions. Suja said. Do as I say. His gaze once again turned to the distance. There is the city skyline of Gimhe City. Today, his blueprint for a business empire finally has its first and most solid cornerstone. Chapter 41, The focus of the dinner party is not you. Suja did not participate in the group discussion in the afternoon. He needed time to calm himself down and make some preliminary plans for the future of Xinghai Square. He was alone in the lounge area of the Convention and Exhibition Center, using his mobile phone to check all the public information about Xinghai Square. Developer background, building plan, initial investment list, media coverage, online reviews. Pieces of information flowed into his mind, piecing together with the fragments of memory from his previous life, gradually forming a complete picture. He discovered that the problems at Xinghai Square were more complicated than he had imagined. In addition to the lack of initial traffic due to its geographical location, there are also serious problems with its internal business planning and brand mix. High-end brands cannot be attracted, and mass brands feel that the rent is too high, resulting in the entire plaza being positioned in a mediocre state, which is very embarrassing. It looks like this will be a tough battle. Suja turned off his phone and rubbed his eyebrows. But there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, a strong fighting spirit was ignited. In the evening, the summit reception dinner officially began. The dinner will be held in the banquet hall on the top floor of the convention center. Compared to the seriousness of the forum during the day, the atmosphere of the dinner was much more relaxed. Melodious classical music echoed in the hall, waiters carrying trays shuttled among the crowd, and guests gathered in twos and threes, holding up their wineglasses and chatting in low voices. This is a more direct and real social venue than the daytime venue. Suja changed out of the black suit he wore during the day and put on a dark blue dress. This is one of the clothes included in the novice gift package rewarded by the system. It has been kept in his system space and came in handy today. When he walked into the banquet hall, he did not attract much attention. After all, the sensational performance at the forum during the day only left an impression on a few people who paid attention to that part. To most people, he is still an unfamiliar young face. He doesn't care about that either. He casually took a glass of juice from the waiter's tray, walked to a corner by the window, and looked at the night view of the city outside the window. The lights are bright and the traffic is heavy. This city is about to change because of his existence. On the other hand, Zhao Dihai and his son Zhao Feng were undoubtedly one of the focal points of the night. As the main sponsor of the dinner, Zhao Dihai was seated at the main table. Holding a glass of wine, his face flushed with ruddy light, he chatted and laughed with the city leaders and several top entrepreneurs. Zhao Feng followed his father around, relying on the power of his father. After the blow he suffered during the day, he seemed to have regained his confidence. After all, this is my father's home turf. He saw that the uncles and aunts who had ignored him during the day now came over to clink glasses with him and said some polite compliments. Young Master Zhao is truly a man of talent. A good father will have a good son. Xiaofeng, you should learn more from your father in the future. The future of Dihai Group depends on you. Zhao Feng's daytime depression disappeared as he listened to these flatteries. He stood straight with a proper smile on his face, and imitated his father in interacting with everyone. He felt that this was his world. Suja's behavior of relying on cleverness to attract attention in the forum is ultimately not acceptable. In this circle, what matters is family background, real wealth, and status. He held a glass of red wine and scanned the banquet hall. Soon, he found Suja alone in the corner. Suja was facing away from the crowd, looking out the window with a glass of orange juice in his hand. In the banquet hall filled with red wine and champagne, the glass of juice seemed so out of place. Just like Suja himself. The corner of Zhao Feng's mouth curled up in a scornful arc. He felt that he had to do something to completely shatter Suja's ridiculous pride and regain the face he had lost during the day. He whispered a few words to Zhao Dihai beside him. "Dad, I'm going to say hello to that classmate." Zhao Dihai was chatting happily and waved his hand. "Go ahead and don't cause any trouble." Zhao Feng held the wine glass, adjusted his tie, and walked towards Suja. He deliberately slowed his pace to make himself look like a graceful hunter approaching his prey. Several people around him noticed his movements and looked over with interest. They all knew that there seemed to be some conflict between Zhao Feng and that student. "There's a good show to watch." Zhao Feng walked to a place not far behind Suja and stopped. He cleared his throat and spoke in a superior tone. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for several people around to hear clearly. "Student Su, why are you here alone enjoying the scenery? Why don't you go and chat with everyone?" Suja turned around. When he saw that it was Zhao Feng, there was no surprise on his face. "There's nothing to communicate." His answer was very flat. Zhao Feng chuckled as if he had heard a joke. "Student Su, I have to remind you. In situations like this, just talking on paper won't cut it. Connections and resources are what matter most." He shook the red wine glass in his hand, and the deep red liquid in the glass rippled. "How many people do you know here? I think you look lonely standing here alone." He paused, a generous expression on his face. "Would you like my dad to introduce you? He's quite familiar with most of the CEOs present." His words were full of the meaning of charity. It was as if he felt sorry for Suja and was willing to give him a chance to interact with the upper class. There were a few suppressed laughs around. Everyone saw Zhao Feng's intention. He was using his connections and family background to crush this student who had nothing. Suja looked at Zhao Feng's smug face, his eyes clear of any emotion. He didn't even bother to open his mouth to refute. Because he knew that any verbal retaliation would be pale and powerless against such a person. He just had to wait. Just when Zhao Feng thought that Suja had been humiliated by him to the point of being speechless and was about to say a few more harsh words, a gentle yet powerful voice came from the side. "Mr. Zhao, I think Mr. Su may not need your introduction." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Wei Dong was holding a wine glass and had stood beside them without them noticing when. There was a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were calm. Wei Dong's appearance instantly changed the atmosphere on the scene. The smug smile on Zhao Feng's face froze. He didn't expect that Wei Dong would suddenly appear and was obviously speaking for Suja. "Wei. President Wei. Zhao Feng's tongue was a little tied. Wei Dong ignored him. He walked straight up to Su Jia and raised the wineglass in his hand. Su Jia, I've been looking for you for a long time. I was just thinking of asking you to talk about a new consumer project our company is looking at recently, and I'd like to hear your opinion. This sentence, like a bombshell, exploded among the crowd around. Wei Dong, founder of East China Capital, is a legend in the investment world. He actually took the initiative to invite an unknown college student to discuss investment opportunities in the project? And you used the tone of asking for advice? This is simply a fantasy. The looks of everyone around changed. The look in their eyes when they looked at Su Jia was no longer one of contempt and curiosity, but was filled with shock, curiosity, and inquiry. Who is this young man? Zhao Feng's face turned pale in an instant. He felt like a clown. He was just showing off his father's connections, but Su Jia was already able to talk directly to bigwigs like Wei Dong. Everything he was proud of seemed so ridiculous in front of Su Jia. Su Jia raised the juice in his hand towards Wei Dong. Mr. Wei, you're too polite. It's not really a request for advice, just an exchange of ideas. His attitude remained calm. It seemed as if chatting with Wei Dong was a very normal thing for him. Ha, you young man are just too modest. Wei Dong smiled, then he seemed to remember something and turned around to introduce himself to the people around him. Everyone, let me introduce you to Mr. Su Jia. Although he is still studying at Jinhai University, his business insights are so impressive that even I am ashamed of myself. He deliberately emphasized the title Mr. Su Jia. I believe that within a few years, this resounding name will be heard in the business circles of our Jinhai city. Wei Dong's words carry great weight. He is using his own reputation to endorse Su Jia. The people around reacted immediately. They all raised their wineglasses and surrounded Su Jia. It's Mr. Su. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Zhang Hai, who works in logistics. Mr. Su is really young and promising. I toast to you. Mr. Su, this is my business card. I'll have to communicate more with you when we have the chance. The corner that was deserted just now suddenly became crowded with people. Su Jia was surrounded by a group of middle-aged entrepreneurs, dealing with various toasts and conversations. He showed no impatience, but simply nodded politely to everyone and occasionally answered a question or two. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, was pushed to the outermost edge of the crowd. He stood there with his wineglass, at a loss as to what to do. No one looked at him again. He and the connections he had just shown off became Su Jia's background. At this moment, the focus of the dinner shifted completely. But the real focus is not him. Chapter 42 Mr. Zhao, your son still needs more experience. Zhao Dihai, who was sitting at the main table, also noticed the commotion in the corner. When he saw that Wei Dong actually went over to support the student named Su Zhou in person and introduced him to the entrepreneurs around him, his brows couldn't help but furrowed. Several of the big guys at his table also looked in the direction he was looking. One of them is Mr. Liu from Tianhong Group. Mr. Liu adjusted his glasses and asked curiously. Dihai, who is that young man over there? It seems like he was brought here by Wei Dong himself. Zhao Dihai forced a smile on his face, but it seemed a little stiff. Oh, it's a classmate of our Zhao Feng, named Su Jia. It seems he started a small entrepreneurial project at school and was noticed by President Wei. In his tone, he deliberately downplayed Su Jia's importance and attributed everything to Wei Dong's support. Classmate? A strange look flashed in Director Liu's eyes. From what I see, your young master's expression doesn't look like he's meeting a classmate. Zhao Dihai looked in the direction he was talking and saw Zhao Feng standing on the outskirts of the crowd in a daze, his face pale, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. He didn't look like he was happy for his classmate's success at all. It was obvious that he had suffered a huge blow. Zhao Dihai's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he might have underestimated the young man named Su Jia from the very beginning. He also underestimated the conflict between his son and the young man. He picked up his glass and stood up. Director Liu, everyone, I'll go over and take a look. He had to go over and take control of the situation. He couldn't let Zhao Feng continue to embarrass himself, and he couldn't let Su Jia steal the limelight that should belong to them and their son. Holding the wineglass, he walked through the crowd and outside the small circle that had formed. Boss Wei, it's so lively. Zhao Dihai's voice was loud and with a smile, trying to attract everyone's attention to himself. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Zhao Dihai, the sponsor of the dinner, and made way for him. It turns out that Mr. Zhao is here. Wei Dong also turned around. The smile on his face was still gentle, but his eyes were unfathomable. Zhao Dihai walked to the center of the circle and stood between Su Zha and Wei Dong. He first raised his glass to Wei Dong. "Mr. Wei, I have to offer you a toast. Thank you for supporting the younger generation of our Jinhai University." On the surface, he was thanking Wei Dong, but in reality, he was hinting to everyone that Su Zha's current situation was entirely due to Wei Dong's support, and that he himself was nothing special. Wei Dong was such a great man that he naturally understood the meaning of his words. He just smiled and didn't point it out. Zhao Dihai turned to look at Su Zha again, with an attitude of an elder on his face. "Student Su, huh? You're quite a handsome man indeed. If you need any help in the future, feel free to come to Uncle Zhao. You and our Zhao Feng are classmates, so we're family. Don't be polite." His words were flawless. He showed his magnanimity while quietly lowering Su Zha to the same junior position as Zhao Feng. The smart people around also heard the hidden meaning and echoed it. Yes, with what Mr. Zhao said, Mr. Su can walk sideways in Jinhai City from now on. Mr. Zhao really cares about young people. When Zhao Feng saw his father coming to support him, his pale face finally regained some color. He straightened his chest, squeezed in and stood next to Zhao Dihai. He wanted to see Su Zha showing an expression of panic or gratitude in front of his father. However, Su Zha's reaction disappointed him again. Su Zha just looked at Zhao Dihai calmly, without any emotion in his tone. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, but I don't think there's anything I can do to trouble you." A bland response. Neither accepted his kindness nor explicitly rejected it. But that sense of alienation was felt by everyone present. The smile on Zhao Dihai's face froze for a moment. He didn't expect the young man to be so disrespectful. In front of so many people, he actually dared to refute his words. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became a little subtle. At this awkward moment, Wei Dong suddenly laughed. He patted Su Zha's shoulder gently, then looked at Zhao Dihai. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Mr. Zhao, you may have misunderstood. It's not that I'm promoting Su Zha, but I hope to have the opportunity to work with him." This statement carries more weight than any other comment he has made before. Support is a gift from the superior to the inferior. Cooperation is based on the equality of values between the two parties. Wei Dong's words were equivalent to publicly declaring that in his eyes, Su Zha's value was equal to his. The whole audience was in an uproar. If everyone was just curious and polite toward Su Zha before, now there was a hint of real awe in their eyes. Zhao Dihai was completely stunned. The muscles on his face twitched and he couldn't utter a word. He felt that his previous words, which were based on his seniority, were a joke. A loud slap hit him hard on the face. But Wei Dong did not give up. His gaze fell on Zhao Feng, whose face was turning red and white. He spoke to Zhao Dihai in a serious tone. "Mr. Zhao, you gave birth to a good son." Zhao Dihai was about to say something modest when he heard Wei Dong's next words. However, young people still need more experience and a broader perspective. He pointed at Su Zha. Young talents like Mr. Su are the hope for the future of Jinhai City. Our next generation should learn from each other and make progress together, rather than just focusing on the sky above their heads. These words were already quite impolite. It was said to Zhao Feng, but in fact, it was also a warning to Zhao Dihai. It's telling him not to use his old ideas to measure the new generation of young people. Zhao Dihai's face completely darkened. He felt that the prestige and reputation he had built up in the business world over the past few decades were torn to pieces at this moment by a young man and an investor. What can he say? He couldn't say anything. He couldn't offend Wei Dong. He couldn't refute Wei Dong's words either. Because the facts are right in front of us. He could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss Wei is right, that's right. This kid really needs more discipline. As he spoke, he glared at Zhao Feng fiercely. The anger in his eyes almost burst out. Zhao Feng trembled all over at the look in his father's eyes. He knew that he had completely messed up today. Not only did he fail to regain his face, but he also lost his father's face. He didn't dare stay here any longer. He bowed casually to everyone. "Dear uncles, Mr. Wei, I'm feeling a little unwell. I'll excuse myself for now." After saying that, he fled the banquet hall in a panic like a stray dog. Zhao Dihai looked at his sons running back, his lips trembling with anger. He also felt ashamed to stay any longer. He bowed to Wei Dong and the people around him. Everyone, I'm sorry for my poor behavior. I'll go over and take a look, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he hurriedly left this place that had humiliated him. The father and son's embarrassed departure brought a moment of silence to the banquet hall. Then the atmosphere became even more heated. Everyone tacitly regarded Suja as the real protagonist of the night. Wei Dong looked at the direction where Zhao Dihai and his son left and shook his head slightly. He turned around and raised his glass to Suja. Sorry to spoil your fun. Suja also raised his juice glass. Mr. Wei, you're being too serious. It has no impact on me. He really didn't feel anything. In his eyes, Zhao Feng's provocation and Zhao Dihai's pressure were all child's play. There is no place for these people in his world anymore. The two of them clinked their glasses lightly. Suja. Wei Dong suddenly changed his address and his tone became serious. I have a request. Please speak, Mr. Wei. Next week, there will be an internal investment decision-making meeting at Donghai Capital to discuss the new consumer project I just mentioned. Wei Dong looked at him. I hope you can attend this meeting as a special consultant. He added. Of course, we will pay the corresponding consulting fees. This invitation is much more important than Lin Wei's previous invitation. Donghai Capital's investment decision-making meeting is a core meeting that determines the flow of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of funds. Those who can participate in it are all top experts in the industry. Wei Dong's invitation was almost equivalent to pulling Suja directly into the core level of Jinhai City's capital circle. The entrepreneurs around who heard this all looked at Suja with extreme envy. This is simply a step to heaven. However, Suja's reaction once again surprised everyone. He pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wei. But I might not be able to go. Why? Wei Dong frowned. Because our school has a midterm exam next week. Suja's answer was calm and serious. I don't want to fail the course. Chapter 43 Li 1, we are already from two different worlds. Midterm exam? When Wei Dong heard this reason, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed out loud. He has been in the business world for half his life and has seen countless people go to great lengths to establish a relationship with Donghai Capital. He has seen many people who use all kinds of reasons to get close to him. Suja was the first one to refuse his invitation to the voting decision meeting because he had to take the midterm exam. This reason sounds absurd, but it is so true that it cannot be refuted. The entrepreneurs around who were listening attentively also showed incredible expressions. On one side is a top capital meeting that determines the flow of hundreds of millions of dollars. On one side is an ordinary midterm exam in college. Any normal person knows how to choose. But Suja chose the latter. Wei Dong looked at Suja's calm face and suddenly understood. This young man really doesn't care. He wasn't being pretentious, nor was he playing hard to get. He really believes that at this stage, fulfilling one's duties as a student is more important than participating in a feast of capital. This clarity and concentration made Wei Dong's evaluation of him reach a higher level. Good one who doesn't want to fail the course. Wei Dong put away the surprise on his face and replaced it with even stronger appreciation. He nodded. I was inconsiderate and forgot you were still a student. He took out another business card from his pocket. This business card was different from the one he gave to Suja before. It only had a private phone number on it. This is my personal number. Suja, the exam is important. After you finish the exam, feel free to call me. My invitation is valid for a long time. This time, Suja did not refuse. He took the business card and put it away solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Wei. The business summit sparked discussion among the upper-class circles in Jinhai City. For the first time, the name Suja entered the vision of those who truly held power and wealth from the scope of the campus. Some people were curious about his background, and some wanted to know where he came from. But the information they found was surprisingly simple. From an ordinary family, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, a freshman in the Department of Business Administration at Gimhee University, and the founder of the first site coffee shop. Other than that, it's blank. This simplicity actually adds to his mystery. On the campus of Jinhai University, the legend about Suja began to ferment at a faster pace. It started with a post on a campus forum. Breaking news! Suja, a freshman in our university's Department of Business Administration, attended the Jinhai Annual Business Summit as a special guest and chatted and laughed with many business leaders. The poster of the post is obviously a student with some family background who also attended the summit. He described the scenes he saw at the summit in an extremely exaggerated and admiring tone. Suja raised sharp questions at the roundtable forum, which amazed everyone. At the dinner, he was personally introduced by investment tycoon Wei Dong and became the focus of the whole audience. In the end, Mr. Zhao and President Zhao of Dihai Group were forced to leave in embarrassment. He described the entire process as if it were a plot from a novel, full of drama and impact. Below the post, there are several blurry photos taken from a distance with a mobile phone. In one of the photos, Suja can be clearly seen surrounded by a group of middle-aged men in suits, and Wei Dong is standing next to him. The other photo shows Zhao Feng leaving alone and dejectedly. As soon as this post was published, it immediately set off the entire campus forum. Holy crap! Is this true? This is too fantastical. Sushin is going to defy the heavens. This isn't just about driving a Bugatti or playing basketball, this is about breaking into the top business world. What the OP said is true. My dad also attended the summit, and when he came back he told me that our school has produced a monstrous figure who has completely disgraced Zhao Dihai of the Dihai Group. The guy upstairs is a real boss. So, what is Sushin's background? This is too mysterious. What background? Strength is the biggest background. Didn't you read what the original poster said? Sushin relied on his profound insights into business to conquer those bigwigs. That's amazing. We're both freshmen, but she's already chatting and laughing with billionaires, while I'm still struggling with advanced math. If anyone says that Sushin relies on his family again, I will get angry with him. He clearly relies on his own talent. The discussion on the forum was heated. Suja's image was once again elevated to a new, even somewhat unattainable height in the hearts of all Jinhai University students. He is no longer just a rich handsome guy, a school idol who was good at playing basketball. He became a real god full of mystery and legendary aura. In the girls' dormitory, Li Wan sat at his desk, staring blankly at the post on the computer screen. Her fingers slid the mouse wheel over and over again, looking at the text and photos over and over again. Every time she read it, her heart sank a little. There was no one else in the dormitory, as my roommates had all gone to the library to study. She was alone, enveloped in immense regret and powerlessness, unable to move. She once thought that Suja just had a little money. Driving that Bugatti, maybe he rented it, or maybe his family suddenly won the lottery. Opening that cafe was just luck, or it was just a small-scale venture. She broke up with Suja because she felt that Suja could not give her the life she wanted. She chose Zhao Feng because his father was a real estate developer and could easily allow her to enter the circle she longed for. She always thought that her choice was correct and rational. But now, reality gave her the loudest slap in the face. It turns out that she is the stupidest person. The man she pushed away with her own hands was not an ordinary boy with a little money. It is an existence that she can never imagine and can never reach. Business Summit. Investment tycoon Wei Dong. Let Zhao Dihai and his son lose face. These words, like sharp knives, pierced into her heart. After she got together with Zhao Feng, she once fantasized that one day, Zhao Feng would take her to a high-end cocktail party held by his father's company so that she could also get a glimpse of what the upper class was like. But now, Suja is standing in the center of the stage, which is countless levels higher than that. And what about her? She was just a poor girl hiding in her dorm room, feeling sad and depressed as she read the legends about her ex-boyfriend on the forum. She remembered the cold and distant look in Suja's eyes that night when she cried and begged him to get back together. She didn't understand at the time why he could be so heartless. Now she understands. Li Wan, we are already from two different worlds. Suja did not say this out loud. But reality told her in the cruelest way. A huge gap, like a chasm, lies between them. She was even about to lose the right to be jealous. Because she found that the gap between her and Suja was so big that it was difficult for her to even look up at him. The phone screen lit up. It was a message from Zhao Feng. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Looking at this message, Li Wan felt a strong sense of disgust for the first time. She didn't reply. The relationship between her and Zhao Feng began to crack from the moment they played basketball. After this business summit, she knew that this rift could no longer be repaired. She could no longer worship and depend on Zhao Feng as she did before. Because after she saw the true light, she realized how dim and ridiculous Zhao Feng's so-called family background was in front of Suja. Suja's figure appeared uncontrollably in her mind. It was Suja who calmly said okay to her in the high-speed rail station cafe. It was Suja who drove a Bugatti and flashed past her in Zhao Feng. It was Suja who made the game-winning three-pointer on the basketball court. It was Suja who was surrounded by a group of business tycoons in the forum photo. Every figure is so clear and yet so far away. Tears, unknowingly, slid from the corners of her eyes and dripped onto the cold keyboard. She lay on the table, her shoulders shaking violently, and her suppressed crying sounded particularly desolate in the empty dormitory. She knew that she had lost more than just an excellent boyfriend. What she lost was perhaps the only chance in her life to touch that world. And all of this was caused by her own hands. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the library, Shin Yuma was concentrating on reading a book about brand visual design. Her phone was put aside and turned to silent. She had no idea what was happening on the forum. To her, the noise from the outside world has nothing to do with her. The sunlight shone through the window onto her cheek, giving her fair skin a warm glow. Sometimes she frowned in thought, and sometimes she wrote something in her notebook. A figure sat down silently opposite her. Shin Yuma felt the change in light and raised her head. When she saw it was Suja, her eyes lit up instantly and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "You're back?" Her voice was soft, with a hint of joy. "Yeah, just got back." Suja put a newly borrowed book called Money and Finance on the table. He looked at Shin Yuma, and the expression on his face softened. "How was the summit? Did it go well?" Shin Yuma asked curiously. She knew that Suja had attended a very important meeting today. "It was okay. I met some people and attended some lectures." Suja's answer was understated. He did not mention Wei Dong, Zhao Dihai, and his son, nor did he mention how he became the focus of the audience. He took out a small and exquisite gift box from his backpack and placed it in front of Shin Yuma. "What's this?" Shin Yuma was a little surprised. "Open it and take a look," Suja said with a smile. Shin Yuma hesitated for a moment, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently opened the box. Inside the box, there lay a beautifully designed bracelet. The bracelet is made of silver, and the main body is composed of fine chains, dotted with several crystal clear blue gems in the middle, and the pendant is a small, hollowed-out ginkgo leaf. Simple, yet full of design sense. "I saw it in the exhibition area at the summit and thought it would suit you." Suja's voice was gentle. "Isn't the ginkgo tree in our school turning yellow recently?" There seemed to be stars twinkling in Shin Yuma's eyes. She picked up the bracelet and couldn't let it go. She knew that this bracelet must be expensive. But what she cared about more was Suja's feelings. He attended such an important meeting, but he was still thinking about bringing a gift for himself. A gift related to the ginkgo leaves on campus. This thought made her feel warmer and sweeter than any expensive jewelry. "Thank you, Suja." She raised her head, looked into Suja's eyes, and spoke seriously. "I love so much. Shall I put it on for you?" Suja asked. Shin Yuma's cheeks flushed slightly, she nodded gently, and then stretched out her white wrist. Suja picked up the bracelet and carefully helped her put it on. His fingertips accidentally touched her slightly cool skin. Both of their hearts skipped a beat. The sun is shining and the years are peaceful. For him, the vastness of the world is certainly attractive. But at this moment, the quiet time in the library and the smile of the girl beside me are the most real warmth. Chapter 44, I prefer walking around the playground with you rather than attending a business summit. The bracelet's clasp was very delicate, and Suja took a while to help Shin Yuma fasten it. The silver chain was wrapped around Shin Yuma's fair wrist, and the blue gems in the middle sparkled with charming luster under the sunlight. The ginkgo leaf on the pendant swayed gently with the slight movement of her wrist. "Very beautiful," Suja exclaimed sincerely. Shin Yuma raised her wrist, looked left and right, the smile in her eyes almost overflowing. "Yeah, it looks good," she whispered, the blush on her cheeks deepening. The air around them seemed to become sweet because of this little interaction. The library was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of turning pages. The two did not speak again, but a silent understanding flowed between them. Shin Yuma turned her attention back to the book, but the corners of her mouth remained upward. Her left hand was placed on the table, and the new bracelet attracted her attention from time to time. Suja also opened his Money and Finance. He looked quickly but also very attentively. The changes at the business summit seemed to be far away from him. For him, it was just a check-in task, a learning experience, and a step in his life plan. The book in front of him and the girl beside him are the focus of his life at this moment. An hour later, Shin Yuma closed the book. "I've finished reading it, how about you?" she asked softly. "That's about right." Suja also closed the book. "Let's go have dinner together." Shin Yuma extended an invitation. "Good." Suja nodded. The two packed up their things and walked out of the library side by side. It was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire campus a warm golden color. On the way, I met many students who had just finished class. Many people recognized Su Zhao and Shin Yuma. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, envy, and kindness. "Look, it's Su Shin and Shin Yuma. Are they really together? They're such a perfect match." Su Shin just finished attending a business summit and came back to accompany his girlfriend to visit the campus. What kind of fairy tale love is this? I saw Su Shin's story at the summit on the forum today. He was so cool. I didn't expect him to be so low-key. These discussions more or less reached the ears of the two people. Shin Yuma was shy and felt a little embarrassed being stared at by everyone, so she unconsciously quickened her pace. However, Suja acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to maintain his original pace. He reached out and naturally held Shin Yuma's hand. Shin Yuma's body stiffened slightly, but she did not struggle. Her palms were a little sweaty. Suja's hands were warm and strong. They wrapped around her slightly cold fingers and gave her a sense of security. She secretly glanced at Suja's profile. His expression remained calm, as if he had just done something perfectly normal. Shin Yuma's heart was beating like a deer. The two of them held hands and walked along the campus path bathed in golden sunlight, their shadows stretched very long. For dinner, they chose to have dinner in the school's second cafeteria. Suja ordered a serving of sweet and sour pork and a serving of mapo tofu. Shin Yuma ordered a plate of stir-fried broccoli and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They are all very homely dishes. The two sat at a table by the window and ate slowly. Was the summit fun? Shin Yuma asked curiously while eating rice in small bites. "It's not fun." Suja shook his head. "It's just some very boring speeches and forums, with some hypocritical pleasantries." "Huh? I saw on the forum that you seem to be quite powerful." Shin Yuma blinked. In the end, she couldn't help herself and secretly took a look at the forum on the way to the cafeteria. "Just take a look at what's on the forum, most of it is exaggerated." Suja's tone was very flat. "I just asked a few questions and expressed my views." He didn't want to talk too much about what happened at the summit. He didn't want to bring those business confrontations and social etiquette into his relationship with Shin Yuma. He prefers the simple and pure feeling now. Shin Yuma was very smart. She saw that Suja didn't want to talk more, so she didn't ask any more questions. She changed the subject. "The midterm exam is next week. How's your review going?" "Almost," Suja said. "What about you? Are your major courses difficult?" "It's okay, but there's a lot to remember." Shin Yuma puffed out her lips. "Especially in the history of design, with so many names and schools of thought, I feel like my brain is running out of ideas." "Do you need me to remember it for you?" Suja looked at her cute appearance and asked with a smile. "How can you help me remember?" Shin Yuma looked at him curiously. "I'll help you draw a mind map and connect all the knowledge points. This way you will remember it much faster," Suja said. "Really? That's great." Shin Yuma's eyes lit up. "When are you free?" "Right now." Suja looked at the time. "After dinner, let's find an empty classroom." Shin Yuma nodded vigorously. After dinner, it was completely dark. The street lights on campus lit up, adding a touch of tranquility to the campus at night. The two did not go to the teaching building immediately. Suja suggested that they go for a walk on the playground first. The playground at night is much quieter than during the day. There were only a few students running on the track at night, or sitting in groups of 3 or 4 on the lawn chatting. The two of them walked slowly around the plastic track. No one spoke. But the hands held together never let go. The evening breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Suja stopped, took off his coat and put it on Shin Yuma. Shin Yuma was still wearing the shirt he wore during the day, and the wind at night was indeed a bit cold. Suja's body temperature and a faint, pleasant scent still remained on the coat. A warm feeling surged in Shin Yuma's heart. Suja. She spoke softly. Compared to a business summit. Shin Yuma raised her head, looked into his eyes, and spoke seriously. I prefer walking around the playground with you. Suja's eyes became extremely gentle at that moment. He reached out his other hand and gently pushed a strand of hair that was messed up by the wind on her forehead behind her ear. Me too. He said. In the empty classroom, Sujin helped Shin Yuma draw a mind map of the entire history of design. He has not studied design, but he has a strong memory and logical thinking ability. He asked Shin Yuma to read the key points in the textbook to him. Then, he used pens of different colors to reorganize and connect those scattered knowledge points on white paper according to the timeline, genre, representative figures, and style characteristics. An hour later, a mind map with clear structure and rigorous logic appeared in front of Shin Yuma. Shin Yuma looked at the picture, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Those knowledge points that were originally a mess in her mind now became clear at a glance. Suja, you are so awesome. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What the hell is wrong with your brain? Practice makes perfect. Suja smiled. With this picture, Shin Yuma felt that his review efficiency had at least doubled. The two stayed in the classroom until the door was about to close and then left together. Suja sent Shin Yuma to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. When leaving, Shin Yuma was still a little reluctant. Then, I'm going back? She looked at Suja. Well, go to bed early. Suja nodded. Shin Yuma turned around and took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back. Suja. What's wrong? Bracelet, I love it. She raised her wrist, and under the streetlight, the bracelet gleamed faintly. After saying that, she ran into the dormitory building with a red face like a frightened little rabbit. Suja looked at her back and a smile appeared on his face. He turned and walked towards his dormitory. When I returned to the dormitory, Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin were all there. When the 3 saw him coming back, they immediately surrounded him. Brother Zhe, you're finally back. Lu Kai's expression was both excited and thrilled. Look at the forums. You're the god of our school now. I saw it. Suja's reaction was very calm. He put his backpack down and sat down in his chair. Brother Zhe, this is too awesome. Lu Kai continued to talk. You didn't see it. The forums were all going crazy this afternoon. Some people even opened betting sites to speculate on your background. Some said you were a mysterious young master from the capital, others said you were the heir to a hidden family. There were all sorts of rumors. Zhang Wei also came over, his expression a little worried. Suja, isn't this too high profile? I'm afraid it will bring you some unnecessary trouble. Only Zhao Lin was still sitting in front of his computer. He pushed his glasses and said, I have technically processed all the photos in that post that involved Suja's personal information. In addition, I warned the poster not to post any more detailed content. Zhao Lin is still reliable. Suja smiled at Zhao Lin. He looked at Lu Kai, who was still excited, and Zhang Wei, who looked worried. Okay, stop getting so excited. The forum stuff will die down in a couple of days. We have more important things to do right now. He took out a stack of freshly printed documents from his backpack and placed them on the table. Lu Kai and Zhang Wei leaned over to take a look curiously. The title of the document was written in large letters. Preliminary Conception of Establishing First See the Future Catering Management Company, Limited. Start a company? Lu Kai and Zhang Wei exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were even more shocked than when they saw the post on the forum just now. For them, business summits and dinners with bigwigs are too far away from them, just like reading a story. However, starting a company is closely related to them. That's right. Suja's expression turned serious. He looked at his 3 roommates and spoke word by word. Brothers, let's get ready to start a company. Chapter 45 Brothers, let us get ready to start a company. Suja's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves in dormitory 401. Open a company? Lu Kai's tongue was a little tied. He picked up the document on the table, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. He thought that the first encounter cafe was the end of their business venture. He thought about running the cafe better and even thought about opening another branch in a university town in the future. But he never thought about starting a real company. The word company is too formal and too distant to him. That means industrial and commercial registration, a complex equity structure, and legal responsibility. It was no longer just a small fight among students, but a real step into the world of business. Zhang Wei also came over, adjusted his glasses, and read the contents of the document carefully. His expression was calmer than Lu Kai's, but his eyes were also filled with shock and a subtle hint of nervousness. He is a steady and down-to-earth person who is used to doing things step by step. He has been able to handle the daily operations of the cafe in an orderly manner. But setting up a company was also a huge challenge for him. Zhao Lin also turned around from the computer and his eyes fell on the document. He didn't say anything, but his tightly pursed lips showed his inner unrest. Suja looked at the different reactions of his three roommates and did not urge them. He gave them enough time to digest the news. The dormitory fell into silence. The only sound was the rustling of Lu Kai flipping through papers. After about 10 minutes, Lu Kai finally finished reading the preliminary idea. He raised his head and looked at Su Zhe, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. There is excitement and thrill, but more of it is uncertainty and doubt. Brother Zhe, isn't it a bit too fast? He asked cautiously. Our cafe has only been open for a little over a month. Although business is good, the foundation is still unstable. Would it be too risky to set up a company now? Zhang Wei also nodded, indicating that he agreed with Lu Kai's opinion. Yes, Su Zhe. Moreover, setting up a company requires registered capital, office space, and the recruitment of professional financial and legal personnel, which are all huge expenses. I am afraid that the profits from our current cafe cannot even support the operation of a company. He raised more practical questions from a manager's perspective. Suja listened to their doubts quietly without refuting. He knew these were normal and legitimate concerns. He waited until both of them had finished speaking before he slowly spoke. What you said is all right. His voice was calm and had a soothing power. Establishing a company is indeed much more complicated than running a cafe. The risks are also greater. He paused and changed the subject. But I have a question for you. His eyes swept across the faces of Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin one by one. Is your dream just to run this little coffee shop in the university town? This question left all three of them stunned. Dream? Lu Kai recalled the boast he had made about becoming a successful businessman and making his parents proud of him. Zhang Wei thought of his poor family and hoped that through his own efforts, he could give his family a good life. Zhao Lin recalled his obsession with technology and hoped to develop a product that would change people's lives. These dreams seemed to have been gradually forgotten in the trivial life day after day. And now, Suja's words, like a key, reopened the door in their hearts. Seeing their silence, Suja continued. The First Encounter Cafe is a successful start for us, but it is by no means the end. Its success has validated our business model and strengthened our team. Now, it's time to take it to a broader stage. Establishing a company is the first step. We want to transform the Chu Jian brand from a campus cafe into a true chain restaurant brand. We want to expand beyond the university town, into the entire city of Jinhai, and even into the entire country. Suja's voice was not loud, but every word he spoke was full of power and appeal. His words, like a grand blueprint, slowly unfolded before Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin. Chain restaurant brand? Going nationwide? This is something they never even dared to think about before. Lu Kai's breathing became rapid, and the light in his eyes rekindled. Zhang Wei's frown slowly relaxed. There was also a thoughtful glint in Zhao Lin's eyes. But, the issue of funding. Zhang Wei still raised the most critical practical obstacle. Suja smiled. He took out a bank card from the drawer of the table and placed it in the middle of the table. There are 5 million in here. This is my personal contribution as the company's startup capital. It's enough for us to cover all the costs of company registration, venue rental, staff recruitment, and initial operations. 5 million. This number, like a thunderclap, exploded in the ears of the three people. Lu Kai's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. He knew that Suja was rich, but he didn't expect that Suja could casually take out 5 million in cash to support their seemingly unattainable dream. Zhang Wei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. 5 million is an astronomical figure for him, a height that he may never be able to reach in his lifetime. And Suja just put it on the table casually. Brother Zhe, this is too much. Lu Kai stammered. This is all your money, we can't. This is not my money. Suja interrupted him. This is the company's money. I'm just the first investor. He looked at the three of them, his expression becoming extremely serious. Now, let's talk about the most important issue, equity. He picked up the pen and a piece of white paper on the table. According to our previous agreement, I own 51% of the shares of the First Encounter Cafe, and the three of you, plus Qin Yuma, own a total of 49%. Now that the company is established, I propose to adjust the equity structure. As he spoke, he drew on the white paper. I, Suja, as the founder and main investor of the company, am selling some of my shares. I will use 21% of my 51% stake to establish an option pool for the company. This option pool will be used to reward core employees who have made outstanding contributions to the company in the future, as well as to attract the top talents we need. I will only retain 30% of the shares myself. The remaining 70% of the shares will be distributed among the four of you, Lu Kai, Jiang Wei, Zhao Lin, and Qin Yuma. Suja's words plunged the entire dormitory into deathly silence again. If the 5 million just now shocked them. Now, the equity distribution plan proposed by Suja made them feel unprecedented shock and emotion. Suja was actually willing to give up his absolute controlling rights. He distributed most of the shares to his partners. This means that he is not looking for a few employees to work for him. He really treated them as brothers who could create a career together. No. This is absolutely not possible. Lu Kai was the first to react, and he stood up excitedly. Brother Zhe, it was you who proposed to start this company, and you also provided the money. How can you only own 30% of the shares? This is unfair. Yes, Suja. Jiang Wei was also anxious. We haven't done anything, so we can't get so many shares for nothing. Let's stick to the same ratio as before for the cafe. You must own 51%. Zhao Lin also spoke, which was rare, his voice a little hoarse. Suja, are you doing charity? Suja looked at the excited expressions of the three people and a smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand, motioning for them to be quiet. Brothers, listen to me. I have my own considerations for making this allocation. First, a company that wants to grow large must have an open and healthy equity structure. If the founding team holds all the shares in their own hands, the company will not go far. The option pool is our future. Second, I'll retain 30% of the shares, which is more than enough. According to company law, major resolutions require the consent of more than 2/3 of shareholders. As long as the four of you don't agree, I still have a veto, which can ensure that the company doesn't stray from the right direction. The third and most important point. Suja's gaze became extremely sincere again. I believe in you. I believe in Lu Kai's communication skills and market acumen, I believe in Jiang Wei's management skills and steadiness and meticulousness, I believe in Zhao Lin's technical prowess, and I believe in Qin Yuma's design talent. This company doesn't belong to me alone. It belongs to the five of us. I provide the money and strategy. You provide your talent, time, and energy. These are far more valuable than money. So, you deserve to own these shares. Suja's words were sincere and logical. Lu Kai, Jiang Wei, and Zhao Lin were all silent. Their eyes were slightly red. They knew that what Suja said made sense. But they understood more clearly that Suja did this more out of trust and generosity towards them. A gentleman will die for his friend. At this moment, all the doubts and anxieties in their hearts disappeared. Instead, there is an unprecedented ambition to follow the person in front of me and accomplish something big together. Brother Zhe. Lu Kai took a deep breath, looked at Suja, and spoke word by word. I won't say anything more. From today on, I'll go wherever you point me. I'll take care of all the company's external liaisons and marketing. Suja. Jiang Wei also pushed his glasses, his eyes full of determination. Leave the company's internal management, finances, and personnel to me. I promise to help you run the company in perfect order without any mistakes. Zhao Lin also stood up. He walked up to Suja and stretched out his hand. Leave the company's online systems and data platforms to me. I will build you the best catering information system in the country. Suja looked at the hands extended by his three brothers and smiled. He also stretched out his hand and shook theirs tightly. The four hands represent the dreams and promises of four young people. In the small space of dormitory 401 at Gimhee University, a team that is destined to shake up the future of business was officially established. Chapter 46 The new company's first project, revitalizing Shanghai Square? After the core members of the team reached a consensus, the atmosphere in the entire 401 dormitory changed. The air is filled with high morale and infinite longing for the future. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Lin almost did not sleep all night. They gathered around the table and discussed the various details after the establishment of the company based on Suja's initial idea. From the company's site selection, to recruiting the first batch of employees, to the establishment of financial systems and the initial architecture of online systems. Everyone was full of energy, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The next morning, Suja called Qin Yuma to the cafe. In a quiet private room, he told Qin Yuma the complete plan for establishing the company and adjusting the equity. After hearing this, Qin Yuma's first reaction was the same as Lu Kai and the others, which was surprise and rejection. Suja, this won't work. I just helped with some designs, how can I get so many shares? She waved her hands repeatedly. Your design is the soul of the First Encounter Cafe. Suja looked into her eyes and said seriously. The future First Vision Future company will also need your design talent. Brand vision, store image, cultural and creative merchandise, these are the company's most important assets. Therefore, you are fully worthy of these shares. With Suja's insistence and the persuasion of Lu Kai and others, Qin Yuma finally accepted this plan. Looking at the energetic boys in front of her, she felt a surge of entrepreneurial passion in her heart. Okay, I'll join. She clenched her fists. All the design work for the company from now on will be done by me. At this point, the 5-member founding team of First Sight of the Future has officially assembled. In the next few days, everyone devoted themselves to the intense and orderly preparations. Lu Kai, the most proactive person, is responsible for the company's site selection and registration. He took advantage of his local status and soon rented a small but well-lit office in a high-end office building in the city center. At the same time, he also went to various departments such as the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Tax Bureau to handle various procedures for company registration. Zhang Wei began to establish the company's basic rules and regulations. He referred to a large number of management models of mature enterprises and formulated detailed financial systems, personnel systems, and administrative management processes based on the actual situation of their team. His meticulousness and steadiness have laid a solid foundation for the company's future standardized operations. Zhao Lin gathered several technical geek classmates from his computer department to form a temporary technical team. They began to work day and night to design a more powerful integrated management system for the new company, covering multiple modules such as online ordering, membership management, supply chain, and financial statements. Qin Yuma also devoted herself to the company's brand image design. She designed a brand new 6 system for First Vision of the Future, including logo, standard colors, fonts, etc., with a simple yet artistic style. Suja, as the backbone of the entire team, is responsible for grasping the overall strategic direction of the company. He did not interfere too much in each person's specific work, but only gave key guidance and suggestions when they encountered difficulties. Most of the time, he still attended classes and went to the library as usual. But his reading scope has shifted from macroeconomic theories to more practical areas such as commercial real estate operations, chain brand management, and capital operations. He is storing up deeper knowledge ammunition for himself and the entire company. A week later, the company's business license was officially issued. Jinhai Churjianwei Catering Management Company, Ltd. When Lu Kai put the brand new business license on the table, everyone's face showed excitement and pride. They finally have their own company. That night, in order to celebrate the official establishment of the company and to relax from the fatigue of the past few days, Suja suggested that everyone go out for dinner together. The venue was set at a private restaurant with a good reputation. In the private room, 5 people sat around a table and the atmosphere was lively. Come on! Cheers to the establishment of our first sight of the future. Lu Kai raised his glass, his face flushed. Cheers! Everyone responded in unison, and the cups clinked together, making a crisp sound. After a few drinks, everyone started talking. Honestly, Zhe. Lu Kai put down his wine glass and said with emotion. A week ago, I never dreamed we could actually open the company. It feels like a dream. Yes. Zhang Wei also nodded. I called my parents yesterday and told them I had become a shareholder and general manager of the company. They thought I had been tricked into joining a pyramid scheme and were very worried. His words drew laughter from everyone. Qin Yuma also drank some fruit wine, and a lovely blush appeared on her fair cheeks. It's a bit unreal for me. I'm just a design student, and now I'm the co-founder of a company. She looked at Suja with sparkling eyes. Suja, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Suja smiled. Without you, I can't do anything by myself. He looked at his companions in front of him, and his heart was filled with warmth. That's what the team feels like. A group of like-minded people work hard and strive together for a common goal. This feeling makes him feel more satisfied than any amount of wealth he possesses. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Lu Kai raised his glass again. Okay, enough of the sentimental talk. Now, let's get down to business. He looked at Suja, his eyes full of anticipation. Chairman, shall we start our company's first formal board meeting now? The others also sat up straight, their expressions becoming serious. They knew that the celebration was over and the real challenge was coming. Suja nodded. Good. He put down his chopsticks and looked around at everyone. The company's foundation has been established. Next, we need to decide what the company's first project will be. Is that even a question? Lu Kai said without hesitation. Of course we should open a branch. I think the one near the west gate of University Town is a good choice. There are a lot of students there, but there aren't any boutique coffee shops like ours. Let's strike while the iron is hot and open a second first encounter. I agree. Zhao Lin also spoke. Our online system has reserved the function of managing multiple stores. There is no technical problem in opening branches. Zhang Wei thought further. I suggest that we don't rush to open directly operated stores. We can try to develop a standardized franchise plan and use a lighter model to quickly expand the brand's influence. All 3 of them put forward very constructive opinions from their own perspectives. Their ideas are all focused on how to replicate and expand the successful model of the Chujian coffee shop. This is undoubtedly the safest and most reasonable choice at the moment. Qin Yuma didn't say anything, she just listened quietly. She believed that Suja must have his own ideas. Sure enough, after listening to the speeches of the 3 people, Suja did not express his opinion immediately. He was silent for a moment, then took out a thick document from his backpack and placed it on the turntable on the table. On the cover of the document, there were a few large words printed in bold. Shanghai Square Commercial Value Reshaping and Overall Operation Plan. When everyone saw those words clearly, the atmosphere in the private room froze instantly. Everyone was stunned. Shanghai Square? That large commercial complex located in the eastern new city that is almost forgotten? Their company's first project is actually this? Lu Kai's mouth opened into an O shape again. He felt that his brain could not keep up with Suja's pace at all. A few days ago, Suja asked him to check the information about Shanghai Square, and he thought Suja was just asking casually. He could never have imagined that Suja actually wanted to make revitalizing that ghost town the first project of their new company. This is no longer reckless. This is crazy. Suja. Zhang Wei's voice was trembling a little. Are you kidding? Shanghai Plaza? That's a massive project worth tens of billions. It's said that even the original developer is on the verge of bankruptcy. We're a newly established small company with only 5 million in registered capital. How could we possibly get involved in something like that? His reason told him that this was simply a fantasy. Zhao Lin also frowned. I've checked the data for that plaza. Foot traffic is extremely low, and the vacancy rate for shops is over 70%. The amount of money and resources needed to revitalize it is astronomical. It's completely beyond our current capabilities. The 3 boys' reactions were surprisingly consistent. There are strong doubts and confusion. They felt that Suja must have been stimulated by those bigwigs after attending the business summit and became a little too ambitious. Facing his brother's questions, Suja's expression remained calm. He didn't rush to explain. He simply reached out and gently pushed the document to the center of the table. Then he took out another document from his backpack. This document is much thinner. He also put the document on the table. This is a document proving ownership. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Suja slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder, exploding in everyone's heart. I know this may be difficult for you to understand. But I'm not kidding. He pointed to the certificate of ownership. Legally speaking, Shanghai Square is now my personal asset. Then he pointed to the thick operating plan. And our company's first project is not to acquire it or invest in it. Instead, as its new owner, we will operate it and revitalize it. He looked at his three brothers who had been completely petrified, and Qin Yuma, who also had a look of shock on his face, and spoke word by word. So my question is not whether we have the ability to do it. But do we dare to follow me and do something big that will shock the entire Jinhai city? Chapter 47 Don't be afraid, the square is really mine. The noise in the private room died down. Lu Kai's hand holding the wineglass stopped in midair, and his mouth still maintained the shape of what he had just said. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses motionless, his gaze focused on the property ownership documents on the table. Zhao Lin was originally leaning on the back of the chair, but now he leaned forward, put his hands on his knees, and frowned. Qin Yuma pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. She looked at Suja with pure confusion and exploration in her eyes. No one spoke. There was a faint sound of airflow coming out of the air conditioning vents. The heat from the dishes on the table slowly dissipated. A long time passed. Or maybe only a dozen seconds had passed. Zhang Wei was the first to find his voice. He cleared his throat, his voice dry. Suja. He spoke. This document. He paused, as if trying to form his words. And what you just said. Shanghai Square is your personal property. What on earth is going on? Everyone's eyes were focused on Suja. Suja picked up the teapot on the table and filled everyone's teacup with water. His movements were neither fast nor slow, and the water poured out from the spout, making a slight sound. After doing all this, he put down the teapot and leaned back in his chair. This matter is a bit complicated. Suja looked at Zhang Wei, then his eyes swept over Lu Kai, Zhao Lin, and Qin Yuma. I have a distant relative whom I haven't even met. He lived overseas his entire life and had no children. He passed away some time ago. He left behind a very complex trust estate that was handled through a law firm and asset management company. Suja spoke steadily as he stated every fact. This Shanghai Square is part of the heritage. Due to poor management, its asset valuation is very low, and there is even a risk of debt. According to the terms of the estate's distribution, it was handed over to me as a test, or a starting point. All the legal transfer formalities were just recently completed. So, legally speaking, I am now the owner. He finished speaking. The private room fell into silence again. This explanation sounds like a story, but it also includes professional sounding terms such as trust, estate, and law firm. It provides a logical framework that explains the source of Suja's wealth and fits in with his enduring sense of mystery. Lu Kai put down his wineglass. He looked at Suja, and the expression on his face changed from shock to a kind of understanding. So, you're saying you inherited a ghost town? He used the term ghost town. That's understandable. Suja nodded. It's because it's a mess that it's my turn. Zhang Wei's mind was working rapidly. His focus is more practical. A project worth tens of billions of yuan, even if the valuation is low, its size is still there. The debt and operating costs behind it. That's why I called everyone together. Suja interrupted him. He pointed to the thick operating plan on the table. I'm not hot-headed. Before I acquired the property rights, I had already commissioned a professional agency to conduct a comprehensive asset appraisal and debt audit. After obtaining the property rights, I have spent most of my energy on this plan in the past few weeks. Suja took the document in front of him and opened the first page. Here is an analysis of the three core reasons for Shanghai Plaza's failure. Its positioning was out of touch with its target audience, it lacked transportation facilities, and its investment promotion and operations were chaotic. He flipped through a few more pages. Here is a list of its current assets, including the ownership details of each shop, existing tenant contracts, and a breakdown of all operating costs such as property, security, utilities, etc. His fingers ran across rows of data tables. Here is the phased revitalization plan I developed. The first project of our new company is not to acquire it or invest in it. What we want to do is to operate it. Suja closed the file and pushed it back to the center of the table. He looked at the four companions in front of him. I can't do anything by myself. I may have the asset, but I don't have a driven team that I can trust. I need someone who can handle all external relations and on-site execution. He looked at Lu Kai. I need a general manager who can build a rigorous financial model and manage the company's purse. He turned his gaze to Zhang Wei. I need a technical director who can use technology to empower the entire business. His eyes turned to Zhao Lin. I need a chief designer who can give this cold building soul and beauty. He finally looked at Qin Yuma, his eyes softened. What I lack is you. The words were spoken with great force. No one questioned the authenticity of this matter anymore. The core of the problem has changed from "is this true" to "do we dare to do it?" Qin Yuma listened quietly. At this moment, she spoke. Her voice was not loud, but very clear. I'm in. She looked at Suja. I trust your judgment. Her words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Lu Kai's chest heaved. He picked up the wineglass in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. The wineglass fell heavily on the table with a bang. Done. His face was flushed, and I didn't know if it was because of drinking or because of excitement. Brother Zhe. You're so fucking awesome. Revitalize a commercial plaza. If we succeed, we'll be able to dominate Jinhai City. Count me in. You must count me in. Zhang Wei was not as excited as Lu Kai. He adjusted his glasses and reached out to pick up the operating plan. His fingers flicked through the pages, his eyes scanning the financial statements and budget models. A few minutes later, he raised his head and looked at Suja with a serious expression. The budget for the first phase of the renovation project is very large. The 5 million in our company's account is far from enough. How do you solve the funding problem? He asked the most crucial question. Zhao Lin also came over, but his focus was different from Zhang Wei's. The plan mentioned the need to establish a smart business management system for the entire plaza, including online traffic diversion, membership points, smart parking, and merchant data analysis. This is a great idea, but the technical development difficulty and cost are at least 2 orders of magnitude higher than the coffee shop mini program we developed previously. Our temporary technical team is not capable enough to support such a large project. The questions became specific and professional. This means that they have accepted the project in their hearts and started to think about the problem as the owner. Funds, I have a follow-up solution. Suja answered Zhang Wei. Technical team, I will support your expansion. You can tell me what kind of people you need and how much budget you need. Suja answered Zhao Lin. He looked at everyone. I know, it sounds crazy and it's a huge challenge. So, I won't T-force anyone. Today, we're just putting this on the table. I'll give you time to think about it. Suja stood up. How about this, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, let's go somewhere together. Lu Kai asked, where are you going? Go to the scene. Suja said. Let's go and see our future territory together. Chapter 48. This ghost town will be our territory from now on. The next morning at 8:30. A black commercial vehicle was parked downstairs of the 401 dormitory building at Jinhai University. Lu Kai sat in the driver's seat, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Zhang Wei and Zhao Lin were sitting in the second row. Zhang Wei was holding a notebook in his hand, while Zhao Lin was looking down at his mobile phone screen. The car door opened, and Suzhou and Qin Yuma walked in one after another. Suzhou opened the car door and let Qin Yuma get in first and sit in the third row. He then took the passenger seat. Everyone is here. Lu Kai spoke and glanced at the rearview mirror. Let's go. He started the car and it drove smoothly out of the campus. The atmosphere in the car was a little quiet. No one spoke. The vehicles merged into the main road, and the scene outside the car window changed from the campus's tree-lined avenue to the hustle and bustle of the city. If my parents knew I skipped 2 professional classes and went to an abandoned mall, they would break my legs. Lu Kai tried to break the silence. Your parents won't know. Zhang Wei said in the back row, his eyes never leaving his notebook. I'm looking at the road network map around Shanghai Square. Zhao Lin said, sliding his fingers across the phone screen. There's no subway there yet, and there are only 3 bus lines, all terminating about a kilometer from the square. Qin Yuma took out a sketchbook and a pencil from her backpack. She looked out the window without saying a word. Suja leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. The business car drove for 40 minutes, left the city center and entered the eastern new city. The buildings on both sides of the road have become sparse, and high-rise buildings have been replaced by large construction sites and newly built residential areas. That's the one in front. Lu Kai's voice came. Everyone sat up straight involuntarily and looked forward. On the horizon, a huge building appeared. It lay there quietly like a crouching giant beast. As the vehicle got closer, the outline of the building became clearer and clearer. It occupies a large piece of land, with gray-white exterior walls and a huge glass curtain wall covering it, which does not reflect any luster in the sunlight. Lu Kai drove the car into the ground parking lot. There were only a few cars parked in the huge parking lot. Weeds have grown over most of the parking spaces, and the yellow parking lines have faded. Lu Kai turned off the engine. "We're here," he said. No one moved. Everyone looked at the building in front of them through the car window. A huge sign stood above the entrance with 4 big characters on it, Shanghai Square. There is a broken hole in the lower part of the word, and a bird flew out of the hole. "Get out of the car." Suja's voice broke the silence in the car. He opened the car door first and walked down. Others also got off the bus one after another. A gust of wind blew, blowing up the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. 5 people stood in front of the empty square, and the sound of their footsteps was particularly clear in the silence. They walked towards the main entrance. The revolving door at the entrance has stopped working, and there is a notice on it saying equipment maintenance. The paper has turned yellow and the edges are curled. They walked in through the side door. A gust of stale air greeted me. Inside was a vast atrium with a high dome. Light filtered through a dusty glass skylight, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Their footsteps echoed here, one after another. The fountain in the center of the atrium had dried up, and a layer of black dirt had accumulated at the bottom of the pool. More than 90% of the shops around here have roller shutters. There were various rental advertisements posted on the door, some of which had been torn halfway. "I feel, this place is even better than it looks in the photos." Lu Kai stopped talking halfway. Zhang Wei didn't say anything. He walked to a closed shop and looked inside through the glass door. It was completely empty inside, with only some shelves left that couldn't be removed. Zhao Lin took out his cell phone and glanced at the signal sign in the hall. "The signal is very poor, only 2 bars," he said. Qin Yuma opened her sketchbook and quickly drew the spatial structure here with a pencil. "Who is it?" A voice came from not far away. The 5 people looked in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man in a security uniform walked out from behind a pillar. He looked to be in his 50s, with somewhat graying hair and the cuffs of his uniform worn to a shine. "What do you do? This place is not open to the public." The man walked up to them, a wary look in his eyes. "Uncle Wang, it's us." Suja spoke. The security guard called Uncle Wang was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Suja carefully. "Are you the young man who came with the lawyer that day?" "It's me." Suja nodded. "I'll bring my team members over to take a look today." Security guard Lao Wang's expression softened. "Oh, it turns out to be the new boss." He muttered something, then glanced at Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, and the others. "Hello." He nodded. "Uncle Wang, how long have you been working here?" Suja asked. "It's been here since the building was built, almost 10 years. Lao Wang answered. "Then you should be very familiar with the situation here," Suja said. Lao Wang sighed. "Understand? I understand too well." He gestured toward the empty hall. When it first opened, it was a huge event with lots of celebrities invited to attend. The developer said at the time that he wanted to turn this into the most upscale shopping mall in Jinhai City, comparable to the big-name malls in the city center. Lu Kai couldn't help but ask, "Then how did it become like this?" Lao Wang shook his head. "The positioning is too high. Look around here, it's all just ordinary residential areas. How much do ordinary people make in a month? Who would come here every day to buy bags worth tens of thousands of yuan and clothes worth thousands of yuan? People would rather drive half an hour to the city center where there are more options. As for transportation, they've been talking about a subway for 8 years, but there's still no progress. It's inconvenient for people without a car to go shopping here." Lao Wang started talking. Later, when those big brands realized they weren't popular, they all ran away as soon as their contracts expired. The recruitment team changed over and over again. To fill the shop, they hired everyone. There was a children's training class upstairs, a snack shop downstairs, and an internet cafe next door. It was a mess. In the end, even people who wanted to have a quiet meal stopped coming. It's a vicious cycle, and it's become what it is now. What Lao Wang said confirmed the analysis in Suja's plan. After hearing this, Lu Kai and Zhang Wei's expressions became even more serious. The difficulties in reality are far more impactful than the words on paper. Uncle Wang, I have a few questions for you. Suja interrupted Lao Wang's complaints. How many residential communities are there within 3 kilometers of this square? Old Wan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Suja to ask this. There are quite a few residential communities. To the east are Shanghai Home Phases 1 to 6, to the north is Sunshine Coast, and to the west there are several new developments. The total permanent population is at least 200,000 to 300,000. How far is the new campus in the university town from here? Suja asked again. Oh, that's close. The new campuses of Jinhai Normal University and Jinhai Institute of Technology are just to the south, a 10-minute bike ride away. Between the two schools, there are probably about 50,000 to 60,000 students. Lao Wang answered. Suja nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and faced his team. He pointed to the empty atrium. This place is big enough. If we remove the fountain in the middle, we can build a sunken stage. We can hold concerts, club activities, and book signings on weekends. He pointed to a fence on the second floor. That location has the best view. We'll knock down the wall and create an open-plan bookstore connected to our First Encounter coffee flagship store. People can read books, drink coffee, and watch performances downstairs. He led them forward to a row of closed shops. We'll open up this entire row and turn it into an indoor cultural and creative market. We'll recruit independent designers and craftspeople with ideas to come in and waive their rent. We'll only charge commission based on turnover. They walked to the entrance of the cinema. The theater door was locked, and the poster board was still covered with movie posters from a few years ago. The cinema here has outdated equipment. We need to upgrade everything and create a themed cinema. We can collaborate with the Film and Television Academy in the university town to screen independent films and meet and greets with directors every week. Finally, he took them up to the top floor in the elevator. The rooftop terrace was empty and the floor was full of cracks. All of these will satisfy her psychological expectations after breaking up. Sheen didn't. Here. Suja stretched out his arms. It's going to be an open-air restaurant and bar, an urban campsite. At night, you can see the whole city from here. His voice echoed on the empty rooftop. He did not describe any beautiful picture, he just stated one specific functional plan after another. Lu Kai, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lin and Qin Yuma all listened quietly. They looked in the direction of Suja's finger, and the originally dilapidated and empty scene in their eyes seemed to be filled little by little with the things he said. In Suja's words, a new possibility began to emerge in that cold ghost town. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses and whispered, "These renovations require money. A lot of money." "I know," Suja answered. He turned around and looked at his 4 companions. His expression remained calm. "But now, the question I want to ask is not about money. What I want to ask is, after seeing the real situation, do you still have the confidence to join me in turning these ideas into reality?" No one answered immediately. Qin Yuma picked up the sketchbook in his hand. She turned to a new page and drew the outline of a stage on the paper with a pencil.